Converge with Phelps to check the underpass. That works well. Phelps gets it before he first even needed. They're both blinded, but they're both going to stay aggressive. They'll get caught by one. Fallen responds, and then Cold on top of the fence takes down Volda, the last remaining with the bomb. Snappy, they know he's there. Track him down 14-3. Finally might have a quick game. All the games we've casted today seem to have gone the distance.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for it, they have to take another eco here, really. They forced one to that second round. They need guns going forward. This will be match point very quickly indeed. I don't think they've taken a pause yet, have they? Not that I can recall, at least. And considering the game they've had, you'd have thought, you've got 4 available, lads. Let's at least take a pause. Let's try and work out what's going wrong here. They didn't take a single pause at all, which is strange when you're getting battered 12-3. There you go.
Phelps will wait close to the A main position, not to be confused with top of connector. I'm sure none of you were.
Thanks, Cloud.
Well, just to identify the fact that it's less orthodox, you'd play close to the smoke in that position, but Phelps is going to do it. Try and catch them off. If they like to push through, try and grab one. Molotov up. Incendiary to be technically correct. Toward Palace, that gives him a bit more space. No one to peek up behind him, so he can wait to get flashed in. Success, finds Nico, turns around, finds Modi, swaps to the Deagle, and thinks, nah, let's not. I've already got position. Get to the headshot at Cinders instead. And that works, because he's got another. And another, he's looking for the ace. He's got 4, he's got 5. Phelps with all of them to put them on map point.
Lovely stuff there. It's going to be 15-3. Phelps manages to pick up the ace against the Felica here, but 12 rounds in a row now for Heroic. 5 AKs, no AW for Yugi, even though he didn't force by that second round. He'll be up against it now. Lots of work to do here. Round by round, let's see what they've got. 4 players towards, make it 5 towards the A side of the map. Guessing is a full side execution here. And whether they'll go for it straight away is yet to be seen. Danish teams like to run in before the smokes bloom, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So surprising Fallen, he will get away with his life though.
Into the site for blinded. Fallen, as you say, surprised, but gets away with his life, backs off tremendously far as Modi's going to push through, but Fallen, he burns one alive. Modi then acts accordingly, and Taco finally gets him down, but he's already got 2 kills. So we may not get the map done just yet. It will be a map point, though, still for SK. That doesn't get subtracted, obviously, but Taco has something to say otherwise. As he looks in, spots the boost, spots the first as well. Now he knows where Volda is if he hits this next shot. It's a real possibility. He hit it, but it's an M4, so Volda survives, and
Heroic managed to find a kill, and they get a little bit longer to work with the smokes once they do settle down. But unfortunately, they do go up against a double orb set at this time. A very scary one at that. coldzera and Fallen, one of the deadliest orbing duos in the world. Up against these 5 AKs of Heroic. 11 rounds in a row needed now.
Fallen with the op moves up in toward apartments. He's scoped in already, looking for anyone that dare walk down toward the underpass position. Yugi is contesting, but will back off. It's on to A with Modi inside. Taco, triple wall of smokes down, including the mid-side smoke, so he can't push through to catch off Modi. He's starting to get rolling. We know he's a threat when things go his way. Double ops are all that remain, as it's a 5 versus 2 bomb planted for Heroic. So we'll drag this on a bit, see if they can make a comeback out of it. It's a long and long, treacherous task ahead of them, but Fallen hits 1 shot at least to keep one of the 2 ops up thus far. Cold has the other. He may have to hit a shot on Nico.
We'll save these 2 orbs. Or leave them in still a very difficult situation. Again, 900 on the top of this. SK love a force fight. Oh, when he hits a shot that's coldzera, but through the vent, only takes Nico down to 13 HP. But Heroic now, nothing to lose, I guess, at this point. This is play your game, hope for the best. Running towards connector, it's Modi to kick things off, finds that initial frag, and they get 2 in a row now, but the orbs have been saved, and we said this deadly orbing duo, Fallen and coldzera, certainly can perform and finish a round off by themselves. Do they force buy around this though? Not required, really. They've got 10 match points to work with, so maybe something a little bit more conservative. No full investment. CZ's Deagles in a P250. Not going to get the body armor. Let's see what Fallen can do here.
Bomb left in spawn, so they're going to play picks.
Yeah, this should be some sort of fake at this point. You can see them actually setting up to the smokes, maybe. leaving that bomb and T spawn, which are going back towards B. So the smokes can go over, force those rotations, and the bomb will be set and ready to go. Not going to be coming in just yet. I want to try and get some ground covered towards the B apartments first. Get nice and close. They know the money's going to be low for SK Gaming here, but the orbs have been saved. So the smoke execution would make sense here. Try and lock the orbs out. Hopefully pull one of them away from B, which is where Cold Zero is waiting. And once that happens, the bomb makes his way towards that side of the map. Let's see if they take the bait.
So wait. Try and get the bait. Cold Zero's in at truck, or the van rather, I suppose. And Phelps is nearby as we hit 55 seconds. Cold, with one of the two ops, is starting to push. He's starting to get aggressive. Flashes go over. The smoke as well. They aren't committing onto this, so smoke's going into B at this point in time. And then now they'll throw them into A. It'll be essentially a double fake. Here we go. A lines up. Maudie, Yugi, they start to push. Phelps has bought it. He's rotated. Cold hasn't. He's going to sit tight. It may work. Fallen already has Vald. But it's going to be up to Cold to really sell this out, make this work. He's moved off. He's on the catwalk. They aren't fully committing because A only has one more in it. It's Nico. They spot him looking toward it, and Cold, he's got Maudie. He turns around in time. Bomb's not planted. 15 seconds. Cold might do it alone. The double fake hasn't fully worked. And Yugi's just barely going to get the bomb inside a position to plant with 7 seconds left. But he's alone. And Snappy, though. Whoa, Snappy on Cat. Taco not looking. Should be a kill. He sits in the open. Snappy might walk in. Save him as he gets in behind Fallen as well, but Fallen's not down. It's still a 2v2, and Fallen not down. Survives to take Yugi. As Snappy has it all to do. Knows his back's turned. Missed shot. Still has a chance, but they'll win it out, and SK's got the round. What a round at that. If he hits Fallen, I think they have it.
Well, it took a while. We built it up. It pretty much comes in exactly as speculated. Smokes towards A. Bomb went in that B side of the map. But Cold Zera, he thought about rotating. We missed it off screen. He hit a hell of a shot as the bomb jumped out of the B apartments, denied that, and legged the second player as well. Came right down to the wire there, but they managed to pick up that 16th round and their first victory in Group B. They are now 1-2.
1-2 indeed, and Virtus Pros on the way to the same record. It'll still be a fight between the two of them that could well determine which of the two make it through, but Heroic, they sit 1-1. They still have a chance in this. Everyone still has a chance in this. That's the cool part about this group of death, which has definitely been surprising. So another one done and dusted. It all gets heated from here as we get closer to decision time and who's going to make it through the playoffs. We'll take a short break.
Were SK under threat, or was it just a mirage? A not-so-heroic performance from the Danes has left them shaken. Quick finish to that game, and in fact, going on the beat stream, quite the similar fate has been present for Cloud9. Sponge and Natu were joining me to talk through this one. It was quick, it was easy. I know you're not too familiar with that kind of situation, Chad. What do you
call that a fisting where I come from?
Wow, you do? Like a punching, that means like punching, right?
And you were the receiving end on your playing career quite often.
Yeah, sometimes we were, but sometimes we dealt some blows.
Yeah.
But
so you fisted people as well as I don't like this expression.
No, let's drop it. You know, we don't want to get lost in the Australian lingo here. There's no need for that right now. But what we do need to touch on, Alex, is how well Phelps was playing. He's had 2 good games so far. He seems like he's fitting in quite well. If you actually watch them play, he's a very timid kind of guy. He doesn't say a lot. He's not getting fired up and stuff, jumping up like Cold Zero and Fallen. But he's getting the work done. Excuse me. And I think we have an ace from him actually. In the highlight
let's jump
package.
in.
So
sure
if we whack that one up, this will just demonstrate. You know, this is versus an eco. You know, they only have Glocks. It's not anything impressive. But the fact that he's just still able to put up consistent frags to these guys, it seems like other players have dropped off while he's still being able to get the frags, which is really weird. You're expecting to see more from Cold Zero. Fur has had some good games himself, but they're quite similar players. You know, they're very aggressive and very quiet in demeanor. It's a bit weird.
Do you think there's a bit of a juxtaposition between the two? Yeah. Two passionate Brazilians, and you've got the kind of the quiet types as well.
Yeah. Turned out to be a bit of a feel-good game for SK. I mean, after coming off of...
Do you think that's necessary? Like, that's actually
I mean, it helps, definitely. I mean, they know the big encounter now is going to be the next one, right? They got VP waiting for them, who are themselves seemingly taking care of Cloud9. So
I think it's almost over. Let me just quadruple check that. It's over. Yeah, so VP did win. Yeah.
So they've both had their feel-good game now.
Both on Mirage. Yeah, they're back. So both teams have a bit of resurgence. They're going into this next match. It's actually do or die, right? And there's 150 million different equations we could try and work out. But
sure. How's your maths?
You need the W. That's all that matters.
Yeah, at this point in time, that next game is, well, I mean, we got hyped about it previously, got a little confused, but that is next. You get your VPSK, and that's going to be, I mean, when you've conceded 2 losses already, a third is a huge stain on your record.
Yeah, I was saying in the green room, and I don't know how far we want to delve into this, but it's just, for SK to go off getting into the finals of Vegas and then come a week later with the same roster, which you just have a lot of hope from, and then imagine going out in groups, like where do you go from there? How do you go home and you go, well, we just need more time to practice off of such a high, because you've seen where you can go, and then to go out, it's just like, well, maybe it just wasn't our day, or maybe not issues there, but it's just interesting for them to reflect on the difference between the 2 tournaments.
And we can also reflect that, I mean, if I asked you, Natu, 2 teams or a list of teams that can overcome deficits, that can bounce back, that can have the resilience and the mental fortitude to go down in groups or go down in a match, I wouldn't be surprised if SK and VP were at the top of that list.
Yeah, I mean, they are. And they've shown it before in games where they've been tremendously down and still coming into it. But that mattering, I mean, we think of back to 12 months ago again of VP where they were earlier last year. I mean, and then the same lineup still coming back, and they're these kind of teams, they are championship class, and they'll always find a way to make it work once again.
Yes, and indeed, we are hoping that we're going to have a real show for this next best of 1, Chad. I'll give you the opportunity just to remind everyone at home why SK Virtus Pro promises some sexy Counter-Strike.
Well, there's no Polish crowd to pander to right now, but I'm going to anyway. VP are an exceptional team, right? The fact that they went through the hardships that you're touching on and are still the same lineup and have been able to get back to the top of Counter-Strike is amazing, right? These guys, they don't always have like a carry star player. You know, we say Snacks is that guy, but everybody in this team is able to contribute over the entirety of CSGO, and it's insane the versatility that we can see from them, the way that they approach the game mentally. There's nobody else like them. We do say like SK is like them in terms of a family, but these guys are the family. No one has stuck through thick and thin with the same roster for all of CSGO. These guys are the pinnacle of that.
And that is a perfect way to leave it. We will take a break, but it will be a family feud. Romeo versus Juliet. It's going to be awesome to check in with this Shakespearean story as it goes down here in Katowice after the break.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Two headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now, all on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AWP, he's looking for a look, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
Brazil and Poland clash in a Counter-Strike Global Offensive El Clasico. This is a match that everybody will recognize as the promise of good Counter-Strike. SK Virtus Pro battling for not only survival, but also for pride. VP want to get in front of their Polish home crowd here in Katowice, and now of SK, they want to prove that they can replicate that Vegas success. Janko and Natu are joining me for this one, a big best of one here, Janko. One map, and I was going to say no clear favorite. However, yet to see SK beat VP this year.
Yes, and they did beat them on a map, but not in a series. So seeing as how this is a best of one, still a chance for them, but this is probably do or die for these teams. Whoever loses this game is in a very, very difficult situation to make it out of the groups. They would need a lot of help from some of the other teams, you know, for a potential tiebreaker situation. So there's a lot on the line for this game.
One map and a lot on the line. I mean, can't think of two better candidates to just rock this whole map out.
Yeah, I mean, my concern right now for Virtus Pro is that Snacks has been just totally missing today. He's not been around. I mean, the best rated player for VP right now is Pasha. And all kudos to him for his work, but he's not supposed to be the guy that's going to be the highest, you know, in the rankings for them. So, I mean, definitely those are the kind of elements that Snacks has been a driving force for VP. It is simple it's very simple for VP.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting discussion to have now. Chad made the point previously, let's go through it, saying that, you know, VP doesn't have a designated star. We look at Snacks often. So Pasha and Taz stepping up when Snacks isn't there isn't necessarily the end of the world. I mean, this is examples of what he can do, right, Janko?
Yeah, this was that crazy round in Vegas that we saw with Snacks in a, you know, they were in a 2v2, but this is where he uses the utility. Also, lovely first smoke, throws one smoke, then he will re-smoke after that. So he's very low HP. He's trying to get a shot off with the AWP here, but it's just incredible play towards the end to show his presence of mind. He plays it optimally, like has nowhere to go, doing Snacks things, hiding in the smoke. Then you'll see his teammate just run out to try and draw some attention to himself so Snacks can make a play. SK is being very methodical in this round. They want to clear everything out. And Snacks, at the last fraction of a second possible, throws the Molotov, dies in his opponent's flames, but the Molotov he managed to throw buys just enough time for the bomb to explode and for them to win the round. If they lose this round, SK gets some momentum. Maybe it's a much different train and SK wins that final.
Smoke truly is Snacks' best friend. Wonderful stuff, and I hope we do get to see some of it. We haven't quite seen that Snacks magic yet here in Poland. Maybe now is the time when it does come down to crunch time. Maps though, Natu, let's start thinking about it. One map, we already have highlighted just how important this map will be. What's your brainstorming leading to?
I mean, again, it's going to be a pretty common ground with this. With these teams, both have a very wide map pool. Okay. So I mean, maps like we already see the veto going on there. Actually, if we can see through,
we can't. It's
the obstacle we have in front of us.
It says nuke.
Nuke cache overpass.
Cache overpass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be something like Cobble or Train, Mirage, one of the three.
Exactly.
Depends like what teams choose simply, you know, any of those maps will be a good pick for both teams. Okay. I think it's Cobble and Inferno. I would be surprised if VP goes for Inferno instead of Cobble, despite their loss. Well, simply because they are, of course,
better options.
Of course.
because there's
Why would you
options?
be surprised, Janko? The question stands.
Because Cobble is their home map. They've been like one of the best, if not the best, Cobble team on the world for quite some time now. It's also a map that SK has struggled on forever. Like even when they were the major winning SK, Cobble wasn't like it was a 4th or even 5th map on their death chart, right? So VP doing this, it goes both ways. On one side, maybe it's a curveball pick, maybe they practiced it, maybe they feel confident. On the other hand, you wonder, is their confidence shaken because of the losses that they've had so far? Do they feel like they need to go for a pick like this against SK to be able to beat them?
Predictions, gentlemen. You know the map now. You know the teams. You know the state that teams are in. Nat, you want your explanation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to second what Janko just said there. I mean, this has to be a case of VP being straddled by what's been going on so far, which is kind of surprising to me considering it's VP and they hardly ever do get into a situation like this. So this feels like a bit of a YOLO pick to me. And I'm not super happy about it.
Back it up with a prediction.
Yeah, you pussy.
All right, SK.
Thank you.
Janko?
SK.
Wow, 2 analysts expecting Polish side fresh off their victory in Vegas to not make it in front of that home crowd. That is
They can still make it if they
brutal
lose.
fate. Yes, I'm trying to make it exciting.
I'm just gonna ruin it for you. I don't care.
Oh, because
You need to be factually accurate.
Prefacing every statement with potentially until the last game is boring. So they could potentially not have a chance to play in front of their home crowd. There you go, covering my ass from picky Serbians. All right, let's get into it. It is time for SK Virtus Pro. Inferno, a gamble taken after confidence shaken by North as they did wibble the Virtus Pro tree.
Will Snacks be awakened?
Will Snacks awaken when it matters? It's Brazil versus Poland, and it's going down right now with Pansy and Moses.
If there was a reason to love CS anymore, you're about to see it right now. These two teams have so much history going backward and forward these days. Finals just to find who won it out of these two, SK and Virtus Pro, not too long ago. And now we get to see who might be able to make it out of the groups. This could be such a deciding match here.
Yeah, I mean, and it's on Inferno. So this is a map in the past that has just decided championships, and now we're going to have it here. And look at the aggression. Look at this out of Virtus Pro. They do not want to wait around whatsoever. Right down mid. That's one quick loss, though. Neo does fall to Fur. So things kind of taper off just for a second here. Bialy's got to get back.
Yeah, SK are reading this well. They're getting straight out through the balcony, already taking over the site control. Taco just clearing it out, making sure there's nothing there. Now the bomb's going to join. That's called Zero. But first going to hold this off as well. Two players wrapping around Arch. That's Bialy coming back into this. You can see the trades going backward and forward, but it is a bomb down now. So Virtus Pro need to play back into the site. Three players standing against the four, but they're in decent positions here, but that's a huge loss. Taz going down means so much can now be focused towards the last one now, being Bialy.
Yeah, and I mean, Knight's positioning inside the bomb site. Bialy, even though it's low HP, I believe that was on a cold, playing behind that box, it's a headshot angle, so I mean, it's just a very, very difficult shot to hit. And I mean, that's the danger of that kind of a tactic. That's why that strategy from Virtus Pro is so aggressive, so ballsy, is just because you can see if it doesn't work out, which it didn't, they found nothing off of that. So they had mid control, but they give up everything else to SK.
Also, SK chose to start on the T side, so we'll see if they have something in mind to bring to this one. They won the knife, chose it out, so I want to keep eyes on this because we haven't really seen these two teams going that much into this map yet. I don't think we've officially seen it just yet, so a lot of eyes will be trained on this, not only for the audience, of course, but other teams, because these two are heavyweights. They already have good map pools. This is a lovely addition for either side, but let's see what they've got going on here. As we do have 3 players stacked towards B for Virtus Pro, 2 towards Arch. This is kind of what we're starting to see, especially on these sort of rounds now coming in from the teams.
Investment from Virtus Pro as well. 3 players bought up with armor, and they have some utility as well on Neo and Snacks. Those are the 2 players currently over at the B bomb site, so using those smokes to try and delay. I mean, what they want to do is use the smokes to block off these choke points to make sure SK can't take that B bomb site, and maybe try and funnel them in and over towards A. You can see there's going to be 3 players here. Hopefully at some point get some kind of a stack at that bomb site with these delay tactics. We'll have to see how SK approaches. Yeah, that's also the fun part of this on Inferno, is because Fallen, with being the best in-game leader we have, it is kind of cool to see how that tactical mind of his is going to start cracking Inferno for the first time.
So much to be seen. Now 48 seconds left in this. Bomb's still on Banana, that's with Fallen, but the only real commitment is Phelps and a little bit of that apartment's control. Gonna hear these steps though. Phelps doesn't break under pressure, just holds off, waits for that smoke to dissipate. He's got to be careful, there could be a pop flash coming, they could try and play into Banana, and here it is. Turns the flash well, but Neo slipped past, and he spots the bomb, he gets it down. Actually, no, that's Cold Zero who goes. So he's seen everything, though. 3 players now coming out towards Banana. The rotate is on. Only Snacks on the side. Doesn't actually smoke out CT, someone else does. Phelps going to go in first, check towards Nubox, and the cross comes in.
Yeah, but everyone else is here from Virtus Pro. There's 2 players in construction. They can do delay. Nice shot from Snacks. Now all attention is on him. That's when Virtus Pro pounces, and it's working. They've won it. They've gotten to the B bomb site in time. Their tactic works perfectly, and that's SK losing a critical second round.
Yeah, this is a pressure point for both teams, bearing in mind how the group's playing out. There's no disputing that, but there's so much on the line beyond that as well. Virtus Pro need to get on that stage. There's no two ways to say it. If there's a reason to light a fire under a team, this is the sort of match that's going to do it. So if you ever want to see what happens to Virtus Pro when the backs are to the wall, this is what the game's going to be, and this is a nice turning around for them to get another one on the board. Stop SK from building incredibly early. We do have a bit of a hero rifle on towards first, so maybe he can make something happen. Tech9's armor on the rest, smokes, they've got something to play with here. We do have the boost coming out, but Fur going to find a good connection towards Neo, forcing the swing out from Snacks. He gets the job done, and now they can fall out.
Yeah, great decision-making from Snacks as well. Teammate is brought down so low, so he knows more than likely Fur's going to be trying to hunt that down, so he actually gets off boost, which is a powerful spot of its own. Phelps now leading the way with this AK-47. No smoke towards CT, but that flash is perfect. There's the smoke. It's a little bit delayed. Still boosted up as Snacks. He's seen nothing, and as the smoke starts to fade, he spots Fallen over the top of it. From here, just spraying through, and now SK's got to really try and bully their way into the site.
Yeah, this is a nice little boost as well from Pasha. Spots it out. It's a little bit awkward to shoot through the fountain. Everyone knows that at the moment, but he's going to back away. Bombs planted, and they still have that rifle on Phelps, but he is low, and the reinforcements are en route from Virtus Pro. Taz now there, Bialy now there. Phelps takes down Cold Zera. That's not what you want to be seeing at this point. You don't want to make it any easier for the retake, but for what it was, they at least get the bomb down, but only one actually falling for Virtus Pro in the end. At the end of the day, Virtus Pro keep 4 alive, keep the rifles up. They're feeling pretty good, I can imagine.
I mean, sick round from Snacks. 4 kills, not just that decision earlier I was talking about, but after that, he follows it up. So huge from him, which is good, because we just saw Virtus Pro struggle a little bit on Cobble. Snacks had a quiet game there, so this is going to be big for him if he's able to get back into this one. And almost, I mean, a very good attempt by SK. This is just a little bit unfortunate if you're Phelps. I mean, you need to try and find that kill, especially with the AK-47, especially as the Molly comes out. So unfortunate timing for him, but 2-1, and now SK, no armor investment, but they have upgraded some Deagles, some Tech9s. They've got 1 smoke, so that pop flash is going to blind Neo, but they can't really follow it up with anything.
He's got to respect that as well. Snacks is actively pretty close, actually. These guys aren't backing away from this. Pasha quickly going to swing himself over as well, so maybe they feel they can go for a bit of this, try and get in their face. It's dangerous against Tech9s, though, even though there's no armor on them. You know what it's like against these pistols, let's be very honest here, but Virtus Pro don't want to give up that banana control at all.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of interesting, so they cheated Pasha over to have this kind of aggression. Here come the Tech9s, but it's handled perfectly. Neo and Snacks, everything closed down, no progress made from SK, and it's just Fallen and Cold Zera. They're split on the map as well. Fallen's over towards Boiler. He's just trying to cut off some kind of rotation, get some kind of info, but easy kill for Bialy. And Cold, all you can really hope to do here is get 1-2 kills, maybe do some economic damage, force some rebuys of these M4s. It's not going to be the biggest victory, but I mean, it's really all you can hope for in this situation.
Yeah, you can see the discipline with Virtus Pro. They don't really want to go overboard. You've got to be careful with those boosts, but they know where he is now. They shouldn't really lose out too much, and they don't. Keep all 5 alive. As you highlighted, cheated Pasha over there really early. They kind of allowed for that aggression to come out towards Banana, which is dangerous. We know how easy it is now to kind of nade out these corners, or just get Tech9s up there, P250s, boost over the wall, whatever you fancy is possible, but really nicely handled by Virtus Pro, actively looking to be involved in this. Don't look scared, don't look nervous. They're taking the fights, but now we've got the buy-up from SK, so this is the round you've got to be looking at them to make the move happen. They looked in control in the first one, but maybe just an unfortunate read from Virtus Pro, or just something that they were going for. That push damage just didn't work out. So now, for SK, let's see how they play this one through.
It will be kind of cool to see if Virtus Pro keeps up that aggression on Banana once the AKs come out. If they still want to be that aggressive, if they still want to control that corner. This looks like just a pretty passive default. 1 player watching for Virtus Pro to push down Banana, but all 4 other players over towards these A-halls. Smokes in the choke points to delay Virtus Pro. They're not cheating anyone over towards that B-bomb site. Pasha still playing rap side. Spotted nothing, though. A lot of utility on both of these teams, and I mean, 5 Molotovs still on the board for Virtus.pro, so it will be interesting. If this is a set piece from SK, there's a lot of tools Virtus.pro can use to disrupt it.
Yeah, but the push down banana is going to start coming in. You can see Neo and Snax mollying down, smoking down. They're kind of checking it out. It does mean that Snax can now just push himself over towards maybe in a quick rotate, maybe just sitting on speedway so he can just jump between if he sees it, but now the hit's going to come in, or at least considering it. Phelps was very much on the verge here, but they're giving away a hell of a lot now, SK. They're going to have to work on this. I think they're hoping for a frag to come out quite easily, and it's not happening. A trade comes in, though, at least. khaled finding boii might open up an avenue of attack, but Neo's already around the back. Snax is already cheated over. He's sitting in towards CT Arch in the cubby. This isn't going to be comfortable for SK.
No, the Molotov usage from Virtus.pro in this round has been spectacular. It's been perfect. Look at how they've delayed this. Look at how they've split this attack up. And SK, they have control of Pit, but they still have such a long way to go. They have no tools for it. They don't know where anyone from Virtus.pro is. Taz is now spotted out. They still have Pasha in the sight, though. There's one kill. They know where he is, but look how low these players are. Oh, no, the nade out. This could allow an opening. And there he goes. Phelps find him. It's a 2-on-3. That might have been a massive mistake from Pasha, spamming through the box. Khaled has got to be very lucky not to take one of those bullets.
But first been watching the flank, but didn't check for the T-Apps push. So Neo's kind of not really been thought about yet, but the problem is it's just down to Snax now. He did a little bit of damage, but not enough. I can imagine he'd hoped for more, but Snax in the 1v2 now. He knows where one is, has to work on the second. Brilliant work towards Fur, but he can't adjust well towards Phelps. And they hold down that 2v1 in the end. 4 HP being the defining factor, but a big round from SK, considering how many players from VP were already on that site.
Yeah, and I mean, VP did everything right up until the end of that. They broke up that execute so very well with the Molotovs. I have to say, I think a little bit of a mistake from Pasha, or I mean, it turns out to be a big mistake from Pasha, pulling out the nade in that kind of a situation. That's not a spot that you want to be caught with a nade in your hand. So a couple of very, very low players that are able to capitalize on those kills. But now he's got an op in his hand, and again, more aggression. Peeking down towards mid. And what's the timing that he feels? Is he ever going to look away from this? Because he has no one watching for ult mid, so he's got to be very, very wary of that, and he just falls away at the moment.
Yeah, just having to feel it out, I guess. Just see how he kind of just guesses how they're coming around this one, but it does look like the banana thing. This is the most contested banana I've actually seen so far. Either the CT side are pushing all the way down, or the T side just wins it. These guys, they're playing with fire here. Phelps needs to be careful. Neo can spot this out, and Snax is just looking above that smoke. You can't really see too much, though, so backs away. But there's 3, maybe 4 players now there. Fur, again, holding the rotate. This is going to be a quick hit now. They're going to try and exploit Virtus.pro falling back to the side. Quick smoke out. Nice flashes towards CT. Damage is dealt, but it doesn't matter. But Pasha is there quickly. Nice rotate from him coming in with the orb, and Neo's still alive.
Yeah, this is so nice. This early rotation from Virtus.pro, they are not scared to bring Pasha over very, very quickly to the B bomb site. And Neo, he's a specialist here. He's been playing in this B side of Inferno for a long time in the old version. He was their player for Virtus.pro, and Pasha now with the op. 2 kills for him. He slowed down the initial hit, bought Neo some time, and Khaled can do absolutely nothing. So yeah, a lot of aggression from VP on this B bomb site, but falling back into the site wisely at the correct moment, and they stop another hit for SK.
Yeah, Neo just doesn't want to be moved. Neither, it seems, does Snax. You know, those two are very adamant to keep some pressure towards that kind of, I guess, the old car. I don't know what to even call the top of it anymore. It's always going to be car to me, but the point is the top of Banana, they're sticking out there so long. It's just hard for SK to get map control.
I'm actually, Neo was jumping over that wall for just a very long time. I'm actually surprised he didn't get picked off. It looked like for a moment it's going to happen. He's going right back to it. It's got to be a little bit sketchy. That's kind of like taking a gamble with your life.
But I guess you set the marker that they're always going to have to be careful about it now. They're always going to have to put utility there at some point if they even want to try and get some control. This round, not the case. They've only got Tech9's a couple of pieces of smoke, but still, Phelps isn't the big player in this one. It's all about that apartment's control. You've already got Taco, Fur, khaled, Fallen, starting to work their way around this. Taz holding a bit of an off angle here, just kind of passively watching for the push-up through either Diggity or through apartments. He can kind of fall back to it, but he's got boii with him as well. So already Phelps finding Neo, though, could be a problem. That could cause Virtus.pro to now be a little bit worried about B, have to put a player back towards it, and that's going to be Snax. He can be overwhelmed, though. This could be a massive issue, but the threat's been handled well towards A. That pressure coming through Apps gets a massive deny from boii, but Phelps is still on the run. He's got 2 kills, he's got an AWP, and he's got 50 seconds to play with here. Pasha isn't aware of Phelps! This could get painful now. Look at boii, 10 HP. Taz sitting okay, though. Taz already backing off towards mid. They're just going to give Phelps enough rope, hopefully in Virtus.pro's mind, to hang himself with.
Yeah, this is now a very expensive round. This is sketchy from VP. Phelps, he's got to find a couple more. There's an off angle that they doesn't check. Nice positioning from Taz. boii would have been there for any kind of trade as well, but that's too many players lost to just one person. Again, Pasha a little bit not cautious as he's rotating over towards CT spawn. No need for that kind of a peek, but yeah, this is great. Despite the success of Phelps over towards B, no one from Virtus.pro rotates, and boii is just a monster. This is a sick position for him. I mean, we've always talked about his precision aim, and if you're going to give him that kind of an angle where he can just pop off heads as they try and come out apartments, he's going to do good things.
Yeah, for Virtus.pro, if you look at it individually, they're having a good game to start warming themselves back up into. SK, I feel that until they have that utility to play with, we're going to see, similar to rounds like this, you might see that individual prowess, but Phelps gets a bit of a gift from the gods of the shadow just peering around, so he makes the most of it. Why wouldn't you? But it is just the kind of shooting range from Snax. And
yeah, Snax loves that round. That's great.
That's, for a player who's had a bad tournament so far, if you look at him individually compared to normal, that's good for him. You want him to start feeling better. You want him to make those kind of choices and feel like he's going to do well off the back of it. But now SK's got some utility. No orbs coming out, nothing like that. Just the rifles, a little bit of play. They've got a molly on Taco as well. This could be a difference maker.
That was a sick amount of utility that round from VP. And look at this again. 4 players going over towards the B bomb site, or they call it off. It looks like, yeah, Taz going back now. So maybe this time they're going to switch things up, get Pasha out and situated with the AWP. That would allow them to cheat 2 players back towards A if they wanted to. So leave Pasha here alone, perhaps. The big thing is, I want to see, I think SK at some point maybe sticks around still with the B aggression, even though it hasn't been super successful, because Neo has been overexposed at times. And no, this is just going to be a fast play up mid.
I like this. I really, really like this. The deep smokes, so that goes towards CT Arch, towards Library. Brilliant flash. Forcing boii off the angle. Has to back away, give up that control. They're fighting tooth and nail to get this, but they need to find the players. Quick flash, boii turns it, comes back out, but Fur lands the shot. boii falls. Now Taz is under pressure. And actually, it's just Taz. Everyone else, of course, was over at B. He's got to try and stay alive, but he can't. He's overwhelmed. Too many of those SK players come barreling through. Now, the bomb's going to go down, and SK get nice after-plant positions. They aren't pressured yet.
Yeah, maybe SK realizing how much pressure Virtus.pro is putting onto Banana really early on. So they change the pace, go up towards A, and it catches him off guard. Taz just had too much to do that round. Too many players, too many different angles. So the question now is, if Neo can find kills in this position, that would be huge. Fallen, he finds one though, and Neo doesn't check that. Almost wins the fight anyways, and I think Pasha's just got to fall away at this point. Using the smoke for cover, and yeah, he's catching a couple bullets through it, so he's got to run away with that AWP. Keep in mind, that round, this is where we got to look back towards Phelps with the Tech 9 getting 3 kills. That dealing a lot of economic damage. So Virtus.pro is going to start being stressed in their bank account. And yeah, this, I mean, if he doesn't save this up, I don't think there's a chance VP, really has a whole lot of rifles into the next round.
And you can see them chasing for it. There's something... Phelps not going to be able to get it. I don't think Fallen's quite close enough to chase either, so he wants to keep hold of his. Their money's not exactly perfect either for SK, but the thing that I saw Astralis do, especially on their CT sides, is with the AWP, they'll cheat, do pre over towards B, leave the AWPing with device over by A, so they still have some presence, and you don't get overwhelmed so easily. And that round we saw obviously Pasha being the one over towards B, and then maybe they're starting to read into this SK. Maybe they're starting to get that feel of, all right, we know what they're doing. We're going to have to really push onto that B side. And wow, this is a very different sort of beginning. 4 players straight down mid. This is the aggression you want to see. Virtus.pro bringing the game towards SK, but Snack's the only one to strike back. So far, it's looking like SK have control of this.
Oh yeah, fighting in the Molotov as well. Nicely done. Neo fights long enough for him to burn alive. Doesn't need to finish it off with bullets. Oh, and is that a dink that he just gets through the smoke? Just a nice little bullet, goes a little bit sideways. Neo's got to be happy with that one. Got to be careful. I mean, this unrelenting aggression, it's very cool to watch. Oh my lord. If Neo hit that, he just would be a god. He would just be elevated to god status, if he's not already there.
Yeah, I think he's already kind of, very close, at least at the pearly gates, you know what I mean? Yep. Like, he's just chilling around. He can do what he wants. But Phelps is being a nuisance, to be fair, on Banana. He's been toying with Neo every now and then. Neo's obviously not there this round. It's going to be boii holding on to it. But SK have way more to work with. If you look at Neo, incredibly low HP, but he's going to try and utilize that. Makes the move himself. He had nothing else to sit back with.
Clever as well. They drop a smoke there to make it sound like they're just going to play passive in the site and block off that choke point. So that's why you see Taco make that move. He hears the smoke, so he's assuming no one's going to be there, and he's surprised. So is coldzera. Snax holding the AWP. He is going to go right back to it. Low HP, but he's got the info now. Phelps is in a 1-2. This is winnable, but this positioning from boii, how far is he going to push? Phelps is ready for this. So yeah, boii second guesses it, and he just falls back a little bit.
He's got to be careful, though. It's only I say only a UMP.
Yeah.
It shouldn't hold up against the rifle, but this is a bit of a weird angle. And of course the UMP works.
Naturally.
But no, it was a nice angle from boii, kind of unorthodox, I guess, tucking yourself in that slightly deeper corner rather than being right back around the wall or the closer kind of cubby. But at the end of the day, it is 7-3. SK are getting closer to these rounds, but close isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well. I think Virtus.pro, they've got to chill chill now with the aggression. I mean, they're kind of, I know Chad uses the word gimmicky, have these kind of ideas when, you know, when you're playing against a team, and obviously on Inferno, a new map, no one really knows what to expect. So yeah, those kind of gimmicks can be successful. But this is twice now that Virtus Pro, that round in the Pisteron have pushed down mid, and it hasn't really gotten them anything. They trade evenly, but that's not what you want to do. They had to win that round off the mid round.
Yeah. This time, Phelps again in what seems like the constant battle for Banana. You got to pick your poison, right? And it's just like, well, I'm not going to win that one. Simple as that. And there's the response. SK going to try and push their way up. Diggity going to be contested. byali, though, does find one, but a reply comes from Pasha. You going to do this, Pasha? You got to play a left, right, and, well, not center, but he's going to find out pretty soon there's one right behind him. And it's Fur, but he's only going to be able to pick up the M4 and still has 3 players to find, and he's going to give it a damn good go, though.
So what is Neo doing running through that smoke? Just wants to go find the kill, thinking he's going to catch Fur off guard, but good awareness. Another 2-on-1, and I'm not sure if Fur, I mean, he's got 3 kills. He's got to ace it here, and he does have the time to do this. And actually going all the way around is going to I mean, there's no way VP is expecting him to be in this position.
No, not with the bomb where it is. It's a very long rotate from here, but you can actually see towards Boiler from here, and he's going to get the bit of a glimpse, but Taz was there already. He started to kind of maybe consider that that was an option during that timing. And Taz is, you know, and the Virtus Pro boys are locking it down so far.
It seems like VP maybe a little bit disappointed and frustrated with some of the struggles they've had today. It seems like they just had like a talk in between maps, and they just let everyone off the leash on like an individual level. It's just like, do whatever. I mean, because some of these plays are just, that one from Neo is just very, very surprising. But I mean, they're getting it done. 8-3 right now. So a very good CTF so far. Still time for SK to recover into this, but they're going to be on just pistols. No armor here. Phelps is going to be fast-paced again. He might get caught with a nade out, Neo does, but actually the Molotov, you could see it splitting up these fast pushes. This is very awkward for SK to deal with in Banana.
Yeah, so far, I've got to say, I really like the way Virtus Pro are playing on Banana. I think it's the most pressured, close game. We've seen a lot of teams kind of sitting further back. Now, Snacks is pretty much the only one who can wall bang through this, and Fur's looking for the angle. I can imagine he is. There we go. So, got to be careful now. The Neo well aware, just playing this off quite calmly, but they could get overwhelmed. It's still so dangerous, but they're just doing that.
Yeah, they just win. Snacks just comes around the corner. He's feeling it at the moment. The Tech 9 out. You could see not that round, the round before it, we had seen Phelps turn that corner and just kind of pre-fire that into the smoke right behind that wall. It's because Neo's been there so frequently. He's found that kill a couple times on those eco rounds. So but you can see he kind of has a little bit of a read of where Neo is, but Neo changed his positioning there. So SK, they have 5 AKs, a little bit light on utility. They have plenty of smokes, but it's flashbangs they're missing. They've only got 3 of them on Fur, and Taco has 1. And more nade and utility pressure down mid from Taz, even going for a quick peek, but VP with 3 players and still that jump.
But I prefer this. I prefer having Pasha over by A. I think maybe having the AWP over on that side while they do this sort of play, a little bit safer for him. He can kind of just fall back to pit if he wants to. He can hold an active angle towards Zaps. Totally up to him, and it looks like he's doing that, but he actually gets just picked up straight away. Taco just outdoes him. So now that's a huge issue. Taz is very alone. And now we'll find out if he can keep his cool under pressure if SK do try and pressure the issue, but Azarus... Of course, that's going to hurt for byali, but brilliant for Phelps. That's opened up 2 avenues now. We've got the pick towards A, we've got to pick towards B. Now you've got to pick your poison.
Yeah, and I think Neo has the idea that he wants to at least have control and knowledge of Banana. There it is, right through the smoke. Good timing. They actually already started to cheat Snacks back as well. So Taz, he's in pit, but he's got to hold this off until Snacks can actually get into position. He's going to get aggressive towards mid. There's a smoke here. We've seen a couple smoke kills this round, and what is the play that he wants to make? Looks like he wants to go through that. When is the smoke going to start disappearing? Because there's a timing on how long Snacks can stay here. And SK, it looks like they want to go right at him. An opportunity for Snacks to put this round in VP's favor. He goes for the peek, wins that battle. It's the bomb, but he gets traded off immediately. Taz still in pit, and Neo now on the way over to the A-bomb site.
You can see SK just holding for a second, maybe expecting that refrag peak to come in. It didn't. Taz has to wait for this. Possible presence through apps. Possibly, I'm sure he's going to spot one, takes the fight. 12 bullets now left into the clip. He knows where Taco is. Cold Zera as well, encroaching towards the site. Taz does it all! That's big! And oh my word, Taz! That's a man with, well, let's say a reason to be playing this hard. You know, this guy wants to get on this stage. He's a passionate player. There's no 2 ways to put it. Standing in the way is SK. No slouches, but they are having a tough tournament, but still, big individual play.
Yeah, what a disgusting sequence from Taz. And I mean, he's had a pretty quiet game. He was at 4-4 before that. Taz is a player who, you know, talk about, he doesn't have the greatest skill level of all the other players in the pro scene, but for some reason, this guy, he just has the ability to have massive impact rounds whenever his team needs it. And there's no bigger than when you're essentially in a 1-on-3 at that bomb site. That is a very, very nice round to hold off SK's you know, attempt at a comeback. If that had been the round 4-9, they can actually make this very, very respectable. So a little bit farther away now.
Taz peeking in towards Boiler, you can just about see a glimpse of it as well, and we'll especially show up on the radar. But oh my god, Phelps is having such an endless battle over by B. Eventually burns alive, but by that point, he'd done some great work, taking down 2. He took down the 2 defenders, so first going to be kind of pushed back as well. But for SK, it feels like their money has never got going in this. They've been punished so hard at this point.
And they're at the point now where they just have to buy everything. They just need more rounds on the board. So no matter what happens, I mean, they have the bonus built up, but even without plants, I mean, they just need to buy every single round. So that's why you're seeing some of these Tech 9s, the UMP and coldzera. And it doesn't even look like they want to fall back towards B. Phelps got 2 kills there, so maybe thinking that Virtus.pro rotated more than 1, but they're going to go at this A bomb site, which has 2 players here. Obviously, they can't know that quite yet. This will be interesting. Taz in a great position on balcony. That's a nice shot. Clotheslines coldzera. He's got one more. Taco's going to pressure. And actually doesn't want to come out just yet. There's one more kill.
So
and then
sick.
He's just playing so well. Bialy, he's going to finish things off. But Taz, again, 3 kills for him, shutting down this A bomb site.
And I love what he did with the jump then. He kind of faked the sound of dropping off the balcony towards pit. So they're going to walk up. They're like, oh, he's dropped. Or, you know, they might not just check it instantly out of kind of instinct. And he still just plays it out. So nicely done from Taz.
It's
consistent. It's stuff like that. It was like, I think it was Steel who brought up, I can't remember, Snacks who kind of masked his steps when he used to jump down on Cash. He used to short the floor and just mask the sound of him dropping down. There's small nuanced things that Virtus.pro sometimes does that's just really enjoyable to watch. But no matter what's happening, SK are very much on a kind of breaking point now. 3-11 is not an enjoyable scoreline. They chose the T side bearing in mind. It's not like they came into this not being aware that this could be a possibility, but they've got to pick a couple more up, I feel. Or at least the last one on this half.
And you can see how paranoid Taco is with all the aggression that VP has had early in the round, just spamming corners to see if he can get a fortunate kill. This is going to be fast pace from SK, and they're coming up. More Molotovs out. Taz, he's missing a little bit through the smoke. Now he's got to reload, though. Phelps is a great opportunity, but Taz is blocking it.
Just body blocking him. They can't get out from there. This is insane. He's behind them. Taz on the flank, but it doesn't matter. Pasha is the one to be stopping it on the side. Finally, that position pays off for him. Last time, the timing on the nade was questionable, but a quick slip in towards the graveyard from coldzera will give him respite and allow the other players to play back into this. Now, though, it's a 2v3. Finally, SK have some sort of hold into this, but there's a man, there's a danger, there's a threat, and it's Snacks. If that bomb crosses back over, coldzera might be dead, but it's all about timing, and Snacks takes a swing out. He wanted info towards CT Arch, and Fur finishes it. SK get such a small window of opportunity here.
Smart from SK, though, playing that so patiently with Fur in that position to be able to cut them off, because the bomb was stuck in graveyard, so it didn't have an avenue back into the site. So VP almost come back on that round, but I mean, that ends with some heroics from Taz, and we'll see if he has more. We've got to see heroics from SK, because they're going to be down 4-11 when we start the second half right after the break.
two teams fighting for a chance to stay alive. And can you believe it's Virtus.pro and SK, two names that are just not normally associated with this position, but for a chance to make it out of the groups, for a chance to step onto their stage, if you're Virtus.pro, they've got to win this game. It's the right step for them. And for SK, purely staying alive to make it further.
Yeah, and like you said, SK picked the start on the T side, so whatever plan they had, it didn't work out. Look at this aggression. In the window room, Fur's gonna find that, but Pasha trades off Phelps. So 1 for 1. Fallen's gonna be happy to take this range Glock versus USP. Virtus.pro, they slow things down. Pasha's losing this battle with both Fallen and Fur. So he's got to be a little bit careful. Down at very low HP, but Taz trying to take advantage of the continued pressure down mid. And now Taco even getting some damage into boii, who's lucky to get away. But it's a 3-on-4 scenario in this pistol round.
Yeah, this seems a little shambolic so far, and Fallen giving us a nice display, just claiming the scalp of Neo. But we're into a 4v2. This is almost impossible for Virtus.pro to play out of, especially with this HP so low. And SK still looking for it. And there you go. You don't expect someone to peek out back into it. And you got to feel for Pasha in that one. boii now left in a bit of a tough situation. A comfortable 1v4. Yeah, it's still boii, and they were still peeking in. I was getting a little bit worried there and Fallen, but they keep it together.
Yeah, a critical pistol round for SK game. Because this is where it could get a little bit dicey, because you saw all the different kinds of individual aggression there. Fur peeking in window, Fallen peeking down mid. This is now a situation where SK with backs against the wall, not only, you know, basically this you can almost consider this an elimination match, but as well being down 4-11 after that first half. This is where they really just unleash. This is where they're just saying, you know, individual plays everywhere, just do something. Be very, very proactive, very aggressive. And Virtus.pro is going to have to worry about that moving forward.
And VP having to take a bit of a step back there, because they knew there was going to be nades down mid, nades down banana. It's pretty much standard now. And they can play back in. They do have mollies. They've gone for a big molly purchase here. 3 of them now sitting on that too, having to abscond away from armor. But at this point, I'm wondering what the plan is. Snax making his way around from second mid. Taz starting to eye up that B side of things. And this could be just a nice display, you know, showing nothing, kind of indicating maybe SK consider them to be in T-apps, but coldzera's just peeking the corner. That could encourage Phelps to rotate back if he sees anything. But Virtus.pro are going to start to build up through banana, but they're keeping it quiet.
Keep in mind, this is now, SK's won both pistol rounds. They did win the first half one, and they lost the second round. So they've got to be very, very careful. They cannot afford to lose this second round. They cannot let that repeat happen. No real, they only have flashbangs left as well. 3 flashbangs on Fallen, Phelps, and Fur, so this could be dicey. Smokes come out, here comes the execute, the boost though. Can they stop that? Well, Pasha gets the opening kill. Oh, and he spams right through the smoke, just goes for the guess. And that is heartbreaking. This could be the dagger that ends SK.
Again, how many times do they need to see this round happen to them, SK? This is not what you want to be watching, but Fallen's going to try and pull this one back, but diving out of the way is boii. He's not letting that one go, but Taco does find Pasha. Pasha already inflicting so much damage towards SK. That's got to feel nice, but not nice enough. It's still a 4v3. And Fur's going to try and play back into this one, but time is of the essence. They aren't all that low. Virtus.pro holding on to this one. Fallen getting tagged from the back, but Taco trying to come in to save him, but Nubox dancing back and forward as Taz buying time. And the time is one thing SK do not have at this moment, and well, they know it. Look at it. Taco's 4 HP, and they hold on. Neo shuts the book on that round, but what a bit of a play instantly from Pasha there. Those 2 kills at the start made this happen.
Yeah, this is critical. Why not just go for this shot? You can see, he didn't even see him before he pre-aimed that corner, so he sees him at the end when he eventually turns it, but great 2 kills. But more importantly, what wins that round for VP, just the utility purchase out of them. Not only the smoke, obviously, which you need, to be able to cross, and then also one for coffins, but it's the Molotov that they have that they really hold for post-plant, throwing that out towards construction into the garden area just to delay even longer. That's what makes that such a dicey retake for SK. And again, that's just crushing. Both pistol rounds won, both second rounds lost. You're not going to win a whole lot of games at this level in that kind of a scenario.
SK know that. Well and truly aware by this point. For coldzera looking for any chance. Nice shot towards Pasha, but a nice shot doesn't quite equate to a game win. They can still pick up the rifle. That falls back to another player on towards Virtus.pro. Just upgrade that. And Snax just turns around at the right time.
That's just the kind of game it's been for SK.
Yeah. And the irony being, speaking to a couple of players, I think it was speaking to Keo just on the way into the event today, yeah. And they were saying, during practice, SK had everything on their side. You get that crazy timing, everything works in their favor, always stacking out the right side. So during the practice leading up to the event, it was all theirs. Now it feels like, okay, VP's taking a little bit of that. So it works out. Of course, this round is what it is anyway, but still, it's how it feels to you as a player. It's like, really? That's what's going to happen? Fur, though, left in the 1v3. The bomb's going to go down. Virtus.pro have this round in the bag.
Yeah, there's no real chance for Fur. And I mean, I think he should just be content at a certain point to just keep this UMP. Be able to drop the Deagle over to coldzera maybe next round and have that UMP for himself. Will be interesting to see what they decide to do if they feel like their backs are against the wall already. If maybe I imagine they're going to be buying up into the next round. That's where the UMP can also get dropped over to Phelps. He's a little bit low on cash at the moment, so drop that over. We know it's obviously a very serviceable weapon. We've seen how ridiculous it can be at times.
Yeah, and we've seen the dashes of aggression can certainly allow you to get back into these games. I think from Neo just pushing in towards apps as well. You can make it happen on the CT side. I'm not too worried about that. I think SK can certainly turn those rounds back into their favor, but at the moment, it's few and far between for them. They've got 5 rounds on the board, and they need a hell of a lot more. So, let's see what buy they can actually pull together. There's that UMP, yeah, over towards Phelps. Pretty much standard. Fur gets at least a decent buy, and Fallen, what are you going to go for?
It's such a small thing to just save that UMP. Like, sometimes you think, you have a UMP in a 1-on-3, you're going to be buying next round, why not go for kills, see if you can get some bonus money. But being able to drop that over to Phelps and look at the utility he has, because you don't have to invest in like a Deagle or anything like that. He's got everything he needs. Nades coming out. Pasha eats a lot of it, down to 39. So good chip damage done from SK to start this round off.
Yeah, but SK instantly falling back to site. You can see a big difference in how they're playing this one out in
Yeah.
comparison to Virtus Pro. And I don't blame them. Everyone's got their own style of approach. You're going to see the switch over. Pasha takes the UMP, and there comes out the rifle. So that's fine. Why not? Might as well kind of spread the wealth and try and keep the healthiest players with the biggest chance to make something happen. But SK sitting very passive. Taco's already in towards Graveyard. Fallen holding the kind of off angle on, I can imagine, App's balcony. coldzera and Phelps right at the back as well.
The one thing this kind of setup doesn't do for SK, and the big advantage that Virtus Pro had with their aggression, is you can see a lot of times in the mid-round, that's when Neo got a little bit aggressive, tried to clear out Banana. Taco taking a lot, and Bialy's going to finish off that kill. He's going to get chased down, though. Fallen. Oh, he's not going to be able to find it anymore, but if you're playing this passively in the B bomb site, you can see both players, even though they've lost Taco, they stay there because they don't have the information. They don't know if they can rotate. They don't know if they can cheat one over. So that's something that Virtus Pro had that SK just doesn't at the moment.
And you can see the smokes going up as well. One smoke towards CT kind of draws out SK to have to utilize the rest of theirs. So they're running really low on everything at this point. It's going to come down to basically Fallen or Fur. Can you actually land these shots? If they go for this hit right about now, yeah, Fur's actually coming over towards B. They're really believing in this. No information is selling them a complete kipper. Fur's now going to pull himself back because they're starting to think, well, no one's actually pushed. We've seen no one here. There's something going on. 20 seconds, though, is dangerous. Things can go wrong in these sort of moments, and Fur might be just in charge of this. There we go. The molly comes in, but it's too little, too late, and the bomb goes down. 15 seconds, that's got to be recovered. Fur and coldzera are there. Pasha denies the rotate, but no, Phelps break through. 10 seconds now. Timing is everything. Snacks dashes towards the site. Bomb is down, but Bialy has to cover him off, ensure that no one came through that smoke, and he does just that.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough. Bialy at low HP. Snacks is going to be after one that makes the play. Bialy's going to try and use some clever positioning inside pit to be effective.
Snacks on the verge of this one. He's going to see the shadow. He knows coldzera is there. That's now down to an even situation, 2v2. Bialy just holding onto the angle, leaving Snacks to play it all. Snacks has the freedom and the control by Bialy. Swings out. Snacks can't do it, though. And now time is ticking against SK. They need to get moving. No kit on the last 2. And Bialy finds Fur. This is down to Bialy against Phelps. The new man standing for SK. Up against the classic Bialy. And he does not let it slip. 3 big kills. Snacks as well controlling the situation. And SK are broken.
Yeah, huge from Bialy that he's able to win that beautiful snapshot onto that player on Haycart. That was very, very nice. Bialy, I mean, it had to be perfect. He didn't have the HP to survive those fights. So this was nice, and you could see, I mean, because the time is dwindling down, Taz just tries to jump across, and he just tries to get to the site. But, I mean, first sticking around, I think he actually got caught on the chair when he's trying to fall away, so that helps him out a little bit. But desperation certainly now for SK. The Deagles are out. Fur taking the off angle towards alt mid. There's a time limit on how long he can hold that, so he's got to fall away or else he's just a free kill down towards middle. But SK, they need a miracle. They need some kind of a massive individual play, and it could be Phelps here, coming through the Molotov. There it is, double kill. Taz and Neo a little bit over-aggressive through the flames.
There's the punishment. Nade comes through. Pasha gonna get outdone here. Again, nice work between the two of them there on Banana. coldzera and Phelps finding a nice bit of chemistry to work from. And Snacks and Bialy going to find this tough. They've still got 2 players to find towards CT Arch, just pairing up. I actually like this approach from SK, not allowing individual kills to fall back without at least a little bit of information or a possibility for a trade, and then just going to leave those players over by the bomb. They know they've got that under wraps.
Still a chance here for Virtus Pro to pull this one back. Obviously, with the AK-47s, it's going to be nice, but look, I mean, look at the utility. 2 Molotovs they have. They have 2 smokes as well. So, I mean, they can actually isolate Phelps with the Molotov, with the smoke, whatever they decide to do. If they just drop one of those 2 things in that choke point towards the bomb site, There's one, and here's the second. So they're going to come right through it. That's going to lure him into the Ollie's crosshairs. Oh, the transfer. That's so nice. And the Molotov as well. 35 seconds, and Virtus.pro know more than likely SK is probably stacking the bomb, but they're not going to be ready. Why have they turned around? Snack's not prepared for that whatsoever. And Fur and Taco, each with 1 kill. They salvage it, so SK still alive here.
Taco and Fur with the dagger in the back. That was massive from those Deagles to come into that moment. That could have been just switched in a second, but the money's a little bit shambolic from Virtus.pro. But even in that round, I think it was Phelps who adjusted to sit on the other side of that new little piece of wall rather than at the back over by the sandbag, so he wouldn't be mollied out. Just really nice small adjustments. We have a couple of hero rifles coming out from VP, I guess equaling out the money more than anything. Neo with nothing, Pasha with nothing, and Fur, you've got to be a little careful here. They could be caught out.
This is going to be really awkward, because Fur has so much information, obviously, and Virtus.pro took so long to buy. They might just be so confused. Taz isn't even checking that. This is the shot, though. Had a chance to recover. Nice trade from Pasha, but he's lost a lot of health, and that's going to allow Phelps to trade it. I mean, this is a really disorganized round from VP, so, I mean, it'd be surprising if they can get back into this with all the information and control that SK just had.
But look at who they've got left alive. They've still got 3 alive. They've got 4 rifles, full armor. You know, some utilities to play with, full smokes on all 3. If they can somehow pull it back, but they have no control over the map, really, barring Snacks working his way in towards this, so they still have to check everything. There's still a lot to do here, but 3 players for SK already over by A. They're well aware this is probably the possibility. Phelps is having a good look down towards Banana, so he knows that no one's there at the moment, but has to be cautious. He's still just peeking the corner, fallen. There you go, we've got to find Bialy, and there's no trade back. There's nothing available for them here. And Virtus.pro might have left a little bit of a window into this round that's just been kind of smashed through by SK, but Snacks is having a bit of a walk here, and how has he made it this far? Taco, I think, considers this could be an option, and now it certainly is. Snacks going to back away a little bit, put out the smoke and wait for support. He's got now Neo with him. Neo's going to push right through the smoke, and coldzera doesn't expect it, but he controls it well. 33 seconds, and not a hope in the world in the end for Virtus.pro there.
Small detail, not the biggest thing. coldzera spraying through the smoke leaves himself 11 bullets to play with if someone does come through that smoke, so that's pretty smart. If I'm Virtus.pro, I'm either taking a timeout this round or the next round and the next buy. Just because basically this whole game, Virtus.pro has this massive lead. They've controlled the economy this whole time. We've seen a lot of really, really beat up buys by SK on both halves of the map. And then Virtus.pro, they just lost a round of forced buy up with pistols, with Deagles and CZs that SK had. They lose that. The next round, they're very, very late getting out of T-spawn. It was very disorganized, like they didn't have a plan set up. And that allows SK to push all the way down mid and be able to punish him for it. So now you go into this moving forward because SK's established their economy, where you just make sure everyone's on the same page. Make sure you have the idea of what you want to do moving forward. This is one of the very few times we've had to see Virtus.pro going up against an SK that has the economic advantage.
And we know this map lends to it so nicely. Once you get that stopping power, you can put down the early mollies. You could do the molly down Banana, you can do the deep nades towards mid, you have smokes for days, you can do whatever you want. It becomes so much more viable to stop the aggressive Virtus.pro if they go for it. But we'll see. We'll see if this can actually happen.
I mean, also, you just don't want SK themselves to gain momentum as players, as a team. I mean, this is where it gets dicey. Fallen's got his AWP. We know how prolific he can be with that and how mobile he can be. He can have success with that weapon in so many different kinds of situations. So having that in the defense allows SK to diversify a lot of the looks that they give VP.
There we go. So smoke goes down from coldzera. He's going to put that one out. Just kind of sits a little bit deeper on Bananas. They're going to play it a little bit further down. Want to keep some information falling. We knew that they were sitting back incredibly passively not too many rounds ago, sitting towards Dark, sitting towards Coils, giving up complete control. But this round, Virtus.pro are massively working their way through second mid. You've already got Pasha. Everyone else kind of lining up. They can do a nice smoke hit if they fancy it. Maybe they feel that's the next question, or at least the answer they have to SK's questions at the moment. And here we go. Let's see how these smokes go down. Fallen's quite far ahead, though. So is Fur. They're playing pretty close by here. So at the moment, Fur's been a bit of a monster too. Let's keep that in mind. He's not letting this one go for free. Smoke's coming over. He's going to see those. The call comes out. But where's the hit from VP? The slow build through abs. This is a lovely constructed hit. No smoke to put that out, though, so they just have to wait for this one. And Taco is there in Graveyard. Smoke to follow. Time is being bought here.
Yeah, this is perfect defense from Taco. He's delaying him so much. No one's up mid just yet. There's Taco with 1 kill, just spraying through. Fur with another. Taco with the second. He's holding so strong. Pasha finally has some kind of an answer, but Fallen's still on the bomb site, and Taco's still just a monster in Graveyard. He is knocking them all down as they come into his crosshair. And Snacks, I mean, he just can't do anything. He's seen his teammates just die through the smoke. So beautiful round from Taco. Oh, nice taps there at the end as well.
Sexy.
4 kills for him.
That was pretty nice. Because we've seen players from Pit really finding nice angles to play with now. It's nice seeing Graveyard being utilized too. A couple of changes, obviously, the new map, but these are looking like danger days now for Virtus.pro. They're sat on 14 rounds, but it's like you're looking at SK, who completely controlled that hit, completely denied it.
This is where you can get really caught off as a team if you're Virtus.pro, if you're ever in a situation like the one where they're up, what, 14-5 at one point, 14-6 before SK starts stringing 3 together. And it still feels like you have such a good lead even at 14-9, but this is going to dwindle very, very quickly. SK can close this gap, you know, and Virtus.pro might not even be expecting it.
1 minute, 32 seconds. Virtus.pro working up banana, but we've seen the smoke coming out. khaled puts that one down at the start, all the way back. Gonna fall back himself then. And I guess it's just kind of different schools of thought as to how they're playing it. Very, very different to the Neo approach from not too many rounds ago now, but khaled just holding the corner down. Maybe expecting a little bit of a contact piece, but we'll see what Phelps can do. He's going to drop down the molly. That's going to kind of split these guys up, actually. 2 push forward, 3 can't help. This is now a problem, but they do get 1 down. Pasha finding khaled opens up a chance, but Fur is quick on the rotate. He's going to do what he can to help out, and Phelps is holding on for his dear life, and that molly is just not that close. Somehow it doesn't get him, and boii will push him out. boii actually wants to kill Pasha too, so why not make it a closer round? And Neo's going to sit towards pit, so he's going to try and find a little position here. Gets himself an AK. Does have armor too, so that's pretty nice for him, but instantly Fur wants in, and he's going to get it. Neo goes down. boii though, how is he still alive, and how is he doing this? Now there's no mollies, now there's nothing to push him out the corner. There it is, it does come through in the end. Already thrown from Fallen, instantly wanting to get that one going. But expensive rounds are coming in now, but it's still around the board for SK. Another bit of momentum falls into their pocket.
Yeah, they've got 4 players after that round, and that's over 10K, so I don't think that's going to matter too much. And here's the pause from Virtus.pro. And these past 2 rounds, this is just why, if you're VP, I think the timeout should have come out a little bit earlier, but this is just what, you know, the economy allows. Both of these rounds that have been won by SK, these previous 2, are all based off the mollies they have. The previous round is Taco over towards Hall. He throws the Molotov to slow it down once the smokes come over. He throws the smoke up after that, gets a couple free kills when they come through. This round, it's the first Molotov to split that B hit with the Tech 9. Only 2 players from VP could get in, and then all the Molotovs at the end once SK has rotated over to flush them out of positions. I mean, it's so nice to have that kind of a luxury, and it's what Virtus.pro had during the whole first half, and now they no longer have it on this side. So this is going to be very, very dangerous. We'll have to see what kind of a plan they have. They do switch things up. They put an op in Pasha's hands, so they can slow down a little bit if they want to try and give him time to find some kind of a pick. I don't think we'll see another kind of set piece the way we saw previously outside of the A though.
No, it didn't seem to work out all that well.
I mean, they did rotate everyone through the halls to like the most narrow choke point, right?
Yeah, it's I like the theory's fine if there's no opponents on the map, right? 3 out through balcony, 2 through boiler. Yeah. But there's a problem when you don't draw the utility away from the other side. But we'll see.
I mean, 1 Molotov just stops that in its tracks, so that was a bit rough.
Very rough. And that's, maybe SK is going to throw a bit of a curveball too. It's a dangerous game for them. They don't want to give anything up. They're still, you know, on the verge of getting Virtus.pro to match point. So for them, it's still incredibly pressured. Let's take nothing away from that. 1 slip and you're in trouble. But at the moment, they've used a lot of their utility pretty early on here. Let's bear that in mind as well. They're down to molly, couple of flashes, 1 smoke. So Virtus.pro have everything now to build into this, and there won't be as much stopping power. Oh, no. That's not good.
Good heavens.
That's the slow smoke. You're just like, please don't let them be watching me. That's the one time you just don't want anyone to be watching you. But a bit of an issue now does start to come through. There's still smokes available for Virtus.pro, but no one in Snax's position. He can't isolate anyone towards Diggity, and they already have 4 players here for SK as well.
So here comes the push. Molotov again to make boii back off, and Snax can find nothing. I think at this point he just turns into a lurker, perhaps. But actually, he's going to jump out and just join up with his teammates, it looks like. Nope, he's going to a little bit more of a distraction towards mid. There's 4 players here from SK, so if they don't get this read quickly, it does look like it's coming in. Fur's on the rotate now, but I think it's a little bit too late. They're already executing. Now he's got to get on his horse, but again, only flashbangs. No more Molotovs, no more smokes for SK. This is going to be tough. That flashbang is perfect, though, but khaled, he's got to come out. Taz isn't looking that way whatsoever. Good trade, but Fur is already going to be here. He's going to be blocked off by smoke, but at least he's got good position.
Yeah, and Snax is early to be watching Banana as well, so the flank should be denied. Neo just playing into it, and Pasha's got the angle as well to follow up. Fallen does fall, and now it's a 4v2, make it a 4v1. Virtus.pro might be on the verge of closing down that little bit of a comeback SK were building, and there it is. Pasha to seal the deal in the end, and it's 15-10. 1 more round stands between these 2. SK having a bit of a disastrous start into this tournament, let's be very honest here, and Virtus.pro building back in. This is the win they needed, and they might have just found a good answer towards it.
Yeah, that's a very nice find. It's a decent amount of pressure put on that 8 bomb site, and I mean, SK gets lured into keeping a 4th man there for so long. Fur just wasn't back to the B bomb site in time. On top of that as well, because of that pressure, SK used, I mean, I'm just going to keep harping on it, the utility. They used a lot of their nades in that round. Virtus.pro pulled a lot of the Molotovs away, so when that B hit comes in, there were only 3 flashbangs against, you know, a couple Molotovs, couple smokes in the flashbangs of Virtus.pro themselves, so you just had a massive disadvantage and an easy entry into the B bomb site.
There we go. Snacks. Quick pick up towards Fallen. That's not what you want. That's a huge problem. They've already put 3 players over towards B, but Ready Virtus Pro are looking pretty committed, but they actually don't commit the bomb. They're going to pull this one away. Pash is still doing work, though. Phelps having a bit of a mare there. coldzera still showing presence, so this might keep that bomb over by B, and it has. 1 minute and 10 left. 3 players stand for SK, and they need to stand tall.
Well, Fur's in a great position to stop him. Taz jumping over. Now they know there's one on the boost, and Bialy's spraying at it, but he's already gone. 2 players still here. Cold with the AWP, and Fur with the M4. But the bomb is going to get planted. It's going to be a 3-on-3 retake. And there's a nice shot. coldzera needed that one. Jumping in the air. Is Pasha going to go for this peek? Does he want to duel it? No, he knows coldzera likely has the angle already.
Yeah, Neo trying to play into this. Oh, God. Pasha, please don't. Please don't do it. Just, okay, he's going to choose his angle and just commit to it. Chooses one side, actually picks up Bird, trying to just jiggle peek the corner, and now he has a little bit of a go towards coldzera. A dangerous game you're playing, and that's why. And now it's Neo in a 1v2. Lovely positioning, but still dangerous times ahead. Taco, unaware, unsure of a Fallen, holds on towards it. He's got the kit, and I think he does indeed have the defuse. That last shot, though, I'm curious how he adjusted so quickly off that.
Yeah, he got off that bomb very, very quick, very fast. Nice round from VP, not able to hold it off. Good retake. Cold with an incredible performance. That duel between him and Pasha with the AWP, like the shoulder peeks to bait out each other's shots, and eventually just Cold comes in for the win. That's one of those clutches where you feel like Neo has that, but great job adjusting from coldzera. 11-15 now, and VP has actually decent money because the round they won previously, they kept 3 players alive, but they just want to be safe with it. They don't want to spend too much in this round. They want to make sure they have a very, very solid buy. Fallen's going to continue this fight, and he's going to win a second one, but not the third. Tech9 at that range is the victor. I hate saying that.
I know. I think we're all in the same mentality. But Phelps is playing a dangerous game here as well. He's got to be careful. Pasha's very much on the jump off, but doesn't get it done. We know what these pistols can do, but this round has been denied by SK. So pulling themselves back into, I guess, the momentum driver's seat at this point. At least getting a nice padded round out, keeping hold of this. That round from coldzera going to be sat fresh in the back of their mind, so feeling good about that one. But still, there's a good couple of rounds in between this, and Virtus Pro still on that verge, still able to close this down with 1 round. It just depends. Can they grind it out? Can they actually close this one out?
Yeah, I mean, one of the next 3, obviously. The one thing they're missing in this, perhaps, is, I mean, the 1 round they won recently, that 1 round in a sea of SK, it's been a 7-1 run for SK Gaming, was when Pasha had an AWP, and they don't have that this round, so they're going to have to adjust. And it wasn't like he was like opening everything up, but he did play a critical part in watching certain angles and protecting his teammates as they went in. So without that tool, they've got to find a win the old-fashioned way with just the AK-47s, 1 UMP on Snacks. Guaranteed that's the difference maker. Well, the Fallen's got 1, so maybe it's neutralized.
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
Yeah, definitely how it works.
But we'll find out. We'll keep eyes on the UMPs. That's the big play, obviously. But Virtus Pro still have a hell of a lot of mollies to put down onto this one. It looks like, mate, are they going to go for that same hit towards A? Play out a boiler? I'm kind of not sure. There's no mollies to stop them this time, so I guess that's something. But it looks not all that committed to. If you look at Bialy, Neo, and Snacks, of course, that looks like it's the game plan. But then where Taz and Pasha are, there's still no massive kind of commitment towards this hit. So they could rotate up depending on what they get, I guess, at this point. You've got Taco and Fallen playing very close by Diggity, so Fallen can just see just by the corner of it. You don't show too much, and there it is, the UMP being the deciding factor of that one. And now Neo just kind of lingers in, looking for a chance here, but Snacks is already out, and I don't think they know this, and there we go. The other UMP finds it's like, all right, I'll take yours, no worries. But this just spurs Virtus Pro to try and test that B site, and that's a big pickup. Taz finding Phelps encourages them more, but there's still 1 man in their way, and it's coldzera, and he needs to give them hell into this round. He's already going to start doing that. Pasha goes down. He's got to expect maybe one down towards the side. He doesn't see the foot, though. Taz is close, but he gets the man behind him. coldzera gives Virtus Pro hell, and they hold on to another round.
That's the kind of heroics that SK needs. What a brilliant round from Cold. The AWP, you could see Virtus Pro just a little bit scared to peek that. And I mean, you could see that's what VP wanted to patient. That's why that's what they wanted to punish. You could see them being spread out across the map, not really committing anywhere. So you didn't really have an idea of where their end game was. But just that 1 kill from Snacks in pit, that's what forces someone from SK to push out B, maybe to get a quick flank, maybe to get a good read. But Virtus Pro is able to punish that. They're just not expecting coldzera to still be there. Nicely done, and again, I mean, he's going to farm up a lot of money. It's not going to matter too much late into this, and actually only gets 1 kill. I think he's just surprised at how far back Virtus Pro might be.
Yeah, they have been taking their time, to be fair. All of these rounds have just been kind of slowly working through, just trying to avoid the early damage, so...
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that this round, again, I mean, you would have imagined maybe it's like one of those... Ooh, that's nice, jumping over the shot.
Can we talk about this? It's a 2v2 now, and an AWP did fall into Pasha's hands. I got a little nervous, but bialy doesn't have the bomb. I don't know where he thinks he's going. Maybe just trying to offset the pace, maybe just keep... Oh my god, Fallen goes down, no way! This is not how the game gets defined. Thank you, Taco. Jesus Christ.
That was a scattered round.
What is that? Yeah, please pause just so my heart rate can just, you know, chill out a little bit here. And it is a tactical one from Virtus Pro, so they're down to that final chance in regular time now.
Inferno delivering again.
I love Inferno.
Yeah.
It's such a good map.
I mean, what do you do now if you're VP? Because you've tried the set, executed A, you've tried to kind of probe and throw a little bit of a fake towards the B bomb site. Neither of those have worked. I mean, this is just crazy to think about. I mean, the only rounds that VP have won have been they win the second round and the 2 following rounds after that. It's been SK ever since. I mean, you think that first round that got him started on this streak, it was what, 14-6 or 14-5 is the Deagle and CZ purchase.
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now.
Yeah.
It really does. It almost feels like a different game, but 15-14 at this point. SK can get the double AWPs out. We haven't really seen coldzera on the bar in the round that he kind of picked it up and played pretty darn well with it. There's no questioning that. But it's been Fallen generally playing it out. But coldzera can be on that one. Fallen as well. We do have Pasha being able to afford one. I guess that's one big benefit here. The round they did win, he had a huge impact. But it's do or die time in regular time for Virtus Pro now, and this is redemption for SK. It was looking like a bit of a beatdown, but they've come back into it, showing that, okay, maybe Inferno is now a dangerous map for both of these teams. This is going to put everyone else on notice as well. And VP, what do you have for us? Can you close out the game, or can SK keep their cool now?
Oh, that's the scary part. Is this double op setup actually going to catch Virtus Pro off guard? Pasha has his towards the B bomb site. There hasn't been too much aggression for SK down Banana. A couple rounds they've decided to smoke something deep and kind of peer down just a bit, but not too frequently. The other op is in Fallen's hands, and that's an ult mid. And he's playing with Fur with the M4, so Pasha's still not able to see anything. I mean, that's kind of thing. You can see him like almost trying to punish the playstyle that they had at the B bomb site for their entire half. So SK hasn't been playing it that way this entire half.
So Taco uses Molly. That now means that, okay, Virtus Pro have the advantage in utility. They can now make their play. They've drawn everything out. What are they going to do? Okay, so this looks like they're going to throw everything towards that A site. But Neo's already going over towards B, so I don't think this is that full commitment. First being sold a Kipper here, as is Fallen, as is Taco, but they still need to sacrifice someone or make a play happen, but Fur and Taco are doing the work.
Oh,
what?
no.
Fallen finds Fur? No, that's not what you want. Fallen now keeping eyes towards short, waiting for that push up through Diggity, but having to be careful of CT Arch 2. Taco is still on patrol. He knows he's a beast in this position, and this could be the unraveling. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Virtus Pro building up slowly. Hold it down, though, waiting for the chance to strike, and Taco falls. Neo's done it. 2 big kills come in. A now under wraps. Phelps a little ahead of coldzera, just runs into it. Do not feed the beast, because Neo is looking like he means business, and it's coldzera 1v4 after plant situation. He's got a kit, but I don't think he's got a hope in hell at this point, but maybe he can define something here.
Nice first shot, plenty more to go, and actually you can see VP, they're quick to just hide into cover. The op cannot clear all these out quick enough, and Cold, he's just hoping for some kind of shot to land. Trusty Neo comes out with the big plays at the end. VP got stopped for that entire half, and you can see, I mean, they win, but they're not happy. There's still a road to go for them if they want to get it out of the group stage at all, but SK certainly tested them. They almost let that slip away.
These are the sort of games that will define the rest of this tournament, bearing in mind these two teams were having an incredibly tough time through the group stage. I don't know how they're going to fight their way out of this one, but for SK, that's got to be heartbreaking, and for Virtus Pro, it's maybe a small breath of relief.
Yeah, the tough part for if you're an SK or if you're an SK fan is the fact that you no longer, you have to rely on other teams to lose.
It's going to be a rocky road now for SK. For Virtus Pro, it's a window of opportunity, and a small window at that. We'll see how this one unfolds into the rest of the tournament and the rest of this group stage.
Virtus.pro fans around the world sigh a huge sigh of relief. Can't say the same for SK, as that goes all the way. Inferno definitely was exactly what we wanted. Some world-class Counter-Strike and some messy stuff as well in the mix. Gentlemen, we have witnessed Virtus.pro surviving, SK potentially falling. The only way that they can now continue and make
it shows nerves to an extent, you know, and to see it on a guy like Fallen, who is the in-game leader of the team and is supposed to be the most composed person, I think it tells you the state of the team, right? But you look at how the round was going, I don't think that makes too big of a difference, because VP was already executing through quad, and only Taco was there. So at that point, how much can, I think it was Fur, the player that was killed, how much can Fur contribute with 20 HP? I don't really think all that much. They needed like utility. They needed to flash Taco in, and that's why that graveyard position is tricky, because that's like, if they know you're there, you have nothing you can do. You can just try for a peek, but you could see he was trying to get a good timing to peek, but he just died.
He did indeed. Virtus.pro, after hitting a bit of a wall, Natu, actually, on their T side, unable to find a way in through the defensive line of the Brazilians.
Quite similar to Inferno as we've had in the past in their older version, right? I mean, there was a lot of rounds that were close, but then it's just getting that final push in is where the hard part is. I think we're going to go through the second round of the second half, though.
We have the stat as well. It's like, it says the story of this game.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, lose both second rounds of halves. I mean, you're not going to win games like that, are you? Even when you get as close as SK did, right?
Especially against a team like VP.
Yeah, exactly. So
well, I mean, you can feel free to. We got something to break down.
We have. It's one of the two rounds. It's actually the second round of the second half. So you can, as you can tell, SK won pistol. You can start playing out the clip for a little bit.
I can point out something before you start.
Okay.
It's the fact that we have SK not contesting Banana at all in the beginning of the round. It was something that back in the day, my teams we had a rule that you should contest Banana in second rounds, because a lot of teams would force buy with a lot of nades, up here to tech knives, because they were as good as they are, and they would execute heavily to B. And it's really, really hard and claustrophobic to hold that bomb site when that happens.
When you say contest, does they do a couple of HEs and a Molotov count?
Yep.
The thing is, you can also see that SK is a team that has 5 SMGs, so they sacrifice equipment to get utility, basically. The problem here is, okay, it's harder to get deep banana control, so you let that go, but you can't afford to play passive inside the site as well. They will have the boost up here, and the second player will go towards the coffin. And at that point, if the Ts use their utility correctly, they can basically make their way all the way towards the bomb site. And honestly, I hate this boost spot at this point, because it just, everyone expects it by now, right?
Pre-fire territory.
You can see that Pasha pre-fired, I think it was Phelps, who was on that position, and just got a free kill. So you can now play the rest of it out to see how the round actually played out. VP uses their utility very, very well. You can see the smokes falling, the flashes and everything, and you can see that Pasha gets the first kill, and after that, just blind pre-fire on the second guy. The problem with this is you want to have crossfires in the site. You want to use your counter flashes, because if you just allow the Tech 9s to run in as a group, doesn't matter like which gun you have. Even if they had M4s, I think they lose this round, maybe get an extra kill or something like that. And obviously seeing the stat, how they lost both second rounds, which led to 6 rounds in turn for VP, I think it's obvious that this is the main reason why SK ended up losing the game.
Yeah, despite being close, couldn't quite find the ways, and that's a perfect example of those small margins you always talk about, Yanko. Boost perhaps becoming a little too predictable at this point of competitive Inferno. Just your closing thoughts, Natu, as we do see SK, you know, 2-time back-to-back major champions.
And the second finalist.
And the second finalist. A team that has struggled to not make it to the top 3, if not top 4, in almost every tournament. Well, hang on, you had it perfectly for me, but it was like the last 4, they have made top 3 almost every time, if not 4th place. It's been pretty brutal. And now they could very well be eliminated in the group stages here in Katowice. We are going to take a break. Before we do so, Taco himself spoke to the Score Esports and regarded VP as their final boss. That's how SK sees them, and it does seem like they were unable to beat their final boss here today in Katowice. The second day continues, though, after the break. More Counter-Strike on its way. Do stay tuned, as we still have to get 3 teams locked in for those playoffs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again here to the B stream for the IEM Katowice group stages. Group B continues its chaotic play, and as we get into our next match here, it's going to be Na'Vi versus Heroic. This one going on to Overpass, of course. Na'Vi down at a 2-1 record. Heroic unfortunately sinking down a little bit here, but there's still room for them to try and recover now, especially if they can take a victory off of one of the big teams like Na'Vi. Metas is still with me. Metas, let's talk a little bit about going into this match now.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much summarized it really well, but both teams still have every opportunity to qualify and get through to the last 3 teams. I think now that VP are back onto winning ways, they've just won 2 in a row. They just knocked down SK. It was a lot more labor than they were hoping for. I think at one point it was like 14-4, but they narrowly won 16-14 on the end of Inferno. That it does open this up nicely, and Heroic could potentially get themselves through. They already have wins today, and so do Na'Vi. So I think, is it mathematically impossible now for SK to qualify, or is it still possible? Because I'm not entirely sure. I know they're 1-3, but if they go 2-3, is there a way they could be a tie for like 3rd place?
I don't think that would be. I think that involves. I don't know. That's way too complicated to figure out for a quick reply. Unfortunately, I need like a good 3 minutes to figure that out for you.
Yeah, that's the nature of the group though. Like in Group A, we had Optic that obviously went 0-5. And Nip went 0-4 until the very end. So we had a pretty solid idea that both of those were eliminated, and it was easier for us to figure out sort of like who would be the other team that would be knocked out, which ended up being Fnatic. But in this group, because it's been just so hectic and so many mad results have been coming out, it's really hard to say. But yeah, what we do know is both Heroic and
Esports takes you inside the ropes with the biggest players in every major event with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Get all the non-stop action wherever you are, on your desktop or on the go, we've got you covered. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO. Check it out now.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL One is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
It's a battle of North versus North. That's right, North American Cloud9 stand versus the Danes here, as we do wait to see who will get a third win on the board. They stand level at this point in time, but after the next map, just one team will join Navi at the top of the table, currently here in Group B. In our last day of the group stages before the Spodek Arena, which we fortunately are already in, is filled with fans. I say we, Chad is joining me, Yanko here too. Big smiles on their faces, as you can see. They're incredibly excited for this next one. You are just so damn cheerful, Chad. Why are you so excited about Cloud9 North?
Oh, you've really put me on the spot here.
That's
I
right.
haven't prepared for this one at all. No, so why am I excited about this matchup?
Yes.
I think the map pool is very interesting. They seem to share a very similar map pool. I also am liking what I'm seeing out of Cloud9. We're seeing the Cloud9 that did really well in Brazil. So that's a good thing going forward. Automatic playing some good Counter-Strike, Stewie as well. Going into North, who have only had success on one map here so far. I think they've won Cobble twice and lost Nuke once.
Damn.
And Cloud9 have also had success on Cobble. So if they do get to that map, which I guess we'll find out shortly, it'll be a very interesting matchup.
I think interesting is probably the correct word when you look at Cloud9 and their run so far. I don't think anybody would have expected to be 2 games away from finishing, and we see Navi, Cloud9 and North as the 3 looking to go ahead and pick up those playoff spots, Yanko.
Well, this is basically the opposite of what we had in the SKVP game, right? Whoever loses that game is probably out of the tournament. Whoever wins this game is probably in the playoffs. So obviously a lot on stake as well. I agree with Chad. I think they share a map pool, so I don't think these teams would have expected them to battle each other for a spot in the playoffs, right? When you look at it. So for both of them, it's going to be like, okay, this is our best chance to secure a playoff spot.
Yeah, their best chance, no doubt, and one of the best opportunities for Cloud9 to find success, one of the best linchpins to that success, could very well be automatic. The stats guys here at ESL have actually identified a very interesting, not anomaly, but an identified automatic as their strength of Cloud9. 100 ADR across the board. That's consistent across all 3 maps, which is very impressive as an average.
Did you know, Alex, that in Automatic's alias, he has his name? Tim.
God damn. Why is everyone bullying me for only just realizing this? Like, I just thought he was being like a cool, like, hipster, like, I can spell words differently. Look at me.
Listen, not everyone's a hipster like you, Alex.
A hipster? I'm wearing a purple jacket. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, vetoes are ready. Let's start doing that, and I'll start growing my beard out a little bit on my single-speed bicycle. Train, though, has been immediately banned by North, and we've actually got a good view of these ones. I'll let Chad and Jenko just break these ones down.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Train, I mean, Cash as well. They're just going, so we can go all the way.
Oh, yeah?
Let's see what's the map.
Dissect
I like
them.
going all the way.
All the way.
Cobblestone.
Double rainbow all the way. You see again, Cloud9 did have Nuke available to them.
Yeah, but they didn't want to play it against North. North, a much better Nuke team than SK, despite losing to Heroic in their opening match. So Chad was mentioning Cobble. I think this is going to make for a great game, although North just came off of a win against Navi.
Right, and that's what's interesting here, Chad.
With this veto, something that is very interesting to me, I get off on the vetoes. It's very interesting to me.
Simple man.
The fact that Cloud9, I don't know if this is Valens being behind them, actually inspiring some brains to be used in the veto phase.
Oh, okay.
But
nice.
leaving Nuke in, I know we saw them play it and they've obviously practiced it, but before it would be their first ban all the time. You can still play a veto phase. They know right now that North is a good Nuke team, but still left it into the last 2 maps. So they give themselves an advantage in the veto when you do things like that, and you can actually play around with it. So that's a good sign. It's a positive sign. But in terms of the matchup itself on Cobble, I think Skadoodle for me, I know we harp on about him a lot, but being a passive AWPer on that B side, or like he used to be, and now swinging over to A, I think this is where the impact is for Cloud9 on Cobble. He has much more impact on the map now. I feel that he's taking more risks, he's being more aggressive, and he's someone to look out for in this game.
And something else to look out for is the fact that these guys just don't meet all too often. Looking at the last time these matchups have faced it, we're looking at like October last year.
Which is funny because they're both from North.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I did do that.
Sick bans.
If they keep going North, they'll get to the Cloud9.
We haven't got time for this. Oh, God. We need predictions, and we need to understand exactly where they're coming from. North going into the map that is Cobblestone, a map that they forged their initial kind of presence in Counter-Strike on, versus Cloud9, who've already proven to cause a couple of upsets here in the tournament. What are you saying, Chad?
I'm going with North. I think they just have more skill across the board and more depth on Cobble as a map. Yeah, pretty simple.
Simple answer.
Simple.
Simple answer from a simple man. Yanko, you're much more complex. What have you got for me?
okay, Alex, so this is how it's going to happen.
Here we
right? Like, you're already cracking up. No, I just think that North, despite having struggles recently on Cobble, the E-League Major, probably the best one, when they had a 12-3 City half and couldn't close it out against VP in the second half. I think they're just a very, very practiced team on Cobble. I think the result of those struggles is them overthinking things, maybe thinking that they were getting figured out, so they need to do something crazy, switch things up. So I do believe that they are going to be able to outclass Cloud9 on this map.
It is interesting. Both teams are undefeated on Cobblestone here in Katowice so far. North could get to the playoffs on Cobblestone alone. It's an unusual world we live in, but the beauty of best of ones is that things can happen. North could get to the playoffs with Cobblestone victories versus Navi, VP, and now they face Cloud9. With that said, you guys have made your predictions clear. 2-4 North, seen as the favorite in this one, or will Cloud9 once again shake things up here in Poland? Let's find out, though. Your casters are ready, as is the game. Cobblestone is waiting in the wings, and so are your casters, Pansy and Moses, to once again dig their teeth into the action.
Yeah, we are definitely looking forward to this one. Cloud9 up against North. I've got to say it, Cloud9's record recently on Cobble has been pretty big as well. Beating NIP 16-2 Heroic. Obviously at this tournament, a 16-7 result now. These guys are no one to kind of overlook. Automatic turning heads recently. A couple of players finding some performance, but North known for their Cobble games. Moses, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen North play a couple of good games now against Virtus Pro on this map. You know, you think back to the Major, that match probably should have been a win, you could almost say.
Yeah.
But certainly, I think this is a bit risky, I think, for Cloud9. It will be interesting to see what kind of form they're going to look like they're in. This was a map that early on, when Automatic first came over to this team so long ago, it was one of the maps where you could really start to see that this pickup was going to be effective for them. Just the way Automatic was playing in the A-holes was very, very solid. And that's kind of where you first started to see him gelling with this team. It was one of the maps, I think, that, you know, when the change came in, that they really started to get comfortable on with the new player. But now this deep into it, it's just going to be that you still have this sense that this team kind of relies a lot on Automatic and Stewie, which isn't, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily a bad thing because they've been pretty consistent with their performance.
They're delivering.
Yeah, it's everything else you got to kind of worry about. So what kind of level are those guys going to be in? What kind of, I mean, Skadoodle with the AWP, I thought he had a pretty good event in DreamHack Vegas, in Las Vegas.
Yep.
And that was probably the last time, or the first time in a long time you looked at him and saw like some of that old Skadoodle coming back.
Yeah, we know how excited you get about Skadoodle.
Yeah,
like,
I've had my moments casting Skadoodle. had my moments.
We know they're there. So where are you going to put your bet on this one? I'm just curious because it's questioning your faith, isn't it?
I'm off the desk. I feel like I shouldn't have to do predictions.
I like to just press you for your at least, you know, just because there's North Americans coming out here, you know what I mean? Like, otherwise, I don't care.
Yeah.
But just because Cloud9 are on the board, are you going to support them?
Yeah, I'm taking Cloud9 in this one. Yeah. I'll take Cloud9. I'll
take that bet.
I'll get frisky.
And that's what we all want here in Katowice, is Moses being frisky.
Things always get weird in Katowice.
They actually do.
Speaking of weird, the desk has just been extremely weird. I like to think that when I am on that, I'm just like a rock that keeps them grounded.
Yeah, you're like the flamey.
Now that I'm not there, look at this. We've had Chad, you know, getting off the map vetoes. We've had some fisting. We had Yanko just not doing any family show type stuff.
No, there's a reason he's not on the female tournament when he's coming out with that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's a couple of problems I think that might arise.
There
but
could be some issues.
You know what? I like the desk though. You know what I mean? They're having a good time.
Yeah, they are. They are having a good time.
But speaking of good times, the game is almost about to start. So you guys at home, get ready for this one. Cloud9 up against North, of course, it is going down on Cobble. So far, both teams putting in good performances here. Certainly have it in the back pocket for North. This is one of their good maps to really depend upon. Cloud9 recently showing they really have had some very clear-cut victories if you look at what they've just been able to achieve. Some more important than others, though, not always against, you know, tier 1. You're the very, very best. Whereas North, you can clarify these guys as a real contender on this one. But we are underway. Cloud9 starting out on the CT side. T side is going to be North, and both these teams putting up a stellar performance so far in Katowice.
Yeah, good utility bought up as well for Cloud9.
smoke. There was not too much time left. All it took was a flurry of kills, and that could have put Heroic out the round. But as soon as Simple dies, that pretty much is B with him. The bomb now will be planted.
Well, Heroic getting that onto the ground, and again, the AK already gone from Na'Vi. There is not really much that Edward, Flamey, and Seas were going to be able to do in post-plant. So down to Seas now. Ooh, actually had a good angle against Valley, but just couldn't find the headshot properly. So Heroic got to close out. They take back the lead. Building up a bit of a bank here, but nothing too significant yet. And for Na'Vi, they want to buy in here and try to break them. They certainly can attempt that, although they'll have to go for at least one more round before they get to that point. But I think they actually are just going to half buy here, since they're kind of on the brink right now.
Well, clearly, it goes without saying that Heroic are in a great position. They're on the overpass T side against Na'Vi. They already have 4 rounds, and it's likely to be a whole lot more than that, considering this is just pistols and a Kevlar here or there. So 5 rounds potentially. Na'Vi will be a little bit worried. And considering they just lost their last game, if they were to lose this, it would be 2-2, and they'd be drawing with a whole bunch of teams. So after a 2-0 start, they are definitely on the brink of letting that one slip. But it is going to be a boost once again, this time out in the open of the sewage. Just looking into connector.
And Heroic are just proceeding out through long here now to try and get that control leading up towards A. Heroic really... I mean, overall, both these teams are giving a lot of respect to each other with regards to the early portions of the round here. We're not seeing a lot of early aggression from the Na'Vi side, and it's kind of the same thing from Heroic in that they're actually expecting that aggression, so they're holding back. Now, that'll change a little bit here right now as Flamey, boosted up on top of his teammate, is going to grab the kill inside of the connector. That kills Valde, and Flamey just goes full throttle, man. He pushes back in there, tries to find the kill into Nico, but he gets the better of him in that case. He'll lose half of his HP, but still... Now this will send Heroic probably upstairs. At least in the case of Snappy it will. And they're going to re-execute onto A.
Again, being very fluid through connector, this is one of the reasons why CT controlling it can make all the difference. 25 seconds in which to play with. Heroic are running out of time. They have to now commit onto this site. They're not going to get the opening pick. That Simple dead and buried. His Deagle will not play any further.
You know, you're kind of left hanging at this point.
MSL made it look so cool. Like, he had everything going for him, and then he just misses some shots. That's a bit awkward. Does find the kill in the end, but yeah, there's really nothing. Automatic, I almost want to just say, just save the armor.
Yep.
Maybe in his position, he can find an AK-47 at the end. There's a good kill from Skadoodle. He's going to get away. Taking some bullets through the door, but he can do a little bit more damage. Config going to chase this down with the UMP. There's Automatic, but now he's risking the armor. But AZ and Cajun B, I mean, you can just see AZ bailing out. He's got that AK-47, does not want to drop that, doesn't even want to risk it. All you're doing is taking maybe a CZ out of Automatic's hands. That's not worth the risk. So wise by him to just fall back, cut your losses, and get out.
Yeah, small bits of damage by Cloud9. Good, though. They're keeping North humble. They're not going to have the perfect purchase if, you know, they get worked down early on. It's nice. Small bits of damage here, but, you know, plants galore, a lot of kills. They'll be okay, North. They can get the buy that they want. But let's see what Cloud9 come up with into this one. They still have that UMP. That's going to be on automatic. They've got the MAC-10 on Skadoodle. You gonna stick on that one?
No.
Please don't.
He's going to go for the AWP, I think. I think he's probably deciding between if he wants to do light armor and a smoke, which he's going to do. Oh, no. No armor, so he goes for the kit.
All right.
Cool.
Let's see how they work this one out, because, you know, MSL just walked through middle last time, so they've got to be aware that there's going to be presence throughout this map. They can't just gamble things through it, but I doubt that's going to be a problem now they're on the full buy. So, North, it's all down to you. Let's see what you do with that dictating pace that you can bring out Config straight away. Just not going to be holding back at all. Gets out towards platform, has a little peek around, no one up on towards the tree boost, but Stewie is on towards a statue, but I think Config might have spotted a shoulder, turns the flash, waits for the hit to come in now. Here we go, the flood from North begins, and Stewie has to try and back away, find an angle he can work with. He's kind of locked in on the side. Good flashes coming through, though, hindering their approach. But the bomb's going down, the wall of smokes has paid off.
Yeah, this is super nice. There's a little bit of a gap so he can look through. He's got to have the indication, got to at least be worried about someone being a chicken coop. No damage taken by Cloud9 quite yet, though. The boost up, though, is going to do it. There it is, first blood to Magisk in the round. But Stewie and Shroud respond very, very quickly. Now Cloud9 is here at Automatic. He gets shut down very nicely by Config, and North keeps control of B platform, and that's the power position. Shroud can do nothing here except try and fall away, but he's not. He's boxed in by the AWP. Cloud9 looked like there was a chance to get back into it, but North, these B hits pissed around, and now the fourth round have just been devastating.
Yeah, North having to really haven't had to dig deep in their playbook yet. We haven't seen them having to push it too far. They're fine where they are. Cloud9 need to make that first impression, make that big piece to come through, and then, okay, North have to refine their reply. And that's what I want to see eventually when it happens. But so far, North, large and in charge pretty much, just full control at this point. Magisk on the Mac 10, going to be trying to hunt that one out, just try and find a couple of players. And they're going to go for a little bit of stack. Going to stack out towards A, but this time they at least have someone watching towards mid. So you're not going to see that MSL straight up walk. He could be able to just brute past automatic, but we'll see if it comes off.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Cloud9. It's good with the AWP didn't even get a chance to get into that round. Such an awkward situation to rotate as the op, and you just see a wall of smokes everywhere. So a little bit tough for him in that kind of a situation. This time, Cloud9 stacking over towards the A bomb site. Pushed up a little bit towards mid and in the A holes. And it's going to leave Stewie all alone over towards B, and even he's a little bit more centralized. So looks like North, they're taking it slow. They're waiting for any kind of aggression. They're not going to spot it, though, but great chance for them. It looks like it's just going to be like a defaulted or like a, you know, just a strategic outplay that's going to put North up 5-0 in this.
Yep. And if you're North, you're very happy with that. Maybe kind of question, are they really going to play us on Cobble? Maybe they got something in mind. Maybe they, you know, maybe they've been doing some work. But so far for them, this puts minds at rest. Stewie the only one present towards B, so he's going to have to pull off some sort of hero level play at this point. But maybe just hinder the bomb plant, stop any aggression kind of falling toward, going beyond that smoke, just doing what he can. Just going to try and clear the corner. No one's actually there. And he's going to back away from this one. You've got the 3-man flank on the back. That's what you want to be seeing. Config's going to be challenged out. Nice work from Nothing there. Going to claim the scalp from Config. And now Easy going to be called into action. He's going to do just fine. Nothing, though, managed to make his way through. Stewie's found Magisk. Okay, they're doing a bit of damage here, but Cajun B still standing in, so is Easy. And then you've got MSL as well if you really need to, you know, pull in that final line. Nothing has got a rifle, so it might be time to back away. Keep that one in the back pocket.
Yeah, and no real need for North to chase him down at all. They're going to be buying next round anyway, so again, just make sure your economy is going to stay strong. They're not really in any kind of danger, but no reason not to just allow it to build up moving forward. Another nice round from them. A B hit gets them up towards 5. And Cloud9, it'll be interesting to see what they pull out here, because since North has been abusing, this is kind of the danger, and this is kind of like that the in-game leader that MSL is. If you're abusing B this much early on, if you're having this much success, at one point you can call a switch up towards A, maybe thinking that Cloud9 is going to try and cheat someone else over. Like instead of having 2 players at A, maybe they send a 4th player over at the start just to make sure everything's shored up. And if you can hit A very quick, if you can find that pocket of time, sometimes it is a bit of a guessing game, but you can exploit that kind of a cheat or that kind of a change in the defense from Cloud9.
Yeah, I think it's quite an interesting thing to see when he does pull that in. And, well, we'll see if it comes through. This time we actually got the double AWP straight away for Cloud9, so a big investment for them. Stewie going to be picking that one up. He's over towards that B side. We've got Skadoodle over on long, and now Automatic's under pressure. He's going to have a lot of players coming towards him, but he stands up and he stands tall, gets 2, and that gives away a big picture of what North is trying to get up to. Skadoodle can fall off this as well. He hasn't been instantly pressured anywhere. Config and Cajun B have to take their time. They had no control on long.
Look at how much Cloud9 bit on the rotation, though.
Jesus.
Yeah, that is everyone. They've completely evacuated the B bomb site. Now, there's no one really there from North to take advantage of it, and they obviously don't know that they've bitten this much, but that'll be interesting to see if that trend continues and over-rotate from Cloud9. Positioned by Automatic out in the open as well. Surprising he gets that second kill. I think that's traded off more often than not, and there's Skadoodle holding the angle. Cajun goes down, trying to take the duel. It's going to be an easy one for Skadoodle. He's going to be happy for that. Now, I mean, the big thing here as well, North can do decent damage. They get a couple kills, obviously, but the big thing is that the double op setup is a huge investment, and there it is. If they can keep that out of their hands, what a shot from Magisk, but he gets spammed down. So Shroud will be able to pick up the op, so not really in danger of losing that weapon. Ooh.
There you go, Skadoodle adjusting well, not going to stay in the same place twice, does the work really well. So between Automatic and Skadoodle, that round was completely controlled.
Yes, nicely done from the A defense. So, I mean, there was kind of the idea from MSL saying maybe this is, you know, we've punished it twice now, very, very convincingly, so maybe that's when they cheat, and Cloud9 just holds strong. Still a lot of confidence in that B defense moving forward, obviously. Still with the double up setup as well.
Yeah, this time though, North might just scrap that. Maybe don't feel it's not worth it yet. We can always go back to it, we can fall back to it, but what we were doing until that point was doing pretty nicely. So at the moment, again, it's that not necessarily rinse and repeat, but it's that play that works so well. It gets them the control towards platform, builds through it, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, and the big advantage they have is Config using the smoke is going to be able to get over. So once these, that's an awkward angle, but there's a nice Molotov. He's actually going to push through that, down to 39 HP, but oh, what a kill. Stewie swings out a little bit wide, and the op is overexposed. Again, the wall of smokes. Cloud9, how do you get back into this one? You haven't shown that you can do it yet.
They're so good at isolating anyone who tries to play through that smoke early. Stewie just got swept aside instantly, but now they're kind of respecting what could be going on. But MSL with the perfect timing coming through, drop pressure of anyone close by, and North just tying the noose. It's like when the Executioner enjoys his job watching this. KGB just going to close it down. And, well, Cloud9, they had a bit of impact early on. They got around back. Good stuff for them. But now it's reset, and it hurts.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. It doesn't have to be a double save, so it's not the worst reset possible. But, you know, with Skadoodle and nothing at 4,200 and automatic at 3,500, they can even invest a little bit and buy into the next round. But this is perfect play from MSL. No one from Cloud9 with eyes on this, so a little bit of miscommunication, a mistake there from the defense. But as soon as he gets those kills, you see that's like the indication from the rest of North to just pile on through that smoke, and it's just like continue the attack. And Cloud9 just can't hold anything back. They really need to find an answer. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive towards B platform. If North is going to be doing this wall of smokes, you can't just sit behind it and expect to be able to retake it too frequently. You need to get up in their face.
We'll see how long it takes Cloud9 to come up with that as the response. It needs to come in pretty soon. Not this round, of course. That's not going to be the case. But once they're on that buy again, maybe the double AWP's not going to help with that. Maybe it will. Maybe he wants to go and get that peek towards platform. You can play up there if you're feeling it. Maybe get Shroud to kind of push up with him. There's so many options they can go for, but they need to do it. That's something that actively needs to be changed. So, again, keep your eyes on seeing what Cloud9 do now to find their response once it comes through from North. But North, you know, they play these ones out pretty carefully. They know what's working for them. We haven't seen too much of a switch up. They tried that A hit, didn't work so well. Falling back to what works. And now, well, the nade's done some good work there for Cloud9, but beyond that, it's kind of tough, and the dinks are coming in, it's kind of confusing. You can see, like, where's that coming from? There is a stack and there is a boost, so this is quite nice, actually, positioning from Cloud9, but we still know that water smoke is incredibly potent at this point, just kind of keeping the players isolated. AZ's the one playing in from the position that MSL exploited last time, and yeah, a very quick and clean, again, round coming through, and less automatic, and maybe get a couple more kills.
Yeah, if you're North, I mean, this is just keep running this.
Yep.
Wait, is Cloud9 going to do anything to stop it? That'll become the question. So yeah, Cloud9, this might be a timeout scenario, just down 7-1 this quickly in the first half, and it's the same one thing, just kind of beating you over and over again, this wall of smoke. So as Cloud9, if you take a timeout, you just say as a team, you know, either you figure out something, you know, either get aggressive, put someone in the chicken coop, maybe you have someone supporting Stewie who's in the site, because they're playing a little bit more passive where you have to retake through that, but also it's a lot of focus on drop, and no one from North is really exploiting that until late in the round.
And that's the problem as well. It's not like they're keeping that drop control late. They're winning on no fronts. Automatically, it does at least get the rifle, which is nice for him. They can kind of spread that out. Shroud can get on that if he wants to, if he needs it. Same for Stewie, it doesn't really matter either. Can start working towards it, because that buy is still not perfect, but this is where they need to stop it. And again, this kind of then falls into the hands of MSL. Does he want to, at this point, then go, let's just try and hit A again. Let's just not do the same thing. We've got other options here. It's certainly possible, maybe a bit of a split. Doesn't matter, but they can just try and just keep Cloud9 on their toes with any answer they come up with. Let's see, though, if there is a big switch here from Cloud9.
This is where you can start running fakes as well if you're MSL, or maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe you're just going to get a pick off right at the start. So Skadoodle trying to give his team an edge early on, it's not going to work. Now down to automatic to readjust his position and try and shore up that hole in the defense.
And the thing is that, to be fair to North, most of the times, or a good couple of rounds, they have been doing this kind of like 3-2, then coming back over towards B, then doing the plat hit. So for Cloud9, they didn't know that. They didn't know they've had that early presence over there. So you've got to kind of test the waters, but automatic, this is tough. Yeah, you can't back away safely from that. He's going to give himself room, though. So going to have to fall back. He can play from tree, can play from cannons. There's options, and there's that platform aggression. Finally showing a little bit of play throughout the map, but this kind of may encourage more than anything the A split.
Well, and the big thing it allows as well is Magis to be in this position because of so much aggression, you know, smoke, Molotov, and two bodies to take control of those B halls and get the information. That attention's not in drop zone, which is where Magis has found himself a very, very nice position. So he's just going to be a lurker, and he's going to be very passive here. He's going to wait until this hit on the A bomb site comes in. That's when he'll pounce, and actually, it might not even come because North is coming all the way back towards the B bomb site, so Cloud9 is just getting peeled apart.
Yeah, and AZ can just do one smoke, and it's going to keep him there. I think he's going to do it right now. It's just going to be the smoke towards the door, and then Automatic and Shroud will be like, all right, he's got to be here. Yeah, he's done the smokes, and now Shroud's going to stay committed. Automatic will probably get the kill, I can imagine, or they might just deny him, but look where the rest of the team are right now. Nothing and Stewie going to be calling for help. They're going to need it. They're going to hear these steps coming, but nothing this time in a good position, but the trade comes out, and Config just bullies his way through. Straight through on this one. North, again, get that B control. Sure, it was a little bit longer in the making, but they've done it anyway, and the last two players are cut off and left with AZ to hunt them down.
And that patience and that positioning for Magis gets that kill on a Stewie, helps open up that B bomb site. So this time, North applies a little bit of pressure over towards A, obviously helped out by that pick on a Skadoodle right at the start, and now we're going to see a pause come out for Cloud9, but I mean, that is just tactical outplay. That was very, very nicely done from North.
Yeah, and again, credit to MSL. He's been pulling the strings nicely. It's kind of that mid round in-game leading. You know, it's not just that initial call. It's not that, all right, this is the plan. This is what we're going to be doing, right? That's one thing. That's perfectly fine. But pulling these players left, right, and center, leaving AZ over towards A, being a constant nuisance, Magisk in great positions, just to always make Cloud9 feel incredibly uncomfortable. I feel as though they've never had a position where they can feel powerful. They, okay, found a response finally to that big B here, but that wasn't even what they went for. If maybe Skadoodle didn't die early, they could have maybe changed up, but it is what it is.
And I mean, I think it's a big factor as well that, you know, just by going to that B bomb site, the player who's been having the best event for Cloud9 is Automatic, and they're going away from him. Whether that's designed, whether they said let's not even mess with him, or whether it's just working out that way, it's super nice because no one else in Cloud9 is stepping up. I mean, Nothing and Stewie at 4 kills each, Skadoodle with 3, Shroud with 2, Automatic's at 7. I mean, it's nothing special, but he just hasn't seen a lot of action, and he hasn't been in situations to take any kind of fight where he has a chance at even winning the round. So this is looking dicey for Cloud9, just not able to stop. This B defense is just a sieve at the moment.
Yeah, that is one way to put it.
Nice way to put it.
Civ.
Bringing it back.
Yeah, I think they just need to get the coach's mic on so these guys can have that chat, because I think Cloud9 maybe need that external perspective, maybe just need to have someone who's out of the game. It's quite funny, there's a lot of teams who actually just take these times to sit there. I think it was Virtus Pro in some point of a discussion was saying that sometimes we just let Neo get into the Neo zone, right? We just take the pause, just give him some time to calm down, you know, focus in.
He found it.
Yeah, he certainly did in the last game as well. Jeez, that close from him was just... You know, that's the one thing with teams like Virtus Pro. You want to have those players who can always just go that step, even in the biggest rounds. But here, you need Cloud9 just to find the first step, right? They just need that answer, because so far they're finding nothing to stop North. And there are options aplenty, but North's money is so robust. They're in such a nice position. They're 8-1 up. At this point as well, if you're Cloud9, you just need that rounds on the board. It's getting to that really tough point.
And you see, I mean, you could see the coach of Cloud9, Valence, talking a lot. Automatic's obviously chiming in, but that's something that in the past Cloud9 has really missed. One of the teams who is, I mean, perhaps, I don't know if it's resistant is the right word, or maybe just didn't find anyone they really wanted. They had a coach for all, Kanji, who seemed to be doing good work with them, but I mean, he's got a whole other career going on, so he's not with them. So they bring in Valence, who's a former coach of Automatics when he was on TSM.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, like, apparently, it was a Google engineer, or like Microsoft engineer, or something like that. Something crazy.
Really?
So, yeah.
Damn. Okay. Nicely done. All right, we've got a bit of a switch up here, though. Let's see what we've got. We've got Shroud playing incredibly passive towards the door. We've got Automatic playing very actively on long. And maybe this is their answer for now. Stewie getting up close, but the buy is so bad. It's really not pleasant. So whatever they can do here is great, but it just feels like you're, you know, flogging a dead horse at this point. It's kind of rough. Nice. There we go. Skadoodle finally playing towards B with the AWP as well. We haven't seen him being the main man there. Stewie's had it a couple of times, so maybe this could be a big difference maker.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is they obviously don't expect an AWP to be in the hands. I don't think this smoke from Automatic.
Stewie's push as well. That's perfect. They have the info. They can put the players over towards A. Stewie's up there. Magisk can still make a problem by being by drop, but it's been read. Stewie reads it like a book, but he still doesn't get the kill. Magisk turns around at the perfect time, and now there's a problem. Automatic is low. He's got 5 HP, and he's got a player like MSL enclosing towards him.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect, and it's not. That's just a tough position to be in. Magisk Boy just shuts down Stewie. That's incredible game sense for him to turn around. And now, I mean, it looked good, but I mean, there's no weaponry in the hands of Cloud9 after that. The AWP falls, and now it was just 2 Deagles, nothing dies, and Shroud's the only one left. So we're gonna have to see him do something crazy. He's got the AWP. Is he even gonna go for this? That's the question. 2 Molotovs and a smoke. There's no access to this retake. I think you save this op at this point, unless you get like a kill very quickly here.
The bomb, there you go. He's gone down now, and he's, you know, you're going to be limited, and Shroud knows that. And North are taking no risks in this. Well, it's certain risks, but you look at the mollies that are put down. Look at the way they're playing this. Even a 3v1, they're like, all right, just keep smothering them out of this game, and it's working. Shrouds have to back away. Yeah,
this gets to the point where the tough part as a player, if you're a Cloud9 player, is when you start to feel hopeless, just because of things like that. Where whenever you try and make a play, you know, especially the Stewie coming behind Magisk like that and getting, you know, just spun upon, that's when it starts feeling like you just can't do anything right. Shroud gets the pick onto MSL. They know where he is. I don't think anyone's really close enough to punish this.
Could find something. We know he's like through drop, but Shroud can just play this safe now. He can just watch his push. There you go. He's fine. All right, but the money is finally okay, I guess, for Cloud9. But you're 9-1. It's so tough to watch this because it feels like Cloud9 never had a chance. North got off that great start. They found something that worked. They hammered it home. And then Cloud9's response is what now? They've got to get every round to have a really competitive half here.
Yeah, I mean, Cajun's having a good game. He's 12-1. Everyone else has just had solid impact. But I mean, the real MVP of this for North at the moment is MSL with his calling. I mean, it's not even about any kind of crazy individual performance or level from the North side. It's just Cloud9's been so outplayed tactically that they just haven't had a chance to get into this game. Nothing is going to be stuck very close down here. That flash is going to be nice, but it doesn't matter when AZ just turns the corner like that. You better hit that headshot very quickly. And now North, if they don't counter pressure at the bomb site, they should know Automatic is going to be over here. They're going to find out very soon. There's one kill. Shroud gets one, but it's traded. And Automatic can flank into the site.
Yeah, Config as well is doing something similar on the other side, but AZ finding that, I don't know how Stewie played into this one. Now it's a 3v... Okay, 2v2. Automatic finds it back. He's keeping this one so alive for Cloud9. Molly comes in. AZ is in trouble. He's going to burn alive. Nothing to do but die in that situation. I don't know if Skadoodle heard Config at this point.
Seems like he has an indication because he has his back to mid and he's looking directly for this kind of a play, and that could be that's gonna happen.
So either felt the game well, heard it, doesn't matter, it came through. You could see the North were trying to buy time for Config to become relevant to the round, but really well done from Automatic. They're not allowing them to just slow down, constantly just finding a little bit of pressure here and there.
But again, I mean, that round you win is the first in a long time, and it's based off an automatic triple. So if you're North, what do? Go right back to the wall of smokes.
Let's see if they do it. This is the start we've seen. You know, don't get confused by seeing the minimap when they're going towards A. They do this. They'll take a peek. They'll see if anyone's going to try and play up long, get a little bit of map control, just deny any early aggression that maybe Cloud9 will want to get just to find a bit of info. Not going to have it. We know how hard it is on Cobble anyway. Let's be real here. But here's the difference as well. Stewie getting up close. Does he actually play towards Plat? Does he fall back? You've still got the 4-man stack towards B. 2 players this time. Not actively playing in drop, but around it. Config and Magisk might not have the easiest of times. All right, finally. We'll see if it actually works out for Cloud9 in the end. Shroud's there too, just playing really close by in that side room. Just trying to keep a tab on it, trying to read North, but North are keeping every trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, although Cloud9 seems to have a very good defense for this. They have 2 players paying attention towards drop. They had a crossfire setup that's a little bit broken. It looks like Shroud and Nothing are switching positions a tad bit. But this looks like North wants to split towards the A bomb site with the positioning so far. And again, it's going to be going right at Automatic, so maybe a little bit dicey for him. The one player on Cloud9 who's been able to stop them.
And the jump off point now begins as well for the players in drop. For the T side, they're going to start pressuring to keep people like Shroud, people like Nothing busy, but Automatic this time can't do the huge damage. He does one, he trades it out. That's not bad, but for that position, the way you're playing, it's going to be tough for him to carry on. Now Cloud9 start to rotate. A normal response to this, but North still have players everywhere. They still got Config working out by Plat. They still have Magisk over by Drop. Cage and B as well, going to start moving with the bomb. Cloud9 are never going to be comfortable at this point, but the time is running out. That's the big difference. MSL is going to have to do something to keep players present on A, or just focus on the lurk, and that's it. He's going to try and keep them there. He's going to try and give the other players the best time they can have towards B. This has to be a very clean hit. 18 seconds. MSL's doing work as well. Stewie and Nothing have to stop this before it starts. 13 seconds now. They've got to cross pretty soon. This is going to be tough. Stewie is holding off. He's waiting. That's so well played in the end from Stewie as well. Between him and Nothing, they hold on. They don't play to the tune the North was trying to play to them.
Yeah, that was sick because MSL just throwing a little bit of a fake over there, even with 1 kill. The issue is because the timer was so low, that's something as a player you recognize as a fake. When you only see one person, when it's still pretty quiet in terms of the amount of bodies being thrown at you, and all it is 1 smoke. That's when you're like, guys, this is probably a fake. So even when he dies, Cloud9 know they just need to stick around at that B bomb site. So finally they hold on to it. North trying to be a little bit crazy on the map, but
here we go.
Cloud9 can still make this a half. Yeah, this is
the hit that's been working really well. All right, Shroud's in a good spot for it. This time they're not going to have that opening start. Maybe Config a little too far ahead. Maybe just kind of trying to play out of it like, guys, let's just win the round. Let's just do it. This time Skadoodle's there. AZ the only one to bite back so far, and North are actually low on HP too. Any utility you put towards them is going to work well. Finally, Cloud9 have shut down what was working so well for North. And maybe a little bit of frustration, maybe some individual oversteps have costed a couple of players their lives to North, but Magisk find Automatic, and look at this angle from AZ. Oh my God, that got too close. Now, though, the 1v2 is not going to work out for Magisk. He gets shut down by Nothing, and Cloud9 get a good amount on the board. If they get the last couple of rounds, this isn't bad, and the banks finally run out.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the big thing, is Cloud9's still on the verge of salvaging this half. It's looked so bad, but yeah, just 1 or 2 more rounds here, and they've got themselves a serviceable 5-6. I think what we saw at Config that round is he's been going wide on that platform for basically the whole half. So I think 1, it's something where maybe he just wanted to switch up his style a little bit, maybe try and catch Cloud9 off guard. And then 2, remember I think it was a round or 2 before that when he had swung out wide and encountered Skadoodle's AWP. So maybe he's saying, I don't want to take that one-on-one duel with the op. So So good job. That's what I was talking about earlier. Get aggressive towards that platform if you're Cloud9. Get someone close up like that. And it was I believe it was Stewie who was close up, and he's able to find that first kill and really take a lot of the bite out of the attack.
This is good for Cloud9. It gives them hope, if anything. You know, they've got 3 rounds now in a row. They finally found a bit of an answer. They finally had the money to do it as well. It was such a tough game before then, so if they're able to keep this up, maybe they can close out with a nice half there, keep the game, you know, possible to kind of turn around. You don't get no feeling like, all right, we've won this.
I mean, this was a team as well. When we've seen Cloud9 at their best, they had strong T sides as well.
Yes.
I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, you think, you know, the stars of this team, the roles they're in. Stewie's most effective on the T side. We can pick and choose his fights. Nice Molotov to slow down the rush, and that it is definitely a lot of utility use, nade, Molotov, smokes for Cloud9. But this is North setting up that wall, and is Stewie going to be able to have the impact?
They're trying to eliminate any possibility of a player getting that close, but Stewie's found a nice little angle here, that deep kind of corner, but look at the push. It's different. It's 3 players through drop. Stroud finally has to come in and do the work, but he can't do it. Trades out with AZ in the end, and it's a 4v4, but there's the overrun. Config has had enough. He knew what happened last round, and he's turned it back on its head. So now 3v2, but Automatic's in a good spot. He could crush this here. Magic's on the stairs, but nice awareness between the two, just to slow it down for a second, wait for that response. And let's see if you're going to make that noise for Skadoodle again.
I would love to. Let's do it. Skadoodle, make me scream.
Jesus.
He's just going to fall back. It's unreal.
The tease is real. There we go. Nothing
what
going to be fun.
A tease. All right, so, I mean, North this time, I mean, a lot of that action comes from the drop zone. I mean, really good trading, because it looked like Cloud9, there was a situation where, I don't know if Stewie, he was in that, like, cubby position a little bit over by the stairs. And I don't know if he got out of that because he was spotted. I don't think he was, but I think it was more because his teammate died and dropped, and he didn't have any safety net from that angle. So he tried to get out, and that kind of overexposed him to the players coming from platform. So he just got kind of put in an awkward situation that he couldn't recover from. So 10-4, Cloud9, we talked about it. They had a chance to make this a very good half, but it looks like, or I mean, to recover in this half.
Yep.
But it looks like North has kind of slammed the door shut on that idea to a certain degree. Definitely, if you're Cloud9, need this last round.
I don't know how they intend to do it. Look at the buy they're able to produce. Win-loss isn't fun, so... All right, Skadoodle, that's one way to do it. Cajun B gets decimated, and he's going to have to be ready for more action. Players now pouring up towards danger. Automatic knows it. He puts down the smoke, hinders the approach. Can he find anything from this, though? AZ's on the other side, flashes himself through. Skadoodle is still up closer. He's not back down, and he's not backing away. MSL is just on the other side of that wall. The molly comes in. Skadoodle's still so committed here. 3 players as well from North, and there it is. And there it goes. MSL finding 1 is big, but that is bigger. Nothing finding 2. Denying the push up through middle is massive. It's left Config a mile away and with so much to do.
Yeah, huge play from nothing to recover. Skadoodle trying to stay alive as long as possible, and I think he would have been all right. It's that last spread of the Molotov that really beat him up. Smoke, flashbang, and he's in the shooting gallery. Cloud9 just holding the trigger and now eating an aid. One more flashbang is out. This would be monstrous. There's 1 kill. Can he get a second as you realize?
Oh my God, no!
It's a one-on-one now with Stewie with the CZ. This is about to be a nightmare for Cloud9.
Stewie has so little to play with here, but then Config so low as well. 3 HP and a lot of time for Config to just decide how he wants to play this one out. Stewie's just got up close. He's got himself a rifle, and he's just going to maybe wait this one out. But there's a possibility. What if Config went long? What if he's just waiting this out? What if he's going to be so many questions for Stewie? And I don't see a kit either. And there's a molly on Config. There's a smoke as well.
I mean, the big issue is one of the advantages that the big advantage that Config has just created outside of those 2 kills in a one-on-one.
Is he going through drop? Is he going back around towards A? Do it.
He's a baller. But yeah, I mean, the big thing he has is information or lack thereof of Stewie not having the info of where he is. So now he can reposition anywhere he wants to go. He can do so many different things.
And Stewie, when he hears bombs been planted, you're going to go at B, right?
Yep.
So that's so much time gained. Oh, this is so sick. The molly's actually given away a little bit here, and I think Stewie's like, oh my God, is this real?
I'm not sure he's using those words.
No, I think there's a word additional maybe to that, maybe a couple of others, but now let's see. Let's see the position the Config has gone for. Is he by the back of the van? Yeah, he is. That's actually pretty tough to play from now if they come up middle. The tree's going to be everything. Oh my God, who sees each other first? It's going to be Config. He gets the shot, but he can't put it off Stewie, though. Time is going to be tight on this one. He does not have a kit. Oh my God, that round.
I don't know. Is he going to get it? I think he might just have it. Oh no, he doesn't have it!
Oh my God, that's heartbreaking.
Disaster! Oh, what a play. That's so difficult if you're in Stewie's shoes. And you can see just the look on their faces. All of them just seem exhausted. Like they just got ran across this map for an entire half.
Config, you're an animal. That
1
position,
on 3 win.
Oh my god. That spot is only good if they really play back in and through the kind of door or come back through drop. You get the angle, it's perfect. Playing up through middle is the hardest approach, but he somehow does it. But guys, we all need a break here. I need to take a breath, but that was incredibly close. So guys, do stay tuned. We'll be back for the second half in just a second. North giving Cloud9 the cold shoulder so far. This is 11-4 on the half. And it looked like maybe Cloud9 had finally found an answer, but, well, that was shut down very, very quickly. Their T-side has to be big now. And let's see if North can stop it before it starts.
Yeah, that's going to be the tough part. Is, I mean, at a certain point, it almost felt like Cloud9 at the end there was losing a lot of steam and losing a lot of fight in this matchup, just getting outplayed so much. So really, I mean, getting started quick is the first priority for Cloud9. Not just the pistol but the ensuing ones after it. A lot of utility picked up. Skadoodle with full utility, nothing as well, and it's going to be Stewie with off that flashbang, just spots one out towards Statue, but he falls away. Doesn't want to take that fight. So maybe just trying to bait out some nades of North Zone, but they all have armor.
All right, so 3 going to go drop. So basically, they faked out B. They're going to probably split A at this point, try and pull AZ and MSL into positions that don't really favor this. But actually, MSL's got himself a little bit of a spot there, and now he's going to watch for the push-up. He trades it out eventually, but look at this. Magisk is very much alone towards A. He's going to have to try and find a way to be as relevant as possible and just still find a use for himself. They've gone towards a site. They haven't checked long yet. It's still a threat that could be there, and all players from Cloud9 now are going to get that bomb, well, pretty much secured at this point. Stewie's in a decent spot. Nothing's still watching in case Magisk is there.
Yeah, and that's nice. The veteran finding it out, making sure all bases are covered. And that kill on Config takes a lot of the danger away. No kit on this north side. I mentioned they all had small armor, so they've got to find all the kills. They've got to do it very quickly, and there's a lot of crossfires set up, and there's nothing. Over towards those A-hulls still after he cleaned out Magisk, and this is a pistol round for Cloud9. They're going to get their 5th round, and they'll just have to build upon it. It's not over yet. They need to get those ensuing. We can't see what we saw to SK, which was winning the pistol rounds, losing the second rounds. That cannot happen to Cloud9 here.
We'll see if they keep this up. It is round by round sort of thing for Cloud9 here. It's a long way back, and North know this too. Look at the buy they're going on as well. Got the Deagle Scout combo, bit of a CZ as well for AZ. Certainly works nicely. MSL on the Scout though. Not going for Cajun B on that one.
MSL's a Scout player. That is the storyline we have to follow. There was that day at DreamHack where MSL was just like a god. He just destroyed everyone.
it could be a thing. We'll see if it's going to be a thing. I'm not 100% sure, but that's going to call for maybe a little bit more attention from Magisk as well. Good tag. Goes, oh my god, why did I doubt it? Of course, you know, not like this, I think is something that we can say. If there's anything more that happens, I'm done.
Well, Skadoodle's been tagged down to 50 HP. I don't think that Deagle, I don't know if you necessarily want to keep challenging. You've done a little bit of chip damage. Oh, he does. He brings it down to 16. So the scout on Skadoodle is not nearly as impactful, where if I told you that between MSL and Skadoodle, that MSL would have the better scout play, that'd be, you'd probably call me crazy.
Yeah. Heathen words, but still more damage. Every tag that comes in just makes this round more and more viable, literally tick by tick of that HP.
Especially because Cloud9 hasn't gained anything for taking this damage. They don't have control of anything except for maybe A-Hulls. Now that Molotov is going to give him a little bit of drop. No one has fallen down quite yet. AZ's rotating around to the window to make sure that they can't really exploit that fact. But if you're Cloud9 at the moment, you look lost on this map tactically.
Yeah, nothing's gaining ground on long, so they might try and work off the back of this. There's still Magisk there, and he's just going to be holding the angle, I can imagine, by the APC. Yeah, just sit here. You can at least get a tag and fall back from it.
Where's the rotation from North? I mean, yeah, they haven't seen anything quite yet, but I mean, still 4 players over towards the B bomb. So that's a big gamble, and pulled out of position. Magisk trying to check his angles. Still no one moving. Now finally they are. Here come all the blue dots, but Magisk just has to hold on. He repositions, but he's been spotted.
Oh, AZ's got in there fast as well. He's down by the APC, but gets just moved aside by Automatic. There's one shot. Now the cross could have been dangerous, but no. Automatic is keeping this one safe. Time is a bit of a problem. But at the moment, bomb's gone down. Okay, Skadoodle's low, but Automatic's good. Nothing is good. They should be able to keep this one in check.
I don't think they're in danger of losing this round anymore, but Config here can do a lot of damage in terms of taking guns away. I mean, nothing's looking this way, but if Config just chills here, you imagine this is going to be where Cloud9 kind of evacuates the bomb site, but he's going to keep pushing forward. Nothing should, no, he's not. Nice shot from Config, rounding the corner. Skadoodle low in the sight. Again, I think the time has dwindled way too much for them to actually win this, but they can still do the damage. They can take this AK-47 away. Oh, the Deagle misses its shot. Config trying to hold him in as long as possible. And that's going to be Skadoodle making sure this AK can survive the round.
And there we go. So, well played out in the end by Cloud9 to at least get the round on the board, but it wasn't pretty, and it did make it a little bit costly. You can see a couple of players suffering off the back of that, but they know the North aren't going to have a great deal this round. Probably just be the cleanest of rounds, I can imagine, for them. See if they actually buy anything at this point. I'm not too sure. But yeah, this was Automatic just having a beast of a moment, just keeping it in check before it got a little bit dangerous. If that scout maybe caught a couple on the cross, that could be a huge problem. But North now just going to have to respect it, just go, all right, that's fine. And, well, Cloud9 are going to go and farm.
Yep, that's not a bad idea. MSL on the stairwell. That's going to be Skadoodle with the kill, but the MAC-10s, yeah, they've done the damage. Stewie's going to be in a tough spot. Pops off the head, turns around, but he does get dropped by Cajun. So it's going to be a 7th round for Cloud9. So, I mean, at least now, even with just 4 rounds on the CT side, they've kind of recovered enough to make this a half. The first gun round is going to be huge, though. I mean, if they win it, they're essentially, you know, definitely back in the game. So North here, UMP on AZ. We'll have to see what kind of tactics Cloud9 are going to come out with. Is it going to be something tactical and execute based like we saw from North in the first half, or is it just going to kind of be, you know, trust in Stewie and Automatic to have some of that early damage on these hits and just kind of be overwhelming bullies?
Well, it's going to be a curious picture, isn't it? I'm kind of wondering at this point, and I can imagine North are the same. A lot of early utility put down. Stewie edging forward as well.
More differences stylistically as well. North putting 4 players here at the B bomb site very early on in the rounds, where we saw Cloud9 kind of split it up, 2 at A, 3 at B. This is just overwhelmingly at the B bomb site to stop any kind of early play.
And MSL's going to time it pretty much to his, I can imagine, his thought pattern as to maybe when could they push up towards mid. When could Magisk be in problem from players walking up danger? All right, I'll check now. Nothing actually there. So Magisk can start lingering out. He's doing that as well. When he was in previous games in Cobble, he'll constantly try and play up this, and no one's really stopping it. Shroud is working his way back around, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what defaults are kind of designed for, is to prevent this push from coming out. And look, I mean, this is just so clever from Magisk. If they come back towards A, that's just a crazy positioning. But here comes the B hit. Shroud's the only one there, and that's going to be a... No, it's not.
What?
All right, Shroud spots it out, and they're gunned on drop, and they're going to split this A bomb site. They've now... This is a clever mid-round play from Cloud9, and it's going to work for them perfectly. Good. That is turned out very, very nicely. Shroud gets that kill. They rotate the bomb back towards A, and North had cheated 4 players over because of the intel from Magisk. But once he falls, they're all cut out and denied from getting back to the A bomb site.
That was so good. If Shroud didn't hit that shot, that could have gone completely differently. That could have fallen apart, but still, brilliantly done. Cloud9 giving themselves a huge opportunity now. North can't go on the buy. They've got a couple of upgraded pistols. We saw that worked, pretty well before, but you've got to think Cloud9 have plans. They've got means to deal with this unless they lose out pretty early on. But no, Magic's going down. Isn't going to be a huge surprise, though, to Cloud9. They might not expect these additional 2 players here. Config spots a foot. That's automatic. Gets a tag, but goes down for it.
Yeah, this is looking like it's a little bit safer of an anti-force buy than we saw earlier. There is 1 kill on AZ, but not a gun that they can salvage. Actually, maybe Cajun's running to get it. I didn't see exactly where that kill came out from. Shroud now, though, I mean, this is going to be an A bomb site for Cloud9. So it should be 9-11 after this. There is a flank to worry about. That can do a little bit of damage, but even so, I don't think that can turn the tides of this round, especially because, I mean, nothing. You want to talk about someone who's been around on the scene for a long time. How many rounds have we seen him as the one on Cloud9 who's just being very, very mindful of the flanks? Just making sure he turns around. We saw him clear out those A-halls on Pistoron. We saw him do it later on with an AK and an anti against Deagles. So he's zoned in.
That's good. They need these players to turn up because let's be honest, it's normally the story of Automatic, Stewie, maybe Skadoodle a while ago. Shroud has his moments, but Jordan's not been.
He's having a good game.
Yeah, he's not been the headliner in previous matches, but he's starting to pick up here, and they're not the big flashy kills sometimes, but they're the ones securing the rounds. They're keeping North from doing anything dangerous or deadly or anything along those sort of lines. So let's see what North have in store. Finally, KGB's going to get that AWP as well, so we're going to see a little bit of play with that. The double danger stack coming out as well between Magisk and MSL. And Cloud9 aren't overly committing anywhere just yet.
Decent damage on a Shroud from that nade. Nicely done. In all of Cloud9, this is a little bit more of that default I was mentioning that's designed to kind of prevent those aggressions we saw to Magisk. Keeping an eye on everywhere on the map to make sure there's nothing crazy from North coming out. 3 players at B. Cajun is kind of going to lock that down. He's a little bit of the rock back in Chicken Coop with the AWP, so they can play around him. Config is close up. AZ watching drop, and that's an opening kill for Automatic, and here they come. It looks like it's going to be another A split. Config gets there, but he loses the fight. He's done a lot of damage, and now all of a sudden this A defense is really exposed, but Magic, he's making the clever play, spraying down nothing. It wasn't as quick as he'd like, can't get the second one. Skadoodle recovers, and now MSL's out in the open, and Cloud9 have found their way. They've won all the trades.
Absolutely love that A split. Worked so well. You felt there was a danger, maybe he could pull a bit of a rabbit out of his hat then, Magisk, but it wasn't the case. He got dealt with pretty quickly. Well done in the end to keep that in check. I
think if he gets that first kill a little bit cleaner, it wasn't too bad. I mean, maybe just get that kill in like 4 bullets instead of like 9. That's when you kind of can really start tying them together. So North is going to have a pause coming out. 11-9, and Cloud9 are back in it. They're going to be able to have this AWP and Cajun B into the next round, which is huge, because the money is a little bit beat up. This is where maybe you say, Cajun, get aggressive with that ult. See what you can create for us. See if you can start something. Maybe it's peeking down B platform. Maybe it's pushing into A halls. But you kind of play around the success of that AWP in the next round.
They're going to need to find something, because so far this has been pretty flawless for Cloud9 on this half. Exactly flawless, to be fair.
6-0.
Yeah, lovely work. Bring them right back into this game. Bearing in mind, on the first half, it was a little back and forth. He had a couple of close rounds there, but this seems like so far Cloud9 have the reins to this match. But eventually, even North's T-side got a little worked out. They found a response. So you can imagine North will come up with something. You've got to hope that this actually does come up with an answer. MSL, known for a good mind for this game. I don't think this will be the round we see it in, but we will make a bit of a guess that down the line, MSL will find a little bit of something here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because both of these teams kind of early leads on like one tactic. Cloud9 has now run this A split twice. I don't know if it was necessarily designed in that first gun round that they had. I think it might have just been something they called out of the benefit of what occurred. But definitely the next time around, that was a designed A split. So success there, and then North, obviously, the smoke wall that they did at that B bomb site is what propelled them to a huge lead in that first half. So both these teams kind of just running what works in it and seeing if the other team can stop it. North with this pause, maybe trying to figure something out of their own. I am just, I'm curious where they're going to put Cajun B with this one. On these kinds of rounds, I mean, I personally am not a huge fan of the lone op going over towards A halls, because I feel like that kind of a position is just so far away from the other action if they don't go directly at him. So, they're actually going to buy up here. This is a force buy. So Famas come out for Magisk and MSL. You guys can't see on your screen quite yet, but I'm going to ruin the surprise. Config with the scout this time, and AZ with the always deadly UMP.
Well, AZ needs to get a little bit deadly. The problem is that he has been holding drop, and he's only had 1 kill in this half so far, so he has been pretty much overrun here. He's never had a big chance to get going, but considering those 2 players have been outplaying him, he needs to find a way into this.
By the way, drop zone on Cobble is like the overwhelmingly, if you pull pro players, drop zone is probably the hardest position on any map to play in professional Counter-Strike. So obviously, North having a lot of faith in AZ coming over as a new pickup to be able to defend that.
Just think, players like Flusher sit there normally, the rocks of the team who can just control it. He does it with a UMP, so we know it's viable, but Cloud9 going to switch things up, and MSL and Magisk might be in for a little bit of trouble here. Maybe not. They get a bit of a lineup. Now, will they expect a second? No, Magisk is still dangerous here. He is surrounded, though, so hopefully he just gets dealt with quickly, and he does. There we go. Stewie keeps it in check.
The nice thing, though, is he stayed alive. He caused a bit of a distraction enough to where Cloud9 could be a little bit more patient, but Skittles just going to make his way up, and apparently he's got a pretty good AK on top of the AWP. So the Scout and the AWP, we know it's tough to retake with 2 ops. Now you put a Scout into that as well, and I think you're asking for too much. So damage is done, but unfortunately for Magisk, it's just that timing of nothing jumping across that opening. Nicely done from Cloud9. This is going to be all tied up at 11.
What are with these games? It starts like a little bit of a one-sided half. You're like, all right, this is going to be quite quick, like the first one, and then no. All right, Cloud9 dig their heels in and actually start playing some really, really nice CS. We're seeing some good work from them. I like the switch up there. Not doing the same thing. KGB's not going to give this up for free, though, of course. He's going to try and hold on to this as much as possible. So far, I think we've got another challenger coming through. I think it's going to be automatic, maybe trying a little something, but Config might get himself an AK if he wants it.
This is the kind of, I mean, just one criticism, because Cloud9's having a great terrace half, but that's a little bit of North in the first half didn't really always chase down these guns, right? Now that Cloud9's done it, they've handed over a free AK-47 to Config. So rebuys coming out and also saving them money. This can now be KGB can drop an M4, Config can drop an M4, so it's going to be another buy. So just, maybe giving up some of that gun or that one AK at the end helps North put up a pretty decent buy.
And Cloud9 calling the tactical timeout this time.
Yeah, I've seen them do that a little bit recently, where it feels like a couple teams have actually done it, where they're having a good time, they're having like a good lead, they have some momentum, and they call their own tactical pause. Maybe that's just a little bit too centered. Maybe this is something where it's not, the timeout isn't to change anything. It's just to say, all right, guys, keep composed, stay focused. This is kind of like one of those mental timeouts, just for that benefit.
I think you get 4 per game, right?
Yeah, but I think it's 4 per game, and you can only do 2 per half, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you might as well use them. If I'm honest, you might as well use them for these things. If you feel that your players benefit from it, why not call them in? So at this point, North, though, finally get their chance to find a response. Feels like a lifetime in the making at this point. They've been completely pushed down by Cloud9, but Cloud9 know what they're coming up against. They know the North are going to have everything they need. They're going to have that or back on KGB, or still on KGB, should I say. And everything else is their good utility, good kits. And we are live into this one. Let's see if Cloud9 switch up, as they know maybe a response has been formed by North. Maybe that A split will no longer be as viable. 4 players on long, though, from Cloud9. This is very reminiscent of the last round, but that was certainly not what I expected to see.
North's going to like it, though, because they're set up for this exact thing. But is Cloud9 going to use utility? I think Shroud's just going to keep this dry. He's going to lose that. Are they going to be where MSL is here as well? Cloud9 not using their nades properly. There's the trade. There's finally a Molotov that comes out, but it's not burning MSL. It is when he steps back to find the head of automatic. Yeah, they just didn't expect that second player, and MSL just burns alive. All right, so bomb is down. North knows there's at least one more body out towards long. So they can start rotating, but actually look how, I mean, this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. Despite some of the success of that defense, everywhere Cloud9 could choose to go at the moment is a 2-on-1. One player in A, one player in drop, and one player at the B bomb site. So AZ has got to be careful at the back of this bomb site. He's got to land some shots.
Such a tough spot to hold as well, but all right, let's see if he can do it. Maybe just going to try and keep this safe as possible. Cloud9, 46 seconds to play with. Nothing. Decent utility, so he can still set up, but Stewie's just trying to creep up as close as he can before they show any presence. I can imagine Config's watching the cross. That'll be smoked out pretty soon. If Stewie, if nothing actually fancies doing it, I can imagine that's going to be right about now. So, 30 seconds, smoke comes in. This is surely going to just give away what they're up to, and that's fine. Stewie's going to sit right in that smoke, living up to the reputation. You got to know what you're up against. Config about to be destroyed. There it is, and now the cross comes in, but AZ is still in charge here. Going to smoke himself out, buy a little more time. He's got something to play with now. Nothing's going to keep this in check, and actually, a nice little plan here. KGB's still all the way over a B, and if nothing gets us down and can turn in time, maybe there's something to be seen, but how has he got away with this? He's got the bomb down. He's in a 1v2, sure, but it's still nothing.
Yeah, I mean, with very low HP like this, he's got to find this kill onto Cajun, and the timing is going to be with him. I think Cajun spotted him as well. Yeah, Cajun's definitely waiting for it. It's not going to come from nothing. Got to be aware to stop this plant. Cajun is still guarding himself. Nothing has an opportunity here. They're not on the defuse. This needs to be a landed shot. It's not. Nicely done from Cajun B, but he takes a lot of damage. Nothing somehow puts himself in a position to actually win that in a different universe, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's really nice. Smart as well by Nothing. You can see with that kind of HP, he's kind of resigned himself to the fact that it's more than likely going to be a loss. So just getting the bomb planted is victory on himself. Finding that one position where he's safe to get the bomb down, at least get the bonus money for his teammates. That turned into a pretty dicey round after a good hold initially from North.
Yeah, that bit of a gamble stack, I guess, towards long really worked out.
You also saw, I know Chad highlighted a round in North versus VP where a similar situation where VP just walked into that A bomb site and an AZ didn't have any info. He was playing it very, very passively. I know Chad highlighted that round in the post game, so maybe they saw that because he was peering up over the top. He was trying to get some kind of an indicator of what was coming.
Yeah, an interesting little touch. And Config playing a dangerous spot. Now, there's notable clips of Config playing incredibly well on the verge of this smoke. He does play this very, very nicely. He's actually in front of where the molly necessarily is, but it does mean he can be spotted. But look at this, he's brazen, he's ballsy, and he finds Stewie. Gonna back away comfortably as well. Known for this sort of prowess, he can have these little bits of impact. Finally, a bit of CT-sided aggression as well, working out towards B for North. And that's going to leave now Cloud9 with a question mark over their heads. You know, do we still commit here? Is he still pushed up? What is the play now?
I mean, really nice play from North, just essentially throwing those deep smokes and Molotov to really isolate Stewie in that position. So Config just goes, searches it out, gets his one kill, and he falls back. There's no real damage of being traded off or any kind of response from Cloud9 in that situation. If they do, they're coming through a smoke into God knows what. So really, really good stuff from North to give himself an advantage in this round. 12-11, trying to build on the last round's success. And Magisk again pushed up in A-Hall, so he has a good indication of what's coming. That's allowing MSL not to rotate fully, but to cheat. And another A-split coming out, but this time it is shut down. So North has figured it out.
Yeah, this is nicely read. Magic still playing on long. MSL knowing a decent spot of position. Shroud, though, if he landed that, that could have opened up a chance. A very slim one, bearing in mind. But with that going down, it means that North retain numbers and A stays theirs. Now, Cloud9, money-wise, they're fine. Yeah, 2 players can drop out, and actually automatics on 9k as well, so they're all right. But North have got themselves back in this game. It felt like a lifetime in the making, but they're still at 13-11 at this point, so they're still in the lead.
Another pause coming out for Cloud9. I think I heard when I said that earlier, I think the producer told me that there's no timeout limit up for half.
Oh, okay, cool. So they can just keep doing whatever they feel like, pretty much.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? 11-13 right now. So I mean, needing to get back on the board. They made this comeback this whole way. I mean, brilliant start to this half for them. 7 rounds straight. North takes their own timeout, and it seems like they have the response now. So Cloud9 looking at they want to adjust, looking at what they want to switch up. A lot of this has been towards the A bomb site as well, and even if it's not towards A, it's at least a split to the A bomb site. So a little bit of pressure at B, but they haven't really committed towards that B site at all.
No, you're absolutely right. Now, North, you're going to have to look towards getting the close now. If you keep Cloud9 possible in this, I've got a feeling that if they work it out, they will not let go of that. They will run this right into the ground and try and take it in just regular time. But we'll see if they can keep this sort of thing up. And Cloud9 right now, we're going back to what we saw at the start. Kind of the 3 players, again, keeping eyes in case there's early aggression, just keeping some place over here, just hoping maybe someone makes a peek. We've seen a couple of players actually pushing up towards long. Magisk, known for doing it every now and then. Shroud and Automatic showing as well over towards B, so they're showing presence throughout the map. They're not allowing North to work anything out easy, but a quick flash from Automatic. Is he going to play into this early? No, he backs away from it. Just a quick flash and leaves, see if AZ will use anything to try and hinder his approach.
Molotov at least could force AZ back. He's going to smoke it off himself. So, I mean, that smoke, even though it extinguishes the Molotov, it still does the job. Magisk now getting aggressive, and they actually had nades out. Nothing, he wasn't prepared for that kind of a peak. Magisk is brought so low, and that smoke's not going to fool anyone, but he somehow wins it anyways. It's got to be Stewie next, but no!
Oh my god!
Oh, Magisk, he's living up to his name at the moment. No longer a boy, but a man, as he gets those 2 kills and falls away.
That's heartbreak as well if you're Cloud9. This is going to fall to pieces now. Yeah, MSL is just going to kind of twist the knife as Skadoodle left in the 1v4.
Yeah, you just can't do that. You cannot allow him to get away in that fashion. And that's one of the few times you really have seen like Stewie just look almost scared to take a fight. I mean, that's one of the kind of defining features of his play as such a young player quickly up into the pro scene was that he wasn't afraid to take any fight, wasn't afraid to take any duel, but slowly creeping around the edge, and Magisk recovers nicely. I mean, that he wins this one is one thing. It's this follow-up.
God, that's just filth, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's the sort of play that leaves a little bit of a scar to you. It's like, why is he able to do it in this round? So 14-11 now. North finding a way back into this, and clean rounds mean that their money starts to become more and more stable as well. They need that. They were, a little bit of a verge. Cloud9's money starting to dwindle a touch. Shroud down towards the Galil, so not ideal, but Skadoodle having a little bit of peek up and over Config, he's playing again that sort of position where he likes to play on the verge of that smoke, a little bit closer than where normally the mollies go towards.
Setting that same play up again, it looks like.
Oh. No, he's not going to commit to it this time.
All right. So he threw the Molotov out. I think, oh, there it is. Nice find from Cajun, predicting that boost. Yeah, now, I mean, that pause seems to have done everything for North.
The 1-2 punch then between Config and Cajun B has completely eliminated most of the pressure towards that B site, but Automatic is still in drop. He's still being a huge nuisance here. He's playing this so well. He's been able to solo play through drop himself, create split opportunities, but nothing else has been working. Stewie will find Magic this time. Scared or not, doesn't matter. He's going to be able to find a way through. Now Automatic wants to find his reply, find a way in, and he's got it too. The two younger players coming into this one, the two players who are newer to this roster, finding opportunities for Cloud9, but that bomb is still left back by the B Halls, so Config and Cajun B might be left with a chance in this one. That's going to be a long rotate for nothing here, but MSL still on the A side as well. The position works again. It wasn't easy this time. It didn't matter though, and nothing's got to dig deep here to try and keep his team in this matchup.
Yeah, some success for Stewie and Automatic, but the bomb wasn't in a position for Cloud9 to really take advantage of it. MSL still in the back, just being a distraction, and nothing can't hit that shot. So it's 15 now for North. There's still money. I mean, it's mostly dwindled away. It's going to be light on utility if Cloud9 goes for AKs. They're going to have to, someone's going to have to sacrifice and just go for pistols to be able to buy the smokes and the nades that are needed to get into bomb sites. But Cloud9 bring it all the way back to 11-11, but North figures it out at that point.
Magic's just asking, were you in the mid-smoke? And Stewie says no. So, always fun to
Yeah, but even if he was, I think Stewie still says no.
Yeah, exactly. You're never going to give it away.
A magician never reveals his tricks.
And Stewie this time, funny enough, is in the mid-smoke. So just so you know, Magic's going to have some fun there if he actually goes walking through that, I can imagine. But at the point, Stewie's the least of their trouble. It's the 4 players lining up actually over by B that could be the split towards drop. Config and Cajun B still very much out and facing here. Config is such a monster at this, but nice quick response. Good pressure comes back in. Good trades as well, keeps it to a 3v3. But Cajun B could now be overwhelmed. But so far, he's managed to keep his ground, keep his cool. There's 3 players in between him and his teammates. Any support is now negated. But if he hit that shot, that would be everything's going to do as the bomb. He gets the tag. It's not enough.
Yeah, it looked like he had an opportunity for a couple great shots, so he just misses. Magic is quickly the only one left, so Cloud9 somehow claw themselves back into this round. I did want to bring up that the timing from Config, he throws that Molotov just as the smoke, like a second before it's about to fade. So as soon as it fades, he's ready to exploit anyone trying to escape the flames, and he does. 2 kills for him, but no one else can get anything else. Cloud9, with that pressure towards platform, that's when they choose to pounce down drop and overwhelm the weaker defense of that position, and then just Cajun misses some critical shots that he normally hits, to be fair. So 15-12, Cloud9 still alive in this one, but they've got to battle back, and all the best they can hope for at the moment is overtime, obviously.
Magic's going to be perfectly fine here. No one that close by. Money-wise, they're still good. AZ's a little low on cash, so could be dropped out. He'll be alright. There we go. So yeah, money's pretty nice for North. Onto the 8k sort of mark, 6k as well. Cajun B, the rebuy's fine. On the other side, I'm glad they kept that many people alive, let's put it that way.
One thing North does super well, I haven't seen too much of it in this particular game, a little bit, but I think they're one of the smartest teams in terms of how they use their economy. They're one of the teams that very early on in rounds, if they feel they've lost it, sometimes they just don't even risk going for a retake whatsoever. Now that means you can't, win some of the miracle rounds that we see otherwise, but it just means they can always scrap some decent buy together.
Oh god, if they go for a quick hit here, Cloud9 could be in such trouble. There's 4 players present towards this site over for North, and Cajun B already finding Stewie is a massive bit of impact. He's still alive, so is Config, and look at this guy! The timing is perfect, and Config has just kicked Cloud9, and now nothing. What are you gonna do? You just have to sit back and watch as your team gets dismembered by Config and Cajun B in the end. 16-12 is the scoreline, and Cloud9 just shatter.
Yeah, I mean, Config has been playing in that position so many different rounds, waiting to make that exact play, and he does it. I mean, it's pretty gutsy. I mean, all things considered, it was good. The positives you could take away if you're Cloud9 is, you could have just been crushed after that first half. You could have just been out of the fight. So you even things up, you fight back, you stay alive mentally, with some good splits towards the A bomb site, but just not enough coming out. North, tactically for the most part in the first half, outplays him, and then in the second half, while they struggle, they tactically outplay him there after a pause. So nicely done from MSL and all the boys of North. Cloud9 do fall there.
Yeah, the groups are getting incredibly close now. Group B is still not clear-cut. By the end of the day, this might be a long one. Jason. This might be a long night, and I'm ready for it. So guys, do stay tuned. We'll be back with the desk's thoughts on that matchup and what else is to come tonight.
As North bellow a victory roar, the SK side sigh a sigh of defeat. It's not worked out well for the Brazilians. It will just be Immortals that can show Brazilians now here at IEM Katowice. With that victory going the way of North, we will not be seeing SK Gaming in the playoffs. That is the beauty, or of course the pain of this format. SK watching biting their nails, praying for a Cloud9 victory. Yanko and Chad are joining me to understand how this one did go down. Cobblestone again and North have almost cemented a playoff spot playing one map, Chad. What do you make of that?
Oh, it's tight. It's definitely tight, this group. That was a good map by North. And once again, more success on Cobble, right? Like, it's crazy. I was watching that map and I was really happy with the way that they were setting the pace on their T side. I think they were hitting that B bomb site with the same execute over and over again, but they did throw in an A hit. And I like the fact that they were punishing Cloud9 for not adjusting.
Yeah.
So that was interesting for me in the early stages. But then Cloud9, they looked like they were back in it. There was a really good mid-round decision when Magic's pushed A and Shroud and made that frag, and for them to go drop towards A and be able to swarm that site because they had cheated players over, which Moses was talking about during the cast, was a really good mid-round decision, actually.
And I mean, that round does not go that way if Shroud doesn't get that frag. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
One man, and of course Shroud, someone that's often a bit of a target on the analyst desk, could have done enough to at least bring that round home. Not enough, though, for Cloud9 to pick up the win. What have you got for us on the telestrator this time, though, Yanko?
It's something that Chad mentioned briefly. It's that B hit that North was executing a lot of times in gun rounds and in antique rounds. We can play it for starters so that you guys can see the positions of some of these players. So you can pause it now just to explain it to the viewers on the minimap. So you will see the wall of smokes that basically covers whole of the bomb site. If you look at it like this, it basically cuts the bomb site in half. So what's important here for the CTs basically is for them to decide whether they want to push together through the smokes as a team and challenge that execute, or do they just want to stand back, wait for the smokes to clear in a sense, and then go for the retake later on. What you will see in the execute is that North is actually perfectly aware of this. They see that no one's challenging them early on. That means the CTs are staying far back, so they will boost a player up on the tree, which is what's going to make the difference in the end and allow them to defend the retake. So now we can play out the rest of the clip so you guys can see how it's actually executed, and we can also talk over it, Chad.
Yeah, just something interesting to note, the way that North are doing this execute, there are slight tweaks to their smokes, but it's still the relatively forward smokes on that statue. Teams have adjusted now where they're doing the smokes behind the statue area, and that way they're able to take the duel with the CTs because they are able to swindle around the smokes and throw their own smoke on top of it and give themselves an interesting angle to play from. You didn't see that coming out from Cloud9 at all, and they also didn't have a lot of utility. If you just have a look there, they didn't have a lot of utility to use to stop this.
And this is the boost that, you know, got them the kill and gave them enough ground for the rest of the team to set up. But it's also important to note that they have variations to this execute in a sense that they throw the same smokes, they use the utility pretty much in the same way, but sometimes they send a player down drop. They did this in another gun round where MSL was actually lurking through drop, and I think he got at least 2 kills, maybe 3 kills even in that round.
I'm sorry, the reason I've been sitting quietly on the desk is
because you have people who know what they're talking about.
Oh no, you're incredibly good. Normally I would have been, you know, acknowledging your brilliance. However, there was a lack of acknowledgement there, just so I could try and understand what's happening now with the standings.
Okay.
We've got 3 games of Counter-Strike to be played.
Lovely.
We have North versus Virtus Pro. Excuse me, Heroic versus Virtus Pro. Heroic did just beat Na'Vi, so to understand that brings us to a 4-way tie, as you can see in front of you. Cloud9, their last game will be versus Na'Vi. The winner of that looks like they've got a playoff spot. That's going to be coming up next on this main stream. And you have North versus SK. If North win that, then it is going to be cementing their spot in this semi-finals.
So SK have nothing to play for.
SK have nothing to play for.
Or to ruin the hopes of
Or can make North a little uncomfortable.
Squeamish.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a good summary there, Alex.
Everyone on the level plane? Happy?
People want to know who qualifies, Alex, depending on the results.
Would you like to do that as well?
I need the standings back up so I can
I can show you them. How's that?
And a lot of time.
The problem here is the biggest question mark is what does North do against SK, because SK has nothing to play for result-wise, but they definitely don't want to go out on a loss, and they're definitely a hard team to beat despite their run here today. So if North beats SK, then it comes down to whoever wins the other 2 games.
Yeah.
Winners go to the playoffs, losers go out. But if North loses,
tie time.
It's still actually those three teams qualify. We just might have tiebreakers for the spots.
Yes.
Who's first and who's going to go in second or third.
So bottom line is
winner goes through.
Winner goes through.
We like that, Alex. We like
indeed.
that.
That's
you
a
win,
format.
you qualify, you lose, you go out. See ya.
There you go. Yanko has summarized it beautifully. We are going to be taking a quick break, but when we do return, we will be witnessing a little bit of something special. You win the game, you're in. You lose, you'll be watching from the Spodek stands as we venture into the playoffs after a quick break.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
And for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here now to the IEM Katowice group stages. Group B is about to come to an epic conclusion. We'll be covering the second game, which will decide a playoff slot. Essentially, the way it's worked out here, North is 100% in. They have a playoff slot. Now, whether they'll actually end up getting first and getting that free ticket to the semifinals, or if they'll end up tying with some of our other teams and have to vie for it, is still up for grabs, but they do have one of the 3 slots. That is guaranteed. The remaining 2 is up for grabs here in this match and the other one. Na'Vi taking on C9 back over on the mainstream, and Heroic taking on VP here. The winner of each of these 2 games will get those remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. Now, the winners of each of those 2 games, I think, will end up tying, so those 2 will have to be resolved. But again, I already stated what's going to happen with North. They do get the playoff slots, though, and that's what is important here. So you win this match, and you're definitely in the playoffs. Tiebreakers, of course, mainly for seeding in that case. So just having to make it through this one. This is what's most important, isn't it, Metas?
Yeah, absolutely. What you said, you hit it on the heads. Winners of both these 2 games that are on the streams do progress through. North are already through. SK, of course, are playing for nothing other than pride. They are going to be out whatever happens. And the crazy thing is, going into this, probably didn't expect Immortals to be the Brazilian team that ended up progressing through, but that's exactly what has happened. So, let's have a see if VP can qualify and go through to the Spodek Arena and play in front of their home crowd audience in that awesome arena.
Well, getting into it early on here, VP actually with a bit of a slow start. Neo and some of the others will be going past the Twinkie, and we can see the same thing over here. They're actually given a lot of control across the map. They get outside, and they get the ramp room. So we have to see where Heroic is actually going to start to fight against this. Yugi back over in heaven. Hello, there's Taz, and he's going to look for another player here too, but it's actually Posh that swings up the steps, knocking out one of these players, but it's Nico at the same time that pushes into the T lobbyway and drops the bomb carrier. So they've got that under control for right now. Unfortunately, Nico's alone, and he is going to have to battle if he wants to keep this bomb under control. Moving back into it here, it's still him alone, and he's going to be pushed by numerous players from VP. They do dispatch of him. This goes to a 3v2, but at the same time, it's opened up a hole for the CTs to push back in. Doesn't matter, though. Bialy and Neo grab those last 2 frags, and it is VP that start off with the pistol victory.
Yeah, fantastic start for VP. They went 0-2 behind in the group stage early on today, and it was looking like it could be a bridge too far. They came back with 2 consecutive victories, and now against Heroic, they would be firm favourites coming in. But Heroic have had a great performance, had a great showing throughout this event. They've caused a lot of upsets, they've turned a lot of heads. In that previous game against Na'Vi, a lot of people would have wrote them off, but they came through, and they did beat them on overpass. They're going to be going for a force, including a scout in the hands of Nico, and he'll be running with it outside, as you'd expect. So far, VP haven't taken any casualties. It's a 3-2 stack in terms of SMGs to AKs, finding that sweet spot. And for the time being, they're going to be playing this one slow. Although they do have Pash, who's already made a move down into Secret.
Just as a side note, by the way, guys, I see a lot of people in the chat are asking about the SK North game. I don't know if we have any official English coverage set up for that game, since we only have 2 English streams here for it now, but I know Beta is still broadcasting it over on his channel, so you should be able to find that match there. It may not be in English, but it's still going to give you the coverage that you're looking for. For VP, again, in this round, however, still just taking it slow and steady in an attempt to win the race. Nico, the Heroic Nico this is, looking to peek out from heaven, although he's met with a bit of a nasty surprise when he does do that. Has to go back inside pretty quickly and is going to fall all the way back inside of hell here, looking to make sure that they don't push into the ramp room again.
Bialy will secure the first kill round onto Yugi, who's going to have to be an integral part of Heroic with his AWPing if they want to take this one out. The rest of the team starting to get battered and bruised, leaving Nico and Modi. And that's all on Modi. Coming up from vents with the CZ. Bomb planted on A. And maybe if he can get a kill for his troubles, that would be a pretty decent try. But it's not going to happen. Snacks checks down vent. And we'll silence him. Only 2 kills in 2 rounds for Heroic. But they will have a buy into the next round regardless.
Yeah, and it's very clean to start off too, which is important for them to build up this bonus right from the start of it. On the Heroic side of things, of course, this does transition them into a trash round, so they're just going to be having USPs to work with here. Not expecting anything super fantastic at all. More than likely, VP just going to wipe the floor with Heroic and get it to the 3rd round.
Yeah, full USPs. I mean, there's just no hope, really. VP are grizzled veteran players who will not let this one slip. I'm almost certain of that. Nades into ramp just to clear it out to make sure there's no CTs hanging around, checking every corner as Neo goes in first. Pulled off a crazy clutch earlier, of course, and Mirage a 1v4 clutch with 1 HP. He's in fine form. This is Pasha that's been surprising me the most, feeling like the Pasha of old. Can carry his team to a victory. And down to the B site they will move. Bomb getting planted from the man himself, Pasha, and it's planted for the double doors. So this is, as expected, going to be the 3-0.
Yeah, and Heroic completely missed the node on this one, so they're just going to have to line up for exits and hope that they can impact there. VP just waltz right into the site for free, get themselves the plant. And unless we see some exit kills, well, it's looking currently as though this round may end with everybody still alive, although that could change here. Yugi, along with some of his other friends, do find out that they are being pushed, and actually, they're going to fall back. They're not even going to directly challenge any of this, it seems, so I actually think this round may end with no one dying. As this happened before too, and I didn't realize what it was for at first, but I kind of get it now, as they don't want to give VP the extra money due to them dying at the hands of SMGs, and that's going to give them that extra cash flow, so they're just better staying alive. Gets denied though. Someone does end up dying right at the very end as boii gets the kill onto Madi, but still 9 alive at the end of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it solves kind of a multi-purpose. One is obviously not to get any more farming to the VP. UMPs also just gives you a chance to really discuss the next round, you know? Yeah, I have kind of like a mini timeout while the game is coming to a close in the round. And maybe if someone does push and you get a frag, then awesome too. So there's a lot of different variables as to why you'd go for that one. But it is going to be the buy, and Yugi has his AWP. He typically does eco in all those potential buy rounds, just to make sure he gets that AWP that much sooner. He's very much coordinated around the AWP. Heavy smoke outside though, he can't see anything. He did try to go for a smoke bang, not connecting. And so once again, Secret is being established as VP control. 2 kills go alongside it. Heroic are trailing by a player for a few more moments before Modi puts it back into equality.
And for VP here, boii sneaking his way past these doors now to try and retake some of the control. Very, very hesitant all across the map. Oh, he didn't see Madi. Oh, and that's going to prove so fatal for him, too. He had a free peek onto him moments before that, but he didn't realize he was sitting behind that nuke there. So Neo is going to trade onto Madi afterwards. Brings us back down to a 2v2. Yugi sneaking his way into the vents, though. They already have positioning here to push back in, and it's Nico through Decon that manages to pick up this kill onto Neo, preventing him from actually getting the plant. Look at Taz, though. A monster flank being built up by him, and he still has the time, but he needs to check vents. Yugi's going to be waiting for him in there. Nico pushes, and they double peek him at the same time. Nico manages that beautifully, and we see Heroic up on the board on that first gun round.
Solid effort. You know, the kills that have been coming down, though, you better believe VP are instantly right back into this one with an AWP, and they have enough funds to actually rummage together a buy in the next round as well, regardless of what happens in this one. Heroic, though, keeping 2 players alive. That's pretty solid as well. They're going to be keeping Yuki with an AWP. Let's have a look at the early signs. Do we have VP with any good spawns? Well, actually, Snacks has a really good spawn to quick peek through onto Squeaky. Let's see if he can get something done here on the cross. No one's actually going to be peeking him, though, so unfortunately for Snacks, he's not going to be getting first blood just yet.
VP do seem to want to try and poke for some outside control here, too. You can see Snacks going for a quick lineup to deploy out here. And he's got the bomb, too. I think he's going to be grouped up with Pasha to try and push for that one. There's not a whole lot of resistance in it. Again, Yugi holding in the warehouse, but he's smoked entirely out. And I think they're going to cross-smoke everything else, too. No, they actually have a big hole right there. And Yugi's able to punish that easily. No flashbangs or anything to cover off that angle. boii cook on the draw, though. Able to find Yugi before he can do any more damage. But that has opened up the pathway for VP to move into Secret with the bomb.
Secret has been consistently an area that VP have been happy to try and apply pressure on. This time, though, Pasha's not going to be taking it down there. If you drop the bomb in Secret, it is an absolute nightmare. Molotoving to make sure no one peeks up does give a bit more freedom to VP to try and extend their control over outside. Modi in control room at the bottom. Going to be watching down the Secret stairs. Just over 40 seconds to play with. So VP going to have to start to get a move on. Still 8 players on the server alive and kicking. And now boii makes a move into heaven.
Modi also
to push through that smoke, and I don't think he has the angle on Simple, and actually if he peeks back out into this, that's gonna be a spam. Stewie gets 1 more kill, so now the pressure's on. Now Na'Vi have to do something to try and come back into this, but they're just all falling. Simple in the bomb site, he better be a hero, but he's not. Nice job by Nothing. The bomb is left far, far back in B, and there's over a minute. So Flamey, not really a whole lot you can do in this 1-on-4 situation. It looked like Cloud9 has finally done it. I mean, they've had him on the verge this whole time, so the economy is broken at 5 rounds. Navi's going to have to save.
It was. These rounds were ridiculously close. That's the thing. It was always on that tipping point. So at this moment in time.
I mean, the past 2 rounds have all come down to one player surviving for Na'Vi, and there's been 3 plants in these first 5 rounds for Cloud9. So they've done a very good job, and they're rewarded here with an early break of the Na'Vi economy.
And you need it. You want to get Guardian off that AWP as fast as possible. You want to keep these guys humble. And I think there's a little bit of a reminder, you know, C's pushing up straight through that smoke was a little bit questionable as well, just kind of giving an opportunity over, giving them that chance, that walk-in. But 5-1 is the scoreline. Let's see if Cloud9 can now build off it as well. It's about consistency in this matchup, not just that one burst. Sure, they were getting close, but you've got to be able to close down in this. And Simple going straight in for the aggression. You've got Edward kind of helping him out here, but up close with the Deagle. Automatic and Skadoodle respecting this too.
Yeah, he's got the kit as well pushed up towards mid, so that's a little bit curious. Simple investing in that and then going hyper-aggressive.
Just sitting anti-flash in the smoke, that's... Oh god, if he works this out. If he pulls this off, it's just going to blow my mind. He's not going to get it done. There it is. Thankfully, they just swing out at the right time, play it together, don't let it slip.
Yeah, and Flame even trying to come help out, but unfortunately nothing going for either of them. So nice job by Cloud9. That smoke fades, Simple's exposed, a couple quick kills for them. So 5-on-3 scenario. Automatics brought down a little bit low. There's not a whole lot of danger for them to lose this round quite yet. C's going to try, no, or that's Edward actually, and I thought the X-ray was on the other side of the wall. So he's just kind of waiting, and Cloud9 is just very, very happy to control the portions of the map that they have and just wait for that kind of aggressive play in the mid-round, and there it is. I mean, one more kill to Skadoodle. And now it's Guardian's turn to looks like he wants to peek and get aggressive, try and find some info, but that's spotted out. So Cloud9 just not even giving himself a chance to really lose this round, being very, very patient, and Edward can't land the one bullet needed onto Automatic, who ends with a triple kill. Second round for Cloud9, and that was Deagle armor investment for a lot of those Na'Vi players, so another save round going to come out.
Yeah, this this should be a 5-3. This should go that way. I looking at how Cloud9 are playing.
Why are you jinxing it like that?
I'm sorry. But looking at the Cloud9 are playing, I actually like their approach. I'm liking the mid control. I like the way they're going to play out these rounds, being quite careful, being quite cautious, but then also having a nice little bit of firepower with Automatic. This guy's been playing well. I'm a big advocate for this guy coming into this. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can go further with this one. Have a really good game here. Everyone kind of talking about Simple needing that big game. This should be the game where he can do it.
Snacks clearly thought he was still up on the catwalk side. Very unfortunate, but what an attempt. A valiant attempt by VP. First off by Neo with a crazy 3k, and then Snacks nearly finishing off what he started. There could be half a call here to go for a force. They know that Heroic lost 4 players. They know they're going to be very low in terms of their funds. But instead, it's going to be VP going for a half fight. Still giving a lot of firepower though here in round 7.
Yeah, for the Tech9 investment here, very fast, really all over the place here. We can even see them pushing for a little bit of outside pressure here. Snacks, along with Pasha, sitting at the edge of it. Not going to follow through. Again, they have the smokes if they want to try to set something up there to go for secret control again. That's been a favorite of theirs. And there actually is very little presence besides Yugi out here again. It's almost always just been him to defend things. They very rarely have gone for the second investment player. But in come the smokes to block Yugi back off. He was still able to impact last time, though, from this same exact position, actually. Smoke's a little bit too deep. Still doesn't cover off that cross. I think this one... Yeah, that one's going to get in the way. So the VP guys will finally be safe to go back in here and try to take garage control if they want to go for an upper hit.
So last round sent shockwaves down the spine of Horror collectively, but Eco's going to come in with 3 kills before he gets plastered from the Tech9. Taz is still in a position to claim some serious havoc, but Yugi out first with the AWP. Very aggressive, honestly. You know, expected his teammate to go out first with the assault rifle, but Yugi is going to claim the reward with that kill. 4-3, VP into a bye. But that is Heroic with 4 rounds in a row now, so they have got themselves a bit of a spree on the board.
A spree indeed, and it's a spree that's going to give them the lead here now, but cycling through the half-buy from VP, it is going to take them right back onto another AK investment here. With all the fixins they would need. No AWP, unfortunately, to pick up this time, but still. Same opener that we have been accustomed to seeing from VP here. Most just hanging out in the T lobby way. No aggression towards outside this time, though. Most of them actually kind of just hanging around up here, getting ready to toss, I imagine, a few smokes in towards the A-bomb site, and everybody else just sitting back and waiting currently.
Yin and yang, you know, like they just build off each other. But the one thing I want to look at as well is when does Simple start really kicking in? Because he's been a little quiet so far, at least into this game yet. We haven't seen him, you know, being the big impact player, but I want to see a little bit more from him. I want to see him take that kind of headline role that he's supposed to. find that form, and certainly capable of it. Put himself into quite an...
Did they miss a smoke? I thought I missed that smoke. Yeah.
How do you miss the top?
They're going to go
mid
anyways,
smoke?
and that's what happens. That's the margin for error. You miss that smoke, and you just get crushed for it. So.
But how do you miss that smoke?
Not sure. But I mean, that's the thing. I think Cloud9 saw that it was missed, and they went for it anyways. They even put up a window smoke, which they didn't wait for. So,
yeah. Automatic maybe chomping at the bit a little too hard. Maybe just needs to calm it down. You're in a good spot right now. You don't need to allow them more chances, but there's actually 3 players towards A. Flamey was playing kind of down by Dark. You had Simple as well towards Sandwich, and this is what you want to see. Simple takes the fight, he doesn't win it. It's a phrase you don't often say, but the split-through connector is being denied by Edward as the pinch towards A really kicks in. We're down to 2 for Cloud9 and 2 for Na'Vi, but the cross is being watched like a hawk. Nothing not going to let that one slip, and Seized has to run the same gauntlet.
Yeah, phenomenal play from Nothing, because his teammate Shroud has 0 HP, or not 0, but he's got very, very low HP. One bullet's going to do it. Seized is going to turn this corner, and he should... Oh, Shroud. Nice positioning. He sees Seized before he spotted himself. So, big win. 4th round for Cloud9. This is starting to look like a very dangerous TF, as Na'Vi is going to be back onto just pistols. They can upgrade a little bit, but... This is tough now. 4 straight for Cloud9, and this is also a map we've seen Na'Vi. I mean, you know, we've called them on the desk. I know we've talked a little bit about how times they seem dysfunctional. This is a map where I think a lot of their communication issues and a lot of their CT side rotations, the deficiencies in those aspects of their game are really highlighted on this map. We've seen them at times when they get beat up on this map, they seem to kind of just get more passive and give up too much. Automatic's got to use the fire to get away, but they're just going to chase him down. He's not expecting that. Actually, Edward didn't even take any damage from the Molotov.
No, just ran straight through. I think it was just further ahead than how they were to put it down. Simple, not going to be able to stop them jumping out the window, but going to try and find a way to be relevant to this. This is quite smart. This is quite cheeky. Just going to sit there. He does get checked on in the end. Nice from Shroud to actually keep that in mind. Guardian not going to get any more play with the Deagle. He gets put down, but now into the 3v3, and it's still quite dangerous. There's still threats on the board, considering they do have armor, they do have upgraded pistols, and the rifle on Edward. The tag comes in, that's seized, but the bomb doesn't get picked up initially, having to go back for that. But Stewie's doing the work. Flamey being taken down means this is looking far more likely now.
Yeah, they should be safe. Edward, he gets a headshot, and now it gets dicey. 1-on-2, and he's got armor. He can go for this as the bomb isn't planted. This would be a huge fight to win if he can do it towards Catwalk, but the footstep is heard. Skadoodle gets off the plant, so Edward can do nothing. Stewie with the 3K this time, supporting Skadoodle inside the bomb site. 10 kills for Shroud, 10 kills for Nothing. Those guys have definitely shown up.
Yeah, Nothing as well, having quite a nice performance on Cobble before. Obviously, it wasn't translated into a win, but he was finding important kills in nice rounds. He was playing quite a smart, cerebral game from himself. And now looking at the money on Cloud9, they're so robust in this, so they can really they can suffer for a little bit.
Interesting thing for Nothing, because his playstyle has been so exciting in the past. I remember having a conversation with him. He's one of the players who has suffered a little bit from the wrist issues.
Yeah.
And he actually mentioned to me at one point, I think it was at one of the Northern Arena events, I think it was the one in Toronto, where he said in some ways the wrist problems have actually helped him, because when he feels it flaring up, he realizes he can't go for the kind of high-skill, crazy plays that we've seen him go for in the past. So he has to be a little bit more cerebral in his gameplay, a little bit more mental, and make the correct decisions. So that's just kind of a happy little coincidence in a bad situation.
Yeah, out of the, I don't think you'd choose to have obviously the issues there, but you know what? At least he finds a silver lining to it. If you're gonna have to live with it, at least you find
it's
something,
just
right?
So Nothing as well. He's the glass half full kind of guy.
He really is. He's a very, very cheerful fellow. Never seen the guy look too upset. Even in loss, he takes it incredibly gracefully. But at the moment, they're 5-5 with Na'Vi, so loss might not even be in this little back of their mind. So. Smokes in towards, I can imagine, one towards window, one possibly towards deep side connector if they wanted it. Not gone for it right now, but they've got mid-control again.
Na'Vi has a pretty big emphasis early on in these rounds of at least pressuring mid from the CT side. Oh, I don't think they spotted Simple. We think we saw it on the screen. It was such a small pixel. I don't think they did. Edward watching for this. That's an immediate dink at Stewie in midair, and he's going to go, oh, somehow he wins that. Why not?
If you're going to tilt, that's certainly one moment for it, but Guardian's still alive, so the threat is not removed from the board, and Flamey's got a nice little angle on the verge of that smoke. Going to be tough for Skadoodle to play out of that, but Shroud's already out, so he could check this one. They know Dark is still a problem, but Dark isn't a threat, it's Guardian! Large and in charge, just in CT, but there you go. Finally, the reply comes in. It's Shroud finding Flamey, and now the two players playing back into this for Na'Vi are playing a little uphill. Skadoodle's still in a good-ish spot. He can kind of watch the play in from Seized, and Edward's going to find it hard if Shroud can just lock this down. Nice from Shroud. Really well played out, and now Seized knows his options are limited. His days are numbered if he plays into this one.
Shroud gets that kill while he's getting spammed from Seized, while he's getting dinked. So hard to keep your composure there. Skadoodle still trying to find the timing on this peak. That smoke, It's going to make things a little bit difficult, but C's has a chance here. Oh, he gets it!
What?
He gets it. The Molotov misses. Oh, Skadoodle had the wrong information on where the plant was. So he actually overexposes himself to throw a Molotov in a position where the bomb isn't even there. That's dicey. I mean, Cloud9 had to fight for that bomb site, and that's why that plant sometimes just goes in those kind of situations with stellar play from Guardian inside the bomb site. Triple kill for him overall in the round before he's finally dropped.
And I'd be a little frustrated if I was Skadoodle there. He's opting to go for the rifle over the AWP. Could have afforded it, but gonna go stick on the AK. So maybe got a plan in mind. Maybe want to go for a quick B hit, possibly.
I was gonna say, with all 5 players heading into these halls, it just indicates that it's gonna be some kind of a very, very aggressive B play that you don't want the AWP for.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can pull out of here. Seized has been quite the nuisance. He's given a couple of rounds across, pushing up every now and then, you know, allowing opportunities to build. But for now, he's playing it calm. He's still fine. He's going to call out. He's going to need some help soon. He is completely blind. Edward's going to come back over towards short, but Seized this time doesn't get checked upon. He does get the chance to at least find one, and now he knows the bomb is there. Edward just on the very verge of that smoke, but has allowed Stewie to slip through his fingers, but clutches him back. And now 2 more remain for the T side.
Yeah, bomb's at least going to go down, but the big thing, this is looking like it could be a decisive victory for Na'Vi in this round. A lot of players could survive here. Cloud9, even if they lose this, they have to do the damage, but it's not going to happen. Skadoodle in a 1-on-4. There's 1 kill. Not a bad rifler as well, but this is a very tall task, and he almost gets that kill, and then you think maybe it could have been doable if you look at Flamey's HP. Maybe that's a free kill in some kind of a situation, but nicely done from Na'Vi. They retain the AWP. They keep 3 members alive. Finally, because their economy is like this entire half has just been always on the edge.
It's not been a comfortable game. Pause is just about to come in. I'm not sure if it's, yeah, it's a technical pause actually at this point. So hopefully, whatever the problems are, they do get resolved nice and quickly. But for Na'Vi, it's time to, I guess, individually as well, contemplate on what's been happening. This has been a close game. I can imagine maybe closer than some people would say. If you look at these 2 lineups head to head, you see the skill on Na'Vi, but you also see the issues that plague them as well.
It's just one of those things that it's kind of just feels up in the air, just because both of these teams we've seen the spectrum, right? We've seen like the highs that look good, and we've seen the lows that look awful. So you don't really know what to expect until they actually get in the server. But I mean, I think Cloud9 at this point in the match with 3 rounds left in this half, I think they've got to be happy with 5 rounds so far, especially considering they lost the pistol. So they're going to be pleased. They would love to add a couple more onto it in another situation where Skadoodle have the NAWP. He does not have a gun at the moment.
What?
Skadoodle only has a pistol.
Okay.
So there's a mistake, unless maybe he's just playing a very supportive.
6K. Do you forget?
I think he realizes it now. Time's over, buddy.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. So
That's really rough.
Not a great round to have that happen, and then on top of that to add insult to injury, automatics down. So I guess the idea for Skadoodle here, and there goes Stewie as well. So this round just feels a little
just save your guns,
disorganized.
Skadoodle.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Sadicus strategy.
yeah, it works really well. All right, leave him alone. Don't be mean. All right, Matt's a
we
little
can't let
bit
him get away
special.
with that one. We can't let him get away with that
true. But still, the problem being here, you've got a player at top mid who can probably play into this. But it's going to be tough with the Glock. But at least they found a little something, and there you go. He's picked up the AK that was at the top of mid, so at least he's going to get that to hand. So he actually has something to play with now. And you're in a 3v4. There is some chance of redemption here, a little bit of a chance to play, but 45 seconds, you don't have much step to a site. You've got mid control, but nothing much else.
The big problem for Cloud9 at the moment is there 2 playmakers. The 2 guys who usually initiate everything didn't have success this round. They're gone. So now you need nothing. Obviously gets 1 kill, but you need more people to step up and actually be able to create an opportunity to get back into this in a 3-on-4. Shroud seems to have an idea that Flamey's here, but they do have a Molotov on Skadoodle. But yeah, this is just nothing trying to make something happen in the B halls. It doesn't, and now Guardian, he's got free reign to continually peek this. Flashbangs are out, and he's distracting for Simple. That's too easy for Simple, and the nose or the quick scope from Guardian. Beautiful. So off the back of a little bit of a mental mistake from the Cloud9 guys, Na'Vi get their 8th.
At least Skadoodle's got a lot of money now, you know? Like the Matt strategy.
Yeah.
It's very smart. No, he can probably drop a couple of people out if he fancies it, or maybe just please remember to buy. That'll do. That's enough for me. I don't really want anything else.
Well, that's kind of crazy. I wonder if they wanted him to buy an AWP or an AK-47, like which one they were going to go with. Either way.
No, you're right. We'll see if they go back to the same plan. It looks somewhat similar. You still got Stewie kind of in the same spot he was in the previous round as well. The 4 players pinching towards mid. Good flash there, catches Edward and Guardian, but they're going to come out perfectly fine, and there's no smoke towards window either just yet, so Automatic's probably going to put that one down, and here we go. So the smoke comes in. nothing. You're gonna find Simple, but Edward is there. He's always there. He's always present on short.
Yeah, he's been a menace on this catwalk. Just a couple kills. It's not like a consistent impact. It's just a couple kills here and there. And then that's where Guardian gets very, very dangerous. When he's feeling confident, when he's feeling it, and he gets aggressive, and he goes hunting to be that dominating presence. And you can see it still. He still wants to push forward. Smoke's going to come out, and he gets steps right in front of it, finds one more, and there's Edward again pushing around the smoke. It seems like that timeout was Navi saying, let's not let them have mid-control anymore. Whether it's in the mid-round, whether it's early on, let's contest it. And Guardian definitely heading up that attack in this round. 9-5, and I think, no, we didn't. That was just players chatting to each other. Thought we might have had another timeout.
No. But what we do have is Guardian having a good performance. Something that feels a little sparse to say, which is strange, because normally he is a player, back in Na'Vi's reign who was a huge performer, but he, had the wrist injury or arm injury. I'm not sure how it was in the end. I don't think it was in the hand in the end of the day, but after that, he never seemed to fully recover to that Guardian sort of status. But right now, he's having a good game, and a good game is more than enough at this point. 9-5. Looking for that final round pickup, and there's one lovely bit of impact play. He doesn't even need to focus on towards the second flame. He's already there. But the problem is, at least nothing gets one in. But again, just nothing much more to be seen in this round, as Skadoodle is so late to be able to make anything happen and just surround on all fronts. Pick your poison. It's simple to be the final man to take down Cloud9 in the end. 10-5 on the half. A very close game, though, if you looked at the rounds individually.
Yeah, I mean, great economic pressure from Cloud9 early on. Unfortunately, they couldn't really build on that. 5 rounds they were happy with at a certain point, but I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed that after the timeout, Na'Vi just figured out every which way to abuse them. Mid-control went in the favor of Na'Vi. Edward had pretty good impact, as Jordan gives us a nod, but it was Guardian who really establishes dominance throughout this half for Natus Vincere.
A 10-5 half. Na'Vi in the lead, but those rounds were close. Cloud9 did not go down without a fight, and they have their chance to get back into this. Now on the CT side, they have to be ready for what Na'Vi about to bring, and call it the Superman, call it whatever you want. Edward is ready for this, and look at Shroud, though. Does not care, finds seized, and better be careful for more.
Oh god, he's going to continue this. Edward up on top, that ends it pretty quick.
But it's still a 3-play stack towards B.
Yeah, I mean that's the one thing. I guess that push could be something where it's like maybe you bait that push in if you get that kill. If you're Na'Vi and you find that, maybe you rush forward. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out that way. Still looks like with the positioning, it would be a split towards B. Flamey and Guardian coming up catwalk, one smoke to cover them. Here's Automatic. He's going to swing out, and actually, he's got to be careful. Edward is raid boss here. He's got Tech 9, he's got armor, and he's going to win that fight. So is Simple. So all of a sudden, the tactic from Cloud9, it doesn't pan out, and they are backs against the wall in this round.
Again, the fact being Cloud9 were in the right place in a way. They kind of fed in Shroud. He got a kill there, but it doesn't matter. The raid boss is doing what he does. Edward, with that Tech 9, is a bit of a monster, let's be real here. Nothing, though, doing a nice bit of damage towards Edward. He needs a little bit more, though. And timing's of the essence. And look at Simple's position. That kind of like slow, vice-like rotate, where it's just like, well, how many options do you need me to deal with here? I can't handle that many. 3 was a little too far, and Na'Vi do pick up the first in the second half.
Edward boosted up as well as like the safety net. But I mean, beautiful job from him on the pistol. If you're dropped a Tech 9 to have armor as well, you better make it work. You're
it's always
the power
a little bit of pressure, isn't it, though? It's like, what if I just get randomly dinked? It's just like, but he steps up. He steps up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he does.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I was gonna go somewhere with that, but I couldn't put it together quick enough.
Oh, it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me failing under pressure.
It's all right. You're doing better than I am.
Skadoodle and Shroud with those. Shroud's gonna be jumping with it over towards the B bomb site, just kind of peering into the upper hall. Skadoodle at the A site. So they've got those split to try and do some damage and maybe soften them up for the the Deagle, the CZ, the P250, the whole gamut of pistols. And Na'Vi have free mid control essentially at the moment. So being very, very patient, just sitting back. There's no real presence towards A for Na'Vi. That's the one thing that in this round, if there was some kind of aggression from Cloud9, that's the one thing that could kind of be beating him up right now. But just going to enjoy the set smokes, work their way up catwalk. Automatic with the Deagle. We've seen him in this position have success. Misses and misses a shot, but he can't fall back. There's one. Misses the second, and he does not get the third. That's so much damage. Yeah, it's great.
If you're going to walk away with something other than a kill, at least do that. Simple on 17 HP means it's possible, and there it is. The scout comes in, Simple goes out. Now down to 3v2, but there's no kits. So time is really, really going to be a factor here, but C's getting aggressive, as is Flamey, quite up close and personal. Maybe trying to negate what you can see from those scouts, and maybe then be careful now that the CZ's up. But Flamey, what a rock for Na'Vi, not letting that slip at all. Stewie now with armor, a CZ, no kit, just maybe wants to get in there, see what he can do, maybe find a little bit of something, good damage. But again, it just feels like Cloud9 are getting very, very close, but never quite enough. Even like, oh, we'll get a load of damage, but we're still not getting the rounds.
Yeah, you're getting right up to that point, and you just can't get it over the top. So that's unfortunate for Cloud9. But still, I mean, some opportunity in that round, which I guess is a positive, but Na'Vi's really starting to run away with this. I mean, this is, you saw the tactical adjustment out of Na'Vi on their CT side when they kind of figured things out, when they kind of reasserted dominance in the middle portion of the map once they started having money back up for Guardian's AWP. That was just an important tool for Cloud9 to keep out of his hands in the first half as long as possible. Now, though, Na'Vi, Cloud9 need to get some kills here. They need to do the same thing. They need to prevent that AWP from coming out because Guardian's having a stellar game with it. And nothing is pushing up. Spots Guardian, goes for the kill, but that's when Edward peeks out. So nice teamwork there from Na'Vi.
Yeah, just nicely working off each other. It's a combination that's certainly going to be around for some time, it feels. Simple. Gonna check it. Let's see. Stewie, hoping someone does this. It's going to play him in now, and Simple's ready.
That's so smart. Just take that fight, and as soon as you have some kind of a presence, you wait for someone to pounce in that situation, especially with the dink. I think if there's not a dink, Jordan nothing probably stays in that position. Just because the dink comes out, he gets a little bit hungry for that kill. There's another dink and a kill for Automatic. So 2 on 4 now. Is there any more damage that can be done? No. His position is known, and Shroud is the last one up. So 13-5 for Na'Vi it's going to be. In Cloud9, they just need to go on a massive run. I mean, we talked about this not being able to start slow, and actually they kind of really didn't. I mean, it was 5-0 and then 5-5, but then it was just too many in a row for Na'Vi after that.
All right. We saw the thing is that because we saw the game on Cobble, I don't want to put Cloud9 completely to the back of my mind where they can't actually build back into this. Now they've actually got the money, a little bit of a chance. Obviously Skadoodle doesn't have the perfect buy. They have no kits either, so it's still not great, but it's enough that they can put up a fight. Guardian sticking on the Mac 10. I guess no head armor. It means he can do a little bit more, I guess, but still.
I think they're just going to have him lead the way with like a heavy aggressive B hit and just be like,
perfectly
you can
fine.
be psychopathically mobile with this MAC-10. Just
I actually don't mind it at all. Like, if you're probably going to lose someone going into that site anyway. You might as well try and get someone to be incredibly mobile, just be a real nuisance, get in their face, and here we go. This is the pinch. Now, Shroud expected to find Guardian, but it's the follow-up, and the follow-up hits hard. Na'Vi have control of B, but Stewie, there's smoke. He wants to go for a walk, and Flamey knows it. He's just shooting into the smoke. Of course, he did see the
shadow, yeah. Feet, shadow, whatever it might have been, so... Oh, that hurts for Cloud9. Just a very, very simple idea from Na'Vi, executed to perfection. Even if Guardian doesn't get any kills, at least he's a distraction. That's when guys like Flamey, Edward have some space to find whichever fight they want. And Cloud9 just didn't have the utility to really slow that down, and they weren't expecting it whatsoever either. So now it's just looking like, yeah, we saw him come back and do it on Cobble on the T side as well. We have to keep that in mind, but also this just seems like it's a little bit too far away. This Na'Vi machine is really, really grinding him out.
Yeah, I don't feel as though we've even seen Na'Vi being pushed that hard yet. I know that sounds quite strange. We did have a couple of close rounds, but once they've kind of pulled this through, I don't see them kind of dropping it now. Nothing looking for any chances he can, any small, slim modicum of a possibility, but the person who found it first was Shroud. That's Edward gone, and Edward's been quite impactful so far into this game, but Guardian now looking to make up for it, to avenge his fallen teammate. He's going to find a tag towards Automatic, which is a problem. Automatic's one of the players with the armor, with the gun, but there's nothing. There we go, finds his moment to pounce. Now, 5v3, T-side looking to maybe hit that A-side, but they're still in spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Navi's left that a little bit behind, but it's not a huge issue if they're just going to find all these kills. The big thing, Stewie's now the next one up, who's in a I mean, this is going to be Na'Vi needs to check this, but do they have the manpower to do it? Flamey gets one, and Stewie misses everything.
Nah,
that's such a North American way to lose a cool opportunity.
Especially after you saw, like, yesterday when Flusher had that, like, perfect CZ control on, like, two players, fully brought up, like, basically facing him anyway, and you're just like, nice, Stewie.
I got this.
Nice. Oh, man, that's so rough, though. You've got to feel for them. This game feels like it's always been on the verge of almost happening for them. And then you look at the scoreline, it's like, it never happened. Na'Vi's always been in control.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of tell. I mean, it's that mood from Guardian where we used to see it so frequently, and now we just see it, you know, in little glimpses here or there. Oh, Scoodle, he messes that up, so now he's been spotted out, misses the shot, and he can't fall back. They're gonna have to use a lot of utility, and actually Stewie's even gonna commit to helping him out, it looks like, but Cloud9 is all out of position, but Stewie gets one anyways. And Skidoodle's actually gotten out of this. No one from Na'Vi is there to punish it, and he eventually does fall.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, especially when Na'Vi mean business, but Automatic has a UMP. We know what that means. Of course you can still win rounds with a UMP. The sad thing is you've got a rifle now, so maybe it could go wrong, and it is. Already Simple's going to find Stewie, so back to the 3-on-2, but it's Simple and Seized. So where are they going to take this? You've already got Seized kind of slow working towards B. Simple still in mid. He can make some plays happen, but it's going to be tough to hit that B side. So many angles have possibilities of players, and Shroud is there.
Yeah, and the off as well as on Catwalk. That's a great find from Seized. That's a huge kill. So Shroud now gets exposed, and that puts Automatic in a really awkward situation. I mean, you have to move if you're him, because players can come from anywhere on this map. So he's very, very uncomfortable with no knowledge of where Simple is exactly. So plenty of time on the clock as well, 45 seconds. This defense is split. Seized and Simple are going to meet up together. They're going to have a 2-on-1 here in Connector.
It's all or nothing to stop this. Automatic can be relevant later, but right now, Nothing needs to make a play. He needs to stop this before it starts, and there's his chance, and he gets it. Good work from Nothing. Now can fall back. Leave Seized in that really awkward predicament of playing into this 1v2, guessing and second-guessing yourself, but how is he able to get this far? Okay, Nothing's coming back around. I was so worried that he was just going to leave that to itself, and now Seized can get a plant here. Is he going to plant for sure? He is, okay.
It's a ballsy plant spot.
Yeah, but Nothing. Oh my god, leaps past. Right. Positions noted, Seized, readjust, and now Automatic up against Nothing. No grenades left on the C9 side, so I guess this spot is a little bit safer than normal, but this is a pressure moment.
Yeah, this is huge. Seized though at a little bit of an off angle. If they come upstairs, he'll have the jump and at least one kill. Flashbang's gonna help him move forward. No one going up those stairs whatsoever. Smoke is down, bomb is tapped. Seized doesn't know this. He's got to check for it, and he does. There's no punish. Oh, and actually he thinks the defuse is on. He thinks someone was sticking it inside the smoke. He had to assume that. And Automatic finds the kill just out of his vision. So Cloud9 are gonna stay alive with a 6th round.
Still pretty close. There we go. Cloud9 find that little bit of a I guess a line of small hope at this point, but their money is still so low. The problem in winning into this now is like, well, you've got what, 3.9, 3.6. They can get buys, they can get UMPs, sure, but you want something to really kind of fight back with. Na'Vi have everything they need.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is one of the other win conditions for Na'Vi at this point with Cloud9 having to win 10 straight to force overtime is Na'Vi can just grind this economy down. If they still are, if they're having rounds like that are coming down to one-on-ones, even just 2, and Skadoodle needs to hit those shots. If they want a chance at coming back, he's got to hit those shots and those flashbangs.
Just one of those starts, isn't it, Skadoodle? Just, whoa, go and get the molly. There it is. All right. Oh, I was a little bit worried that he was going to have a complete mare of it, but he's fine for now.
Yep.
He's had a tough game, to be fair. It's one of those, it just feels like just nothing works for you, so hopefully mentally he's not too kind of scarred by it all, but Stewie just sneaking off the side there, and we've got the 3 players towards mid from Na'Vi, and then 1 on each side. I actually quite like Automatic looking up for information over by B, but it looks like this pinch towards mid is coming in quite thick and fast.
Nice nade on a Skadoodle. Cloud9 trying to make some kind of an information play, pushing up into the B halls to check it out, and then falling back off of it. So Automatic and Shroud, they clear out B halls. They see no pressure close up. So Automatic and Shroud, they're going to do mid-round peek off catwalk. Where are they? Seems like they're inching closer and closer, waiting for a correct moment to pounce, but it's not coming just yet, as Cloud9 has also just cleared out a ramp. So they have no idea. They're probably so confused as to how they haven't seen anyone anywhere on the map where they've gotten aggressive.
This is such a really strange round, already kind of going around each other a couple of times, but Flamey finding nothing might indicate that, okay, do we still need to go B? Should we maybe try to, look towards A? Because there's still 2 players very dedicated towards B from Cloud9, so Automatic and Shroud could be in for a bit of a test soon, as Flamey's still trying to keep attention there, but the bomb is grinding its way through, and look at the HP as well. It's pretty low, and here we are. Finally, the bomb comes out, Sees just pinches towards mid, and even though they had players there, they still get beaten and broken through, and Guardian just kicks Skadoodle right in the face with the orb, just makes it even worse. And Stewie, what you got for us, buddy? Absolutely nothing. Guardian confirms Na'Vi's placement in this one. Cloud9, close but no cigar is the only way to put it. A good couple of rounds went back and forth. Certainly a game that you feel they could have got more on the board, but at the end of the day, 6 rounds was it.
Yeah, you would have liked to have, put some more rounds in that first half, certainly. But still, I mean, you have to talk about the dominance of Guardian in this game in that first half. He really set the tone with his AWP. No one on Cloud9 had any kind of a game to really challenge that, to really equalize that.
Exactly that. But guys at home, just so you know, we're going to go to a quick break now. But after the break, we're going to jump into the Virtus Pro game, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and try and close out and catch up on that one. So guys, do stay tuned. We'll be back in a sec. Messing around here. Virtus Pro need this or they are going home. They will go out in groups if they do not get this game. If they win it, we need to check how the bracket then looks and kind of weigh everything up, and we'll keep you updated. But this is for their tournament life here, and they are down on Nuke. This is not something I want to be saying, but this looks like it could be the 14th on the board as well for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Virtus.pro coming into an elimination match that you absolutely have to win, you've got to be so happy when it turns up you're going to be playing Nuke. Your map, this is what you're so very good at, and Heroic having a very good performance. 14-10 in this round. Neo just trying to get one last kill at the end as Pasha has already made the call to save, and actually Yugi is even just sticking around to die with the bomb just to make sure that nothing bad happens.
All right, we kind of need to catch up with this game, guys, so we're just going to kind of dive right into what we've got in front of us. Virtus.pro great on this map as well. This is something you got to look at and be like,
I think they're at like 14 or 15 games that they've won in a row on this map. So, I mean, that's the thing. This is, you would expect them to win this. It's a map that, you know, ever since they kind of had that resurgence late last year to be like, after you winning E-League, this was the map that kind of propelled that, is them getting good on Nuke, one of the first teams to do so. So, Heroic giving a bit of a wake-up call, and if Virtus.pro isn't careful, it's just going to be the end.
But it's a good buy, at least. They have a good purchase into this round. Snax has the AWP. We've got everything they need. Valdez is still out here by T-Red, double molly. This seems to be, must have been a common issue for them to be losing control outside quite severely. Neo's right on the verge of that smoke. Needs to be a little careful, though. He's got a lot of ice trains toward him. And now Nico's going to find it. Bialy does trade, so not going to let it slip away too far.
Yeah, interesting position from Neo, though. You see him maybe trying to force the issue a bit too much. But the good news is, those double Molotovs have delayed this so very much. I mean, Heroic, they don't want to even mess with outside anymore after they spotted some bodies, they traded a player off, but so much attention out there for Virtus.pro that Heroic just backs away. They have to go to the inner bomb site, and because they had no presence here to begin with, they have to clear everything. They have to be very cautious coming back into this. So this is all valuable time being eaten off. Still 50 seconds. And Virtus.pro, Taz inside the bomb site, Bialy here as well on hut watching towards Mini. Molotovs are out to clear out some positions. And Virtus.pro probably going to be very happy if this ends up being an upper hit.
Bialy forced out position. Good mollies coming in from Heroic, and here comes the hit. Bialy readjusts, looks for the first victim, and he finds it. Oh my word! Heroic could be about to get themselves onto match point here. Snax and Pasha. You're in a 2v4 and you've got no step towards the site. It's time to save. Heroic get surely themselves onto 15 rounds here.
Yeah, that's a huge hit. I mean, the loss of Neo outside seems a bit awkward, missed timing. It just seems like from what we've seen, obviously, which is not very much, but in these past couple of rounds, this might be something, because Taz there seemed to like that he has the advantages in that fight. He's in the bomb site. He's got a narrow choke point to watch. He's got smokes that are kind of covering him as well, and just the timing wasn't with him. Bialy gets decimated trying to spam through the smoke. VP having a really, really tough time of it. So they do get 2 kills in consolation at the end, but they're going to have to win 5 straight to force overtime.
This is not going to be easy at all, and Pasha's already gone down there, so what do we have to see? A pause. Surely tactical.
That's climactic.
Surely tactical at this point from Virtus.pro, just to try and calm themselves down, because, you know, there's no questioning this. If you're Virtus.pro, you know what's about to happen.
I mean, here's the thing. If like, I wish we could have seen a little bit more of this game, obviously, because if you're going to tell me that Heroic is about to beat Virtus.pro on Nuke, I would tell you like it has to be some kind of monster performance from someone like Valdi, like that he just kind of went off. He's someone that, you know, on this team that, you know, we talk about all the talent in Denmark. He's kind of like not even a hidden gem because everyone kind of knows it. But I mean, just because there's so much talent at the top that he just doesn't have a place in either of those 2 best teams of North and Astralis. So I would have expected someone like him to just be going nuts. But it seems pretty even. It seems pretty spread out.
Maybe let's look at it this way though. Heroic are one of those teams who will have time to really put in hours towards maps like this. The Danes are known to have quite the style on these maps as well. And here we go. The high five seem to have been put down. It might just be go time between these guys. And Taz, Bialy, all of them on your screen there. You know they're in for a tough task. And yeah, it looks like everyone's having a good performance over there for Heroic. No one's like shining massively above the others. This seems like a very good collective approach to this map. I'd love to be able to watch the demo over this one. And let's see what Virtus.pro have. It's do or die time for them. 15-10. They do not win this, they go home.
We should mention one of the true hidden gems is actually Snappy as an in-game leader. Very, very good. Pasha's going to push up. Timing is with him this time. That's the bomb. He's going to go for more, and he gets it. Nicely done. Pasha making plays. Can't get the third. That's Snappy coming back. And Nico also responding. Neo's going to try and be aggressive. Pop Flash is out, but he's not winning this battle. Still taking it. Eventually finds it. All down to Nico. Very, very tough situation for him in a 1-on-3, and Neo finds it. So VP pick up the pace. They get aggressive. A lobby crunch is going to win them that round, and they've got to get started now. Every single round needs to go their way.
Every round, every step, every kill, it's gotta be theirs. It's never easy, but we know what Nuke can be like. If the CT side gets wrong and they get that full utility, you can shut it down. Heroic have still got money left as well. A couple of players left on 4K after the buy-up, so they're still okay. Virtus.pro's bank is not in a healthy position, but they can at least get a good buy in this round.
I mean, their bank doesn't matter
Really
so
matter,
much
yeah.
to them. It's just like buy everything you possibly can to make this happen. The good news is with the economy of Heroic where it is, if Virtus.pro can win 1 or 2 more rounds and reset it, that reset might be what gets them to 15. Fast and aggressive outside. We saw how much emphasis Virtus.pro put on the outside defense just a couple rounds ago. That made me nervous.
Yeah.
Smoke starting to clear. Who's going to win? It's going to be Madi with the first shot, and he does find the fight. But Neo, good trade from him.
boii has to be massively important in this round. Nade goes out, doesn't connect, but it will give away that someone's down here now. Nico, gonna be aware, they don't have to commit to this. They can still fall back off it, but they've got a good ground gain. Molly there to push him out of this position. He can sit back on the other side of the stairs, but you kind of allow Heroic to have a chance. 4 players now encroach towards boii. Through the fire and the flames, he only finds 2, but 2 is enough right now. Taz then can play into this, and now it's Yugi, the young man who's joined this roster, can't close it down. Taz holds on again. Round by round, steps are taken, but it is still on knife's edge.
Yeah, a good amount of EP surviving though, so there's some of that economy starting to stabilize for them. Meanwhile, chipping away. Aggression again in ramp room. Not all the way towards lobby this time, but just as the smoke phase, Pasha and Neo finding those kills. But it's boii with the defense lower that's really the deciding factor right behind the Molotov. Another buy coming out for Heroic. They have a UMP on Snappy, 4 AK-47s beside it. Oh, and this is trying to do the uppercut, catching Virtus.pro off guard. Are they gonna do it? No. boii holds on, he's gotta get more, and he does. Can he find anything else? No, he's eventually taken down and Snacks with the op, can't do anything, but Pasha's there to back him up. Quickly into a 2-on-2.
And Neo's not in the perfect position for this. If they even keep it in mind, that's a problem. But oh my god, Neo! He gets given the chance, they just fall down. And again, another round is held on. This is ridiculous.
Beautiful. Right into his crosshairs, perfectly at head level. That second one, that's, I believe OJ just flew in tonight, so that's, I think, what he would call squeaky bum time.
I think all of us from Britain would refer to it as squeaky bum time.
The entirety of that.
We're all just go, oh, that's the noise. That's the noise you get. But, you know, that's not right. Heroic out of this. They've got themselves to 15 rounds, so they are surely doing a lot of work here. Would not put them out of being able to do a good bit of damage. And Snacks, they're going to find Modi, though. Presence towards outside. Snacks left low and a little bit weary. Neo's there to support. Good positioning to cause these kind of like trading positions. No one's ever been able to kind of carve a huge advantage on the T side against them yet.
It's such a dangerous position for Neo, though, because he's forced to commit this much just to help Snacks out. I mean, he has to be swinging that wide, and boii almost got caught off guard there, but does win that fight. So, I mean, there was a moment of danger there. It was a little bit on a knife's edge, but they seem to have sustained through it. So Snappy and Nico, they have deagles, but they're about a little below half HP. Not a whole lot more they can do, and I don't even think economic damage matters too much at this point.
No, you're staring down the barrel of OT pretty much at this conjecture for Heroic. Nico now. Oh, Neo?
See a lot of
team kills.
TKs and
in like really unnecessary situations as well. It's like there was no chance, but money's okay. They can still drop out players. It's fine. Kind of sharing around, get the right people on the right thing. And the final go for Heroic to win this out in regular time. We could be going OT, of course. That is certainly on the cards.
This is the thing, though. How many times do we see the underdog team have some kind of an incredible performance to get them to this point, to be able to win it in regulation and then get forced in overtime? And that's usually when they collapse. So that would be such a heartbreak for Heroic to have been there and not been able to do it.
A touch of glory here at IEM Katowice for Heroic. If they get this one more round, they will be breaking hearts for sure, but at this point they've got to be proud of what they've achieved, but they need that one more round on the board. They need to close out, or it's OT and VP. We know what happens when they get their backs to the wall. So, 15-14.
This is scary, though. This looks like it's going to be an upper hit, and actually Taz is the only one here. boii went down vent, so Virtus.pro maybe... the T side from Heroic must have contained a lot of outside hits, because they seem very, very cautious of it. Taz has to do something big. Alone at the moment, they line up for him, he gets 2!
Taz!
Just like Taz does. 2 kills, but Snacks is overextended, so it's down into a 3-on-3.
Modi, good positioning. That's going to deny boii any step towards this. Neo, going to be coming around. Snappy's got eyes on it. They play into this incorrectly. This is problematic. This could be VP going home. This could be it. Come hell or high water, you would not have expected Heroic to be the ones to do it. But let's see what Pasha and Bialy can do. Bialy working through the vents. A quick peek in. No! Yugi's got it. Bialy now in the 1v3 for their tournament life. It's over! VP are going home and Heroic have broken hearts here in Katowice. They've got themselves to a phenomenal position. A team no one expected to be able to achieve that. And my word, that is not the result you expected at the start of the day.
No, it's not at all, especially considering the map. And they've done it. What a test. That is a massive performance from... how is it possible that there's another Danish team here just beating out top squads? So Virtus Pro, you can see they're stunned. I mean, they didn't look necessarily strong coming into today with some of the matches we saw earlier on, but certainly we didn't expect the drop-off to be this far.
No, it's kind of hard to put into words what this must feel like for these guys. I'm looking at the group right now, and I can imagine the boys on the desk will be breaking that down for us very shortly as to how this one pans out, but I'm pretty sure if I got the information right, this means Virtus Pro can no longer go through in the groups, but we'll see. We will just double-check to make sure, but from the looks on their faces, I'm pretty sure that is right.
Yeah, I know you seem pretty heartbroken. You're trying to find something, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a tough one to look at. You know, these guys, there's that one event that comes around, right, that everyone wants them to do well in, or at least get the chance to do well in, and for them, it must be an incredibly hard moment.
Yeah, I mean, we knew, I mean, Virtus Pro is just a team that goes up and down, so, I mean, this is just one of those down performances. Is the best way to put it.
I think that's it, guys. You've got to give congratulations over to Heroic, a team that people just wouldn't expect to be able to fight their way through this, and they have. So congratulations to those guys. We're going to be back after a very short break with the analysis test to see what they have to say about that one.
Well, it has happened. Virtus Pro will not have an opportunity to perform for the Spodek. A home crowd, and just 1 week ago, they were doing damage in Vegas, lifting the trophy there, unable to replicate the success on home turf. Heroic have caused an upset that will ravage echoes through Katowice and the surrounding areas. Another Danish Counter-Strike side is doing huge work in the Counter-Strike scene. This is absurd.
3 Danish team in the playoffs, 16 Danish players in the playoffs. Heroic secures a semi-final bye by beating VP, who was on Nuke, who had a 13-game undefeated streak on LAN on that exact same map.
Unbelievable, Chad.
Those are some facts.
What do you say?
It's truly, I mean, that's a perfect way, Yanko, just to put into perspective how that best-of-1 win, how incredible that best-of-1 was for Heroic.
VP won both pistols.
So here we go. Recap. VP, they have to win 1 map to get to the playoffs and to play in the Spodek. They go up against Heroic, arguably the largest underdog we have in the tournament. They then proceed to go to Nuke. They win both pistols, one of the most influential maps to win both pistols on. They then proceed to be not only playing the greatest underdog and winning both pistols on Nuke, they then lose to Heroic in regulation.
Another fact for you, VP has been together for like 1,100 days. Heroic has been together for 9 days.
Wow.
So
I like this, Yanko.
I think this kind of sets the scene of how big of an upset this exactly is. So
they top their group. Not only that, Heroic are in the semi-finals.
The Mouseboard special.
I think, that's the craziest part, right? Topping the group overall. Obviously, knocking VP out, it sucks. You know, they're not going to be in this stadium right here. But to top their group and get that semi-final berth is unreal, right? So they have a top 4 finish just off this group. It's nuts. They were able to take down North on Nuke as well, which are 2 big Nuke scalps to take. So props to them. Props to Yugi for having Heart of the Cards, all that kind of fun Yu-Gi-Oh reference stuff. But yeah.
So to clarify,
I think shocking is where I'm at right now, or shocked.
I do want to clarify the order of which this is going. We've already cemented in Heroic as the top spot, but there are no tiebreakers needed due to the head-to-heads. We have North in 2nd place and Na'Vi taking home 3rd. That is the lay of the land. We have, in fact, all 6 teams for our playoffs now. That is FaZe, Astralis, Immortals from Group A yesterday. And we have now locked in the top Heroic, North, following that Na'Vi. That is it. Those are the 6 playoff teams that we'll be playing tomorrow in the arena. We should probably talk about this map, though, gents. Nuke, Virtus Pro's downfall in Katowice.
The problem is we can't really talk about this map because we were watching the Na'Vi Cloud9 game, but we watched the tail end of it. So if you want, we have a piece, Alex, on the last round of the game.
I'd love it.
Which did seem a bit strange watching like from the outside, not seeing the big picture, but if we can switch to it right now. So this is where you see 1 minute and 20. What's important to note at this point in time, all of the Heroic players are setting up for an upper execute. But what's the issue here? Look at their utility. They have a lot of Molotovs and flashes, but no smokes. Why? Because they threw their smokes already on yard. They didn't send a single player down secret, but what happened because of those smokes? Look here, you have, I don't know if you can see it properly, there's Bialy there, and Neo is here. It's kind of hard from this POV to see it. I'm going to circle them around so you can pay attention. So these 2 players are actually rotating towards the lower bomb site because of those smokes. In turn, that leaves Just As on the upper bomb site. He has Snacks, who is up on Heaven, but he's actually watching Yard. Because of the wall of smokes, he's unsure if anyone's sneaking through Heaven, through Rafters, right? And Pasha is watching Ramp. So that one wall of smokes, probably because of what was Heroic doing previously, putting a lot of pressure on Yard, forces the rotation, so they get to execute on the upper bomb site with basically just 1 player defending. So you can play out the rest of the clip. I'm not sure even how long it is. We didn't really have a lot of time to set it up.
But it was a quickie.
They got the good trades coming into the bomb site. They get the bomb down, and at that point in time, they're in a favorable position to win the 3v3. You can see Taz has no support from anyone. Snacks is forced to peek because he can't let go of the side, and he can't fall back because of the Molotov. And at this point, it's a 3v3. Everyone's holding their positions. Great position from Snappy to watch the flank. And now it's Heroic's round to lose. So very, very crisp execute from them. And you can see that they have a clear game plan on Nuke.
To put a bit more context on it, I was watching on the other monitor we had in the room, in the green room, and early on in this half, especially when VP were on the CT side, they were getting exploited by 4 men going down secret every time from Heroic, and they were just able to brute force their way with utility into that bomb site. And then this is where you put the perfect spin on it. The precedent was set, and it was exploited. And you pointed out all that utility they had left. That's unheard of in the last round to take a ballsy play of just using a couple of pop flashes through the window to take the top site instead of using all that utility they had to clear out. It was like 1 or 2 flashes and go, able to get full site control. Once you have that full site control, you can use that utility to shut off the choke points, and the side's all yours.
It shows the fate that they had in their call and in their read. You don't really need that lot. You don't need that much utility if you're counting on forcing the rotation as having 1 player in the site. Actually, it's better just throwing a pop flash or 2 and bursting in before they can figure you out and rotate back.
And with that said, we've got another team who evidently have got something special on Nuke. This has become a recurring trend here. I mean, now we've got North, very good at Nuke, yes, VP, but also Heroic are added to that list of teams that are going to be
I mean,
Astralis.
Probably the 2 best teams in the world when you talk about Nuke are North and VP.
Yeah.
And then you have perhaps NIP and Astralis because they've started playing it recently, but in one tournament, you beat 2 of the world's best teams on Nuke. That's an amazing feat for a team like Heroic.
And you know what, I think, Chad, that's probably evident, proof or evidence that working hard and preparation especially on a map relatively new to the map pool, can get you to the semi-finals of a $250,000 tournament.
Yeah, definitely. We were touching on the Danish scene and how deep it is, and these young players in Heroic, you know, Valde, Nico, and now the new kid, Yugi. It's crazy to see, you know, how much talent there is in this scene and how, going forward, how dangerous Denmark is going to be.
It's going to be, yeah, I know there's one caster in particular who's going to have a big smirk on his face, so shout out to Anna's. That's how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Actually, he predicted that FaZe is going to win the whole thing. So
he still could be right.
A good run
there
so
could
far.
be an all-Danish final.
It's
three
true.
teams in the playoffs. It's pretty good odds of at least having one of them.
Yes, indeed. And I think we're going to kind of have to leave it there. The brackets are all laid out. We've got FaZe waiting in one semi-final, Heroic in the other. The games will be out as soon as we have them. But you now know that you can go ahead and sleep happy if you are a Danish Counter-Strike fan, or if you're looking forward to seeing the likes of Astralis in action tomorrow. You get to see, of course, Immortals battle it out as well. Lots to look forward to, and that's all going to be coming up at noon tomorrow here on local time. Right, with that said, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to go ahead and say our goodbyes. IEM continues in the Spodek. If you've never seen it before, you have to join us. The crowd are crazy and they're passionate about good Counter-Strike, so do not miss it. 12 o'clock tomorrow, set the time, and we'll see you there for more of the same.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports brings you 24/7 news and scores, delivering the biggest stories and all the in-game updates and stats you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with the biggest players in every major event with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Get all the non-stop action wherever you are, on your desktop or on the go, we've got you covered. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO. Check it out now.